In the beginning, before gods or men, there was only chaos. An endless, swirling void, where darkness stretched in all directions. Out of this formless abyss, the first beings came into existence, powerful and ancient forces that would shape the world and everything in it. From these primordial entities came the monsters, creatures of immense power, fearsome to behold, and beyond the understanding of mortals. These monsters were born from the forces of nature itself, raw and untamed. They were not like men, nor were they like the gods who ruled from Mount Olympus. They were wild, unpredictable, and filled with the kind of power that made even the gods tremble. The earth itself gave birth to many of them. Gaia, the Great Mother, brought forth creatures that were both magnificent and terrifying. They were not born out of evil or cruelty, but out of necessity, the natural result of a world that was still shaping itself. Typhon was one of the first. A being so immense and horrifying that even Zeus, the king of the gods, hesitated before facing him. His body was a writhing mass of serpents, his 100 dragon heads spewing fire and smoke. He towered over mountains, his eyes burning like molten lava. When he roared, the earth shook and the skies blackened. It was said that Typhon was born to challenge the very existence of the gods, a living force of destruction. He was chaos in its purest form, sent to remind the gods that they, too, were not untouchable. Echidna, the mother of monsters, was his partner. Half woman, half serpent, she dwelled in dark caves, far from the light of day. Her children were the nightmares that would plague both gods and men. From her womb came the creatures that defied nature, things that should not exist, and yet they did. The Chimera, with its lion's head, goat's body, and serpent's tail. Cerberus, the three-headed hound that guarded the gates of the underworld. The Lernaean Hydra, whose many heads regrew each time one was severed. Each one was a challenge to the world's order, a reminder that even the gods had not fully tamed the wildness from which they themselves had sprung. The ancient Greeks looked at these monsters and saw more than just physical threats. To them, these creatures were living symbols. Each one stood for something larger than itself. Typhon wasn't just a giant monster, he was the embodiment of chaos, of the uncontrollable forces of nature that even the gods struggled to keep at bay. The Hydra, with its regrowing heads, represented the persistent nature of fear and evil. No matter how many times you try to destroy it, it always comes back stronger, more ferocious. But not all monsters were born from the earth. Some came from the gods themselves, divine creations that were as much a test as they were a punishment. The gods often used monsters to enforce their will or to teach humanity a lesson. When Poseidon, god of the sea, was angered by the arrogance of a king, he didn't simply strike him down, he sent the sea monster Cetus to ravage the king's lands. When Hera, queen of the gods, sought revenge on Heracles for his father's infidelity, she unleashed creatures like the Nemean lion and the Lernaean Hydra to destroy him. These monsters were not mindless beasts, they were instruments of divine will, sent to remind mortals of their place in the world. In the myths, heroes often encountered these creatures, but these battles were more than just fights for survival. When Theseus ventured into the labyrinth to slay the Minotaur, he wasn't just killing a beast, he was conquering the monstrous part of human nature itself, the animalistic rage and violence that lurked in the hearts of men. When Perseus faced Medusa, whose very gaze could turn men to stone, he wasn't just battling a creature, he was confronting the paralyzing power of fear. These monsters, then, became allegories for the struggles that every human faced. Fear, chaos, rage, and the unknown, all of these were embodied in the monsters of Greek mythology. Medusa, with her hair of living, writhing snakes in her eyes that could freeze a man's soul in an instant, wasn't always a monster. Once, she had been a beautiful woman, but after being violated by Poseidon in Athena's temple, she was cursed. Her beauty, which had once been admired by all, was transformed into something terrifying. Her story is one of tragedy and transformation, showing how beauty and innocence can be twisted into something monstrous when touched by cruelty. When Perseus beheaded her, it wasn't just a victory over a monster, it was a release from a curse that had long turned beauty into horror. The ancient Greeks lived in a world filled with mystery and danger. They looked out at the vast oceans, the dark forests, the high mountains, and saw the unknown. Monsters were born from this fear of the unknown, creatures that represented everything that was beyond human control. Storms that came without warning, wild animals that stalked the night, earthquakes that shattered cities, all of these could be seen as the work of monstrous forces. To the Greeks, monsters were not simply villains to be defeated, they were reminders of the world's unpredictability, of the thin line between order and chaos. Yet, there was a strange kind of respect for these creatures, too. They were ancient, older even than the gods. They were forces of nature, timeless and untamable. And while the gods could defeat them, they could never fully destroy them. Even after Typhon was cast into the depths of Tartarus, his presence lingered. The earth still trembled in fear, volcanoes erupted in his fury, and the winds howled with his anger. The monsters lived on, not just in stories, but in the very fabric of the world. Each monster, from the Chimera to the Hydra to Cerberus, carried with it a lesson. They were not simply creatures to be feared, they were reflections of the world's wildness, of its beauty and danger, its mystery and terror. Through their stories, the Greeks learned that the world was vast and unpredictable, and that sometimes, the greatest battles were not just against beasts, but against the forces within themselves. Monsters, in their terrifying forms, were also symbols of the untamed, of the primal forces that lay just beneath the surface of civilization. They showed that no matter how much order the gods tried to impose, chaos would always find a way to break through. And in that chaos, there was both danger and possibility. Monsters in Greek myths were never just simple beasts. They carried meaning, purpose, and a weight far heavier than their size or strength alone could explain. When a hero stood face to face with one of these terrifying creatures, it wasn't just a battle of physical might, it was a test of something deeper. Courage, wisdom, endurance, and sometimes, even the strength to overcome one's own fears. Take Heracles, the greatest of the Greek heroes. His life was filled with struggles, but none more daunting than the labors forced upon him. These weren't ordinary tasks, they were designed to break him. Each labor presented a different monster, each a living embodiment of challenges no mortal could ever hope to face alone. Yet Heracles faced them, not just because he had to, but because it was his way to redemption. The Nemean lion was the first. Its skin was said to be impenetrable, no weapon could pierce it. Heracles could have turned back when his arrows simply bounced off the beast's hide. But instead, he threw down his bow, discarded his club, and tackled the lion with his bare hands. His struggle was raw, brutal, as he wrestled the massive beast to the ground. It wasn't just strength that saved him that day, it was his refusal to be overwhelmed by the impossible. Then came the Hydra, lurking in the swamps of Lerna. This wasn't a beast that could be defeated through simple force. Each time Heracles cut off one of its many heads, two more grew back in its place. As the heads multiplied, so did his frustration. It was as if the monster was mocking him, a symbol of all the problems in life that just keep getting worse, no matter how hard you try to fix them. But Heracles didn't give up. With the help of his nephew, Iolaus, he figured out a way to stop the heads from regrowing, burning the stumps as soon as they were severed. It wasn't just the Hydra's heads he had to defeat, it was the creeping despair that every head brought, the fear that some problems might never go away. Monsters in Greek mythology often tested more than just a hero's physical strength. They tested their wit, their patience, and their will to keep going when the odds were overwhelming. When Theseus faced the Minotaur, it wasn't just a battle against a half-man, half-bull creature, it was a confrontation with his own courage in the darkness of the labyrinth. The twisting corridors, the disorienting turns, the feeling of being utterly lost, these were all part of the test. The Minotaur itself, lurking somewhere within the maze, was almost secondary to the feeling of dread Theseus had to fight through to even reach the creature. But not all monsters were put in the hero's paths as tests. Some were sent as punishment, divine retribution for mortal arrogance or disobedience. When King Laomedon of Troy angered Poseidon, the god sent a sea monster to devastate the kingdom. The monster wasn't just a random act of violence, it was the god's way of teaching Laomedon, and all who witnessed it, that no mortal was beyond the reach of divine wrath. This wasn't a creature to be slain by any ordinary hero. The message was clear: challenge the gods, and their revenge would be more monstrous than anything you could imagine. Perseus knew this well. When he was sent to kill Medusa, it wasn't a task that any mortal could survive. Medusa wasn't just dangerous because of her appearance, her very gaze could turn men to stone. She was a living punishment, once a beautiful maiden who had been cursed by Athena for reasons that seemed unjust. To face her was to face the wrath of a god. But Perseus didn't flinch. Using his wits, a mirrored shield to avoid her deadly gaze, and the gifts of the gods, he did what seemed impossible. He beheaded her, not out of cruelty, but because the gods demanded it. Her head, later used to turn enemies into stone, was a reminder that monsters, once unleashed, could never be fully tamed. Some monsters, though, were not punishments or tests. They simply existed, forces of nature that had to be dealt with. Scylla and Charybdis were two such creatures, guarding opposite sides of a narrow strait. Sailors who passed through were forced to choose between being devoured by Scylla's 6 monstrous heads or sucked into Charybdis's deadly whirlpool. There was no reasoning with these creatures; they represented the unpredictable dangers of the natural world. Odysseus, on his long journey home, faced them not with hope of victory, but with the knowledge that some losses were inevitable. He steered his ship toward Scylla, knowing that some of his men would die, but it was the only way to avoid losing everyone. It was a bitter choice, one no hero should have to make, but sometimes, that's what monsters represented: impossible choices, where there is no true victory. Other times, monsters were born out of pure jealousy or anger from the gods. When Hera, consumed with hatred for Heracles, sought to destroy him, she didn't strike him directly. Instead, she sent the many-headed Hydra, hoping it would wear him down. It wasn't enough to kill Heracles; Hera wanted to see him suffer, to break his spirit before his body. The monsters she sent weren't just physical threats, they were embodiments of her spite, her desire to see him crushed under the weight of her endless vengeance. Monsters, in these myths, also stood as symbols of nature's untamable forces. The Greeks saw their world filled with unpredictable dangers, earthquakes, storms, wild animals, and they gave these forces faces, turning them into creatures that could be fought, feared, or even respected. When Zeus battled Typhon, the father of all monsters, it wasn't just a fight for dominance, it was a struggle to bring order to a world that threatened to fall into chaos at any moment. Typhon's defeat didn't end the threat of disorder, but it kept it at bay, just as the gods themselves tried to maintain a fragile balance over the forces of nature. Even in defeat, monsters often left their mark. The blood of the Hydra, so poisonous that even a drop could kill, was used by Heracles to tip his arrows. Medusa's head, even after death, still held the power to turn men into stone. The monsters may have been slain, but their legacy endured, their presence always lingering in the background, reminding both gods and mortals that the line between chaos and order was thin. In these stories, monsters weren't just creatures to be fought and killed, they were challenges, punishments, and natural forces that shaped the world and the people who lived in it. To face a monster was to face something greater than oneself, something that tested every fiber of a hero's being. Whether they were sent as trials, born from divine wrath, or simply existed as part of the natural order, monsters were a constant reminder that the world was wild, untamable, and filled with dangers that no one, not even the gods, could fully control. Before the gods walked the earth and before men carved out their kingdoms, there were the ancient beings, forces older than time, older than memory itself. They were not bound by human morals, nor were they confined to simple forms. These were the primordial beings, the parents of all that existed, and from their union came not just the earth and the sky, but the creatures that would haunt the world for eternity. Gaia, the earth herself, was one of the first. Her vast body was the land, her breath the wind that stirred the seas. She wasn't just the mother of life, she was life itself. But even Gaia, in her nurturing nature, gave birth to monsters. Not out of cruelty, but because the world needed balance, light and dark, beauty and terror, creation and destruction. From Gaia's depths came beings so fierce and wild that even the gods feared to look upon them. Uranus, the sky, was her partner. Together, They filled the world with their children, some glorious, others terrifying. But Uranus grew fearful of his own offspring. He looked upon the monstrous forms of his children and shuddered, recoiling from the sight of them. The Cyclopes, with their single glaring eye, and the Centimanes, with their 100 arms and 50 heads, these were not creatures the sky wished to acknowledge. So, in his terror and disgust, Uranus banished them, forcing them deep into the bowels of the earth, and to Gaia herself. It was a cruel betrayal, one that filled Gaia with a deep, burning rage. Her own children, hidden away, imprisoned simply for being what they were. And from that anger came the first act of rebellion. Gaia turned to her son, Cronus, one of the Titans, and urged him to strike down his father. When Cronus, wielding a sickle forged from the earth, castrated Uranus, the sky bled. From the blood of the wounded sky, monsters were born. As the drops of Uranus's blood fell upon Gaia, they soaked into her skin, and from this mingling of pain and earth, the Erinyes, better known as the Furies, sprang forth. They were creatures of vengeance, their eyes burning with the fire of injustice. They hunted down those who spilled family blood, relentless in their pursuit. The Erinyes were not monstrous in form, but in purpose. They reminded mortals and gods alike that blood crimes were never forgiven, never forgotten. Their howls echoed across the earth, filling the hearts of men with dread as they hunted the guilty without mercy. But Gaia's greatest children, born from both her union with Uranus and the depths of her anger, were the giants. Towering over men, with the strength of mountains, they were not mere brutes but forces of nature, embodying the raw, untamed power of the earth itself. The giants were born for one purpose, to challenge the gods. Gaia, in her grief and rage, wanted to see her children free, and she knew the only way to break the gods' hold on the world was through war. The giants rose from the ground, their massive bodies shaking the earth with every step. And when they moved, the gods trembled. Nyx, the night, was another of these primordial beings, and from her shadowed womb came creatures darker than any nightmare. She was the embodiment of the night, her presence felt in every shadow, every dark corner where the light of day dared not go. Nyx's children were beings of fear and death. From her came Thanatos, the personification of death, and Hypnos, the god of sleep. But her monstrous offspring, the ones who sent chills down the spines of gods and mortals alike, were the Keres. Winged spirits of doom, the Keres were drawn to the battlefield like vultures, feeding on the blood of the dead. Their eyes gleamed with malice as they sought out those whose time had come, tearing the souls from the dying with cruel delight. Tartarus, the darkest pit of the underworld, was both a place and a being. He was the prison where the Titans were banished after their defeat, but he was also the father of some of the most terrifying creatures ever to walk the earth. With Gaia, Tartarus fathered Typhon, the greatest and most terrible of all monsters. Typhon was not just a creature, he was a storm, a living tempest of destruction. His form was unlike any other, hundreds of heads, each spitting fire, and his body twisted with serpents. When he rose, the earth itself seemed to cower. The gods fled in fear, hiding in Egypt, disguising themselves as animals to escape his wrath. Only Zeus had the courage to face him, and even then, the battle shook the very foundations of the world. Typhon's mate was Echidna, half woman, half serpent, and together, they became the parents of monsters. Echidna dwelled in a cave, far from the light of day, nurturing her brood of horrors. From her came the Chimera, a beast with the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and the tail of a serpent. The Sphinx, with her riddles and her merciless claws, also sprang from Echidna's womb. The Nemean lion, whose hide no weapon could pierce, and Cerberus, the three-headed hound that guarded the gates of the underworld, were all her children. These creatures were not just monsters, they were challenges sent to test the gods and heroes, to keep the world in a constant state of tension between order and chaos. Each of these creatures, born from the primordial beings, carried within them the essence of their parents. The chaos of the earth, the darkness of the night, the fury of the sky, they all lived on in their monstrous children. But these monsters were not evil by nature. They were simply part of the world, a necessary balance to the gods' order. Where there was light, there had to be darkness. Where there was peace, there had to be conflict. And where there were gods, there had to be monsters. The heroes of Greek myth did not just battle these creatures for glory. They fought to keep the world from falling into chaos, to protect the fragile balance between the forces of creation and destruction. Yet, even the gods knew that the monsters could never truly be destroyed. They could be defeated, yes, but they would always return, born again from the blood of the earth, from the shadows of the night, from the depths of the underworld. Gaia, Uranus, Nyx, Tartarus, these were not just the parents of gods and men. They were the source of everything wild and untamable in the world. Their monstrous children were a reminder that the world was never fully in control, that beneath the surface of order and civilization, there was always something waiting. Something ancient, something powerful, something monstrous. Before the gods of Olympus ruled the heavens and the earth, there were the Titans, immense, ancient beings born of Gaia and Uranus. They were forces of raw, untamed power, towering over the world they shaped. But with their power came chaos, a chaos that the Olympian gods would one day challenge, igniting a war that would tear the sky apart and shake the foundations of the earth. The Titans had ruled unchallenged for ages, but as they looked out across the world, they could feel something stirring, a whisper of rebellion, carried on the winds. Cronus, the most powerful of the Titans, had seized power by betraying his own father, Uranus. His rise had been swift and brutal, and now he ruled with the same iron will. But there was a prophecy that haunted him, one that foretold his downfall at the hands of one of his own children. Cronus could not escape it. Every time his wife, Rhea, bore a child, Cronus swallowed the infant whole, hoping to cheat fate. But fate cannot be cheated. Rhea, heartbroken at the sight of her children being devoured, hid her youngest son, Zeus, on a distant island. She handed Cronus a stone wrapped in swaddling clothes, and he swallowed it without a second glance. Zeus grew up far from his father's gaze, raised in secret until he was ready to challenge the Titans. And when the day finally came, the heavens roared with thunder as Zeus declared war. The war between the Titans and the Olympians was like nothing the world had ever seen. The Titans, massive and ancient, fought with the power of the earth itself. Their bodies were like mountains, their strength immeasurable. The Olympians, younger and more agile, fought with cunning and ferocity, using their wits to outmaneuver the lumbering giants. For 10 years, the battle raged. The skies darkened with the smoke of burning forests, and the earth trembled beneath the weight of their war. Titans and gods clashed with a fury that seemed to have no end. But even in their power, the Titans had made one fatal mistake. They had underestimated the younger gods. Zeus, with his lightning bolts that could split the sky in two, was not a force to be easily dismissed. And he was not alone. Beside him stood his brothers, Poseidon with his trident that shook the seas, and Hades, whose dominion over the underworld gave him control over death itself. Together, they were an unstoppable force, relentless in their assault against the Titans. In their desperation, the Titans unleashed their most fearsome weapons, the first monsters. These were not just beasts, they were creations of sheer terror, born to tip the balance of war in the Titans' favor. From the depths of the earth, Cronus called forth creatures that made even the gods tremble. Among them were the centimines, beings with 100 hands and 50 heads, whose every step shook the ground. Their sheer size and strength made them nearly invincible, their many arms hurling boulders that could crush entire mountains. These were the Titans' most terrifying creations, the product of a world ruled by ancient forces. The Cyclopes, too, were released. These one-eyed giants were master craftsmen, their hands capable of forging the most powerful weapons. It was they who had forged Zeus's thunderbolts, but now they were turned against the Olympians. Their single, glaring eye could see through the thickest smoke of battle, and their strength was unmatched. But it wasn't enough to turn the tide. Zeus, with the help of his siblings, freed the very monsters that Cronus had once imprisoned, the centimines and the Cyclopes, and turned them against the Titans. These creatures, once thought to be the Titans' greatest allies, now fought on the side of the Olympians. The Cyclopes forged weapons of incredible power for the gods, Zeus's lightning, Poseidon's trident, and Hades' helm of invisibility. Armed with these divine tools, the Olympians began to push the Titans back. The war reached its climax on the fields of Thessaly, where the Titans made their final stand. The earth itself groaned beneath the weight of the battle as the Titans, wounded and desperate, fought with all their might. But it was no use. The Olympians, strengthened by their monstrous allies and their newfound power, were too strong. One by one, the Titans fell, their bodies crashing to the earth like fallen mountains. The sky turned red with the dust of their defeat, and the ground shook as the last of their kind was cast down. Cronus, the leader of the Titans, was captured by Zeus and imprisoned in Tartarus, the deepest pit of the underworld. The other Titans who had fought against the Olympians were also cast into Tartarus, bound in chains forged by the Cyclopes. Their rule was over, and the age of the Olympians had begun. But even in their defeat, the legacy of the Titans lived on. From their blood and their bones, new monsters were born, creatures that would terrorize the world for generations to come. Typhon, the most fearsome of them all, was said to be the offspring of Gaia, the earth herself, and Tartarus, the dark pit where the Titans were imprisoned. Typhon was a creature of unimaginable power, a storm-given form, with 100 dragon heads and eyes that blazed with fire. When he rose from the earth, even the gods feared for their lives. Echidna, the mother of monsters, was another product of the Titans' defeat. Half woman, half serpent, she gave birth to the creatures that would haunt the heroes of Greek mythology for centuries. Her children included the Nemean lion, whose hide was impenetrable, and the Chimera, a creature with the body of a lion, the head of a goat, and a serpent for a tail. Cerberus, the three-headed hound that guarded the gates of the underworld, and the Lernaean Hydra, a serpent with many heads that could regenerate, were also born of Echidna's monstrous womb. These creatures were not just remnants of a forgotten age, they were a reminder that the power of the Titans still lingered, even after their fall. The Olympians might have won the war, but they could never fully erase the monsters that the Titans had unleashed upon the world. These beings, born of ancient forces and driven by pure instinct, were more than just challenges for the gods and heroes. They were symbols of the chaos and destruction that always lurked just beneath the surface of the world. The Titans, though defeated, had left their mark. Their monstrous offspring continued to rise, generation after generation, reminding both gods and mortals alike that no victory was ever final. The world could never be fully tamed, not while the blood of the Titans ran through the veins of creatures so fearsome, so wild, that even the gods themselves sometimes trembled in their presence. The earth trembled, and the sky turned dark with fury. From the depths of the earth rose a force so terrifying, so unstoppable, that even the gods in their golden palaces felt a chill grip their hearts. His name was Typhon, and he was not just a creature, he was a living storm, a nightmare brought to life, the father of all monsters. He towered over mountains, his form so vast and twisted that words could barely capture the horror of him. When Typhon rose, it was as if the very fabric of the world had torn open, unleashing something ancient and terrible. Gaia, the earth, still seethed with rage. Her children, the Titans, had been cast into Tartarus by the Olympian gods, and the world had fallen under the rule of Zeus. Gaia's heart burned with the need for vengeance, and in her sorrow and fury, she called upon Tartarus, the deepest pit of the underworld. Together, they birthed Typhon, a creature so monstrous that even the Titans paled in comparison. Typhon's body was a grotesque mixture of beasts. From the waist up, his form was human, if a human could ever be so colossal. His shoulders were wide as mountains, his muscles rippling like rivers of stone. But that is where any resemblance to humanity ended. From his waist down, his body was a writhing mass of serpents, each one hissing and spitting venom. His hands were not hands at all but 1,000 coiled vipers, ready to strike. His head, if it could be called a head, was a nightmare of 100 dragon heads, each with fiery eyes that burned with hatred for the gods. When Typhon breathed, the air itself caught fire. His voice was a cacophony of roars, shrieks, and howls that could drive men mad with fear. His wings, vast and bat-like, stretched out to blot out the sun, casting the world below into an eerie, flickering darkness. Lightning crackled around him, and when he moved, the earth itself shook as if in terror. Zeus had faced many enemies, but none like Typhon. The Olympian king had always been confident in his power, wielding his lightning bolts with the authority of a god who had never been truly challenged. But as Typhon approached, even Zeus felt the weight of doubt pressing on him. This was not a mere beast or titan. This was destruction incarnate. The battle between Typhon and Zeus was unlike anything the world had ever seen. The sky darkened, and storms raged as the two forces clashed. Zeus hurled his thunderbolts with all his might, each strike shaking the heavens. But Typhon was no ordinary foe. The lightning seemed to glance off his monstrous form, barely slowing him. He retaliated with a fury that was like the earth itself fighting back. He hurled boulders larger than mountains at Zeus, and where they landed, the ground cracked open as if the world were being torn apart. Typhon's fire-breathing heads unleashed torrents of flame, scorching the skies and sending waves of heat across the land. Forests burned, rivers boiled, and the earth cracked beneath the weight of the battle. Zeus, though mighty, was overwhelmed. Typhon's serpentine lower body wrapped around the Olympian god, and his dragon head snapped and snarled, seeking to tear him apart. It was said that in this moment, Zeus fell. The king of the gods, brought low by a creature born from the earth's hatred. Typhon tore Zeus's sinews from his body, leaving the once mighty god crippled. Zeus was imprisoned, hidden away in a cave, while Typhon prepared to unleash his wrath upon Olympus. The gods, seeing their leader defeated, fled in terror. They disguised themselves as animals, hiding in the farthest corners of the earth to escape the monster's rage. It seemed as though Typhon had won, that the age of the Olympians had come to an end. But Zeus was not finished. With the help of Hermes, the trickster god, Zeus escaped his imprisonment. His sinews were restored, and with a renewed sense of purpose, he returned to face Typhon once more. This time, Zeus did not hold back. He unleashed the full power of his thunderbolts, each one charged with the fury of a god who had tasted defeat and refused to accept it. The final battle was cataclysmic. The skies opened, and rain poured down in torrents as Zeus's lightning bolts struck Typhon with the force of 1,000 storms. The earth shook so violently that mountains crumbled and seas churned. Typhon roared in defiance, his many heads spewing fire and venom, but Zeus's assault was relentless. The gods, emboldened by Zeus's return, joined the fight, hurling their own divine weapons at the monstrous foe. Finally, with one last, mighty strike, Zeus brought Typhon down. The monster fell, his massive body crashing into the earth with a force that sent shockwaves across the world. But even in defeat, Typhon's legacy was far from over. Buried beneath Mount Etna, his fiery breath still caused the volcano to erupt, a constant reminder that the father of all monsters was never truly gone. Typhon's children lived on as well. They were not ordinary creatures, but monsters in their own right, each one a reflection of their father's terrifying power. The Chimera, with the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and the tail of a serpent, was one of Typhon's offspring. Her breath was fire, and her hunger for destruction was insatiable. The Sphinx, with her riddles and her claws, also traced her lineage back to Typhon. She was a creature of cunning, her eyes gleaming with a cruel intelligence. Cerberus, the three-headed hound who guarded the gates of the underworld, was another of Typhon's children. He stood watch over the dead, ensuring that no soul could escape the underworld, his many jaws ready to devour any who dared to try. And then there was the Hydra, a serpent with many heads, each one growing back twice as strong when cut off. The Hydra's venom was so potent that even a single drop could kill a man. It was said that only the bravest heroes dared to face Typhon's monstrous brood, and even then, many did not return. Typhon's war with Zeus was not just a battle between gods and monsters. It was a clash of forces beyond human understanding, a struggle between the raw, chaotic power of the earth and the divine order imposed by the gods. Though Zeus ultimately emerged victorious, the memory of Typhon's fury remained, a constant reminder that beneath the world of men and gods, there lurked forces that could never be fully controlled. The monsters born of Typhon's blood continued to haunt the world, each one a testament to the power and terror of their father. They roamed the earth, challenging heroes, terrorizing cities, and reminding the gods that even in their victory, the monsters were never truly defeated. Typhon, the father of all monsters, may have been buried, but his children ensured that his legacy lived on forever. In the shadowed corners of the ancient world, there lived a being who was neither fully woman nor beast, but something caught between the two. Her name was Echidna, a creature both feared and revered, known as the mother of monsters. To look upon her was to see the unimaginable, a body that was half beautiful, half horrifying. From the waist up, she appeared as a woman, her skin smooth and pale, her eyes gleaming with a terrible wisdom. But below the waist, her form twisted into the coils of a massive serpent, scales gleaming darkly as they slithered and hissed across the ground. Echidna's presence filled the air with a sense of dread, as though the world itself held its breath when she appeared. She was not just a creature born of the earth's darkest forces, but the source from which so many of the most feared and terrible monsters would come. It was from her womb that nightmares took shape, and from her bloodline that chaos spread across the ancient world. Echidna did not roam the lands like other beasts. She dwelled in the desolate, hidden places, deep caverns and forgotten mountain passes, where few dared to tread. But it was not her movements that spread terror, it was her offspring. One by one, she birthed the creatures that would haunt the dreams of mortals and challenge the very gods themselves. The first to crawl from her monstrous embrace was the Chimera, a creature of grotesque beauty and terror combined. Its body was that of a lion, fierce and golden, but from its back rose the head of a goat, and its tail ended in a serpent, writhing with venom. Fire streamed from the Chimera's mouth, setting forests ablaze and scorching the earth beneath its feet. No one could stand against its fury. Even heroes who faced it trembled before its flame, knowing they stood against something unnatural, something born not of the gods, but of the very heart of chaos itself. Then came Cerberus, the three-headed hound who guarded the gates of the underworld. His snarls echoed in the dark halls of Hades, his eyes burning like coals, each of his heads snapping with savage hunger. No soul could pass him, no spirit could escape the underworld's grasp without first confronting this monstrous child of Echidna. He stood as a living reminder that death was inescapable and final, his presence a looming shadow over all who dared to defy the gods' order. But Echidna's brood was not finished. From her loins came the Hydra, a serpent so terrible that it was said to possess countless heads, each one more fearsome than the last. Whenever a brave soul dared to strike at the Hydra, its heads would only multiply, growing back twofold. Its venom was so potent that a single drop could kill a man, and its breath was thick with poison, choking the very air. No hero faced the Hydra without knowing they might be consumed by the very earth itself, swallowed in its coils and left to rot. Yet Echidna did not stop with these horrors. From her came the Nemean lion, a beast whose golden hide could not be pierced by sword or arrow. It prowled the hills of Nemea, striking terror into the hearts of all who heard its mighty roar. The lion's strength was unmatched, and its hunger knew no bounds. Warriors who sought to kill the beast would return battered and broken, their weapons shattered as if they were mere toys. Only the mightiest of heroes, like Heracles, could hope to stand against such a creature. And then there was Orthrus, the two-headed dog who guarded the cattle of Geryon. Smaller than Cerberus, but no less dangerous, Orthrus was a beast of rage and loyalty, snapping at any who approached. Each head was as deadly as the other, and those who dared to steal from Geryon's herd found themselves quickly facing the wrath of this terrifying guardian. Echidna, though rarely seen, was everywhere in the form of her children. Her monstrous offspring were not just beasts, they were tests, challenges that only the bravest or most foolish would attempt to overcome. Each one carried within it the fierce, untamed spirit of its mother, and each one brought chaos to the orderly world the Olympian gods had tried to build. Echidna herself remained in the shadows, watching as her children spread terror across the land. She was their mother, their creator, and their guide. Her serpentine coils slithered through the earth like a dark river, unseen but always present. It was said that those who dared venture too close to her lair never returned. She was a being who could not be tamed, whose very existence defied the order the gods had tried to impose upon the world. The gods themselves feared Echidna, for they knew that she could not be destroyed. She was too ancient, too tied to the very fabric of the world. Even Zeus, with all his power, did not dare to challenge her directly. Instead, he allowed her to live, knowing that to confront her would be to risk unleashing even greater horrors upon the earth. But Echidna was not simply the mother of monsters. She was a symbol of the untamed forces that lurked in every dark corner of the world, forces that even the gods could not fully control. Her children were reminders that chaos was never far away, that no matter how much the gods tried to shape the world to their liking, there would always be creatures like the Chimera, the Hydra, and Cerberus to tear it apart. And so, Echidna lived on, her name whispered and feared by mortals and gods alike. Her children roamed the world, challenging heroes, terrorizing cities, and leaving destruction in their wake. She was not just the mother of monsters, she was the mother of all that was wild and uncontrollable, a force that could never be silenced or subdued. As the centuries passed, tales of her offspring became legend. The Chimera's fire, the Hydra's poison, and Cerberus's snarls echoed through the stories of heroes and battles. But behind every monster was the shadow of their mother, Echidna, the one who had given them life. She remained in the forgotten places, waiting, always watching as the world quivered beneath the weight of her children's terror. The ground trembled violently as the sky darkened, and an ominous roar echoed through the mountains. From deep within the earth, a terrifying force began to rise, a race of beings so enormous, so filled with rage, that the gods themselves feared what was coming. These were the Gigantes, giants born of the earth, their anger as vast as their towering forms. They were not mindless brutes but warriors, fueled by a deep hatred for the Olympians who ruled the heavens. And their fury was about to explode into a war so destructive, it would shake the very foundations of the cosmos. It began with a single defiance. The Gigantes, children of Gaia, had grown resentful of the gods' dominance over the world. The Olympians, led by Zeus, had cast down the Titans, imprisoning them in Tartarus, leaving the giants as the last great force tied to the ancient power of the earth. And Gaia, the primordial mother, still smarting from the defeat of her Titan children, whispered to the Gigantes in their sleep, filling their hearts with vengeance. She promised them that the time had come to strike, to reclaim the power stolen by the Olympians, and to bring down the gods who dared to cage their kin. The giants began to rise, emerging from the deepest caves and the darkest forests. Their feet crushed the earth beneath them, and their colossal bodies seemed to blot out the sky. Each giant was a force of nature, with strength beyond imagining, and a single blow from their massive hands could topple cities. But they were not just physical beings, they were creatures born of the earth itself, their bodies infused with the raw power of the land. Rocks and trees clung to their skin, as though nature itself was protecting them in their war against the heavens. At the heart of this rebellion stood two of the most fearsome giants, Enceladus and Alcyoneus. Enceladus, with his fiery breath and thunderous steps, was the embodiment of destruction. His eyes blazed with hatred for the gods, and every movement he made caused the earth to quake. His goal was clear, to crush Athena, the goddess of wisdom and warfare, who he saw as the symbol of everything the giants despised about the Olympians. He would not rest until he had torn her from her throne, her divine blood staining his hands. Alcyoneus, on the other hand, was even more dangerous. Immortal so long as he fought on his homeland, he was a giant whose strength knew no bounds. His hair whipped in the wind like the waves of the sea, and wherever he stepped, the ground beneath him turned black with death. Alcyoneus's very presence seemed to drain life from the land, as if his hatred for the gods was so immense that the earth itself recoiled from it. His eyes, cold and calculating, were always fixed on one goal, the destruction of Zeus himself. The gods watched from Mount Olympus as the giants gathered below. The Gigantes, their massive weapons raised to the sky, shouted curses at the heavens, their roars of rage rattling the very air. Zeus, who had defeated the Titans with lightning and thunder, now faced a war unlike any other. He knew this would not be a battle of mere power but of survival. The giants could not be easily killed by gods alone, they had been born from Gaia's blood, and as long as they stood on the earth, their strength was unmatched. The Olympians, who had once thought themselves invincible, now understood the depth of the challenge before them. Zeus summoned his allies, calling upon the greatest heroes of the mortal world to fight alongside them. It was Heracles, the demigod son of Zeus, who would be instrumental in turning the tide. Without mortal aid, the gods could not hope to win, for only a mortal hand could slay the giants once they had been wounded. And so, the battle began, the Gigantomachy, the war between gods and giants. The earth shook as the two forces collided, the sky lit up with the clash of divine power and primordial rage. Zeus, with his thunderbolts, struck at the giants from above, but even his mighty bolts of lightning seemed to barely slow them. The giants hurled entire mountains in return, their roars drowning out the cries of the gods. Athena, wise and fierce, faced Enceladus in combat. The ground beneath them cracked as they fought, Athena's spear gleaming in the darkened sky. Enceladus, his eyes burning with hatred, swung his massive club, but Athena was swift, her movements calculated and precise. With each strike, she chipped away at his strength, but it was Heracles, with his mortal hand, who delivered the final blow. Enceladus fell, his body crashing into the earth with a force that shook the entire world. But even in death, his name would be remembered as one of the greatest foes Athena had ever faced. On the other side of the battlefield, Zeus faced Alcyoneus. The giant, towering over even the mightiest of the gods, stood firm on his homeland, his body invulnerable to any attack. Zeus unleashed all his power, hurling bolt after bolt of lightning, but Alcyoneus remained unscathed. His laughter boomed across the battlefield, a chilling reminder that as long as he fought on his native soil, he could not be defeated. But Heracles, with his quick wit, knew what had to be done. With a strength that could only come from the blood of a god, he grabbed Alcyoneus and dragged him from his homeland, away from the source of his immortality. The moment the giant touched foreign soil, his strength began to fade. Zeus, seizing the moment, unleashed a final, devastating strike of lightning, and Alcyoneus fell, his enormous form crashing to the ground like a fallen mountain. The battle raged on for what seemed like an eternity, the earth itself groaning beneath the weight of the conflict. But one by one, the giants fell, each of them brought down by a combination of divine power and mortal bravery. The war was brutal, and the cost was high, but in the end, the Olympians stood victorious. The giants, born of Gaia's wrath, were defeated, their bodies buried deep beneath the earth, their names becoming legends whispered in fear for generations to come. But the gods knew that their victory was not a final one. The giants were born of the earth, and as long as the earth existed, the potential for chaos and rebellion would always remain. The Gigantes may have been defeated, but their rage, their defiance, would live on in the hearts of those who sought to challenge the gods. In the stillness that followed the battle, Zeus stood on the battlefield, his heart heavy with the knowledge that the war had been a warning, a reminder that even gods could be challenged, that the power of the earth was greater than any divine force. And though the giants were buried beneath the ground, the cracks left by their uprising would never truly heal. The Gigantomachy had shaken the world to its core, leaving a scar that would never fade. In the beginning, when the world was raw and untamed, before the gods of Olympus reigned, there were beings who walked the earth with immense strength and fearsome power. Among them were the Cyclopes, giants with a single, glaring eye in the middle of their foreheads. Their gaze alone could send shivers down the spine of any mortal who dared look into that singular, all-seeing eye. But their true power lay in their hands, hands that shaped the very elements of the earth, molding them into weapons that would change the course of history. The Cyclopes were born from the union of primordial beings, Gaia, the earth, and Uranus, the sky. They were not monsters in the traditional sense, though their appearance would say otherwise. These one-eyed giants were artisans of the highest order, builders of wonders that would echo through time. They did not use their strength to destroy, but to create. And what they created was nothing short of legendary. Their most famous creations were forged in the deepest fires of the earth, where molten rock and searing heat could be found. It was in this fiery underworld that the Cyclopes fashioned the weapons of the gods themselves. They were the ones who crafted Zeus's thunderbolts, weapons of unimaginable power that could split the sky and shake the earth. With each strike, lightning would tear through the heavens, a reminder of the Cyclopes' unparalleled skill. They also forged Poseidon's trident, the three-pronged spear that could stir the oceans into a frenzy, and Hades' helm of darkness, which allowed him to move unseen through both the land of the living and the underworld. Each creation bore the mark of the Cyclopes, the raw, elemental strength of the earth combined with the precision of a master craftsman. But despite their gifts, the Cyclopes were not free. For long years, they languished in Tartarus, imprisoned by their father, Uranus, who feared their power. It was not until the rise of the Olympians, led by Zeus, that the Cyclopes were freed from their dark prison. In gratitude, they gave the gods their most powerful weapons, turning the tide of the war against the Titans. Their creations played a crucial role in securing the victory of the Olympians, ensuring their place as rulers of the cosmos. Yet, the Cyclopes were not only builders and blacksmiths. Some of them, like Polyphemus, would go on to play a more fearsome role in the myths of mortals. Polyphemus, the most famous of the Cyclopes, was no artisan. He was a shepherd, tending his flocks in the wild, rugged lands where mortals dared not go. His home was a cave, vast and shadowed, filled with the sounds of bleating sheep and the howling winds outside. He lived alone, isolated from the world, until one fateful day when a group of strangers wandered into his life. These strangers were none other than Odysseus and his men, weary from their long voyage home from the Trojan War. When they stumbled upon Polyphemus's cave, they were unaware of the danger that awaited them. The Cyclops, with his hulking frame and terrifying gaze, did not greet them as guests. Instead, he trapped them, sealing the cave with a massive boulder, and devoured two of the men, his hunger as immense as his body. His voice boomed through the cave as he mocked them, confident in his strength, believing that no one could challenge him. But Polyphemus, for all his power, was not invincible. Odysseus, clever and resourceful, hatched a plan. Under the guise of friendship, he offered Polyphemus wine, a gift that the Cyclops eagerly accepted. The wine flowed, and soon, Polyphemus was overcome by its potency, his single eye drooping as he slipped into a drunken sleep. It was then that Odysseus acted. With a sharp stake, heated in the fire, Odysseus and his men drove the point into Polyphemus's eye, blinding the giant in a moment of excruciating pain. Polyphemus's screams echoed through the cave, a sound so terrible it seemed to shake the very walls. He thrashed and roared, his hands reaching out to find his attackers, but his blindness left him helpless. Odysseus and his men clung to the undersides of the Cyclops' sheep as they made their escape, slipping past the now crippled giant. Polyphemus, unable to see them, could do nothing but listen as they fled, his fury and agony mingling into a terrible, heart-wrenching howl. But Polyphemus was not just a mindless brute. He was the son of Poseidon, god of the sea, and his pain did not go unanswered. Blinded and humiliated, Polyphemus called out to his father, begging for vengeance. And Poseidon, hearing the cries of his son, cursed Odysseus, ensuring that his journey home would be fraught with suffering and peril. Polyphemus's wound became a curse that would follow Odysseus for years, a reminder of the power and wrath of the Cyclopes. Yet, despite the terror Polyphemus inspired, he was not without a touch of humanity. Before Odysseus blinded him, he had spoken of a longing for companionship, even offering a twisted form of friendship to the man who would later betray him. There was a loneliness in Polyphemus, a deep, unspoken sorrow that echoed through his solitary life. He was a creature caught between worlds, too powerful to live among mortals, but too monstrous to dwell among the gods. The Cyclopes, in all their forms, were beings of immense power and complexity. They were creators and destroyers, builders and warriors. Some, like Polyphemus, would become symbols of raw, untamed strength and terror. Others, like those who forged the weapons of the gods, would be remembered for their skill and craftsmanship, shaping the very tools that would decide the fate of the world. But whether they were building the thunderbolts of Zeus or devouring the men of Odysseus, the Cyclopes left an indelible mark on the world of myth. Their one eye, ever watchful, remains a symbol of both the incredible potential and the devastating danger that comes with unchecked power. And in every storm, every flash of lightning, the work of the Cyclopes lives on, a reminder of the giants who once shaped the very bones of the earth itself. The ground shook as the air grew thick with tension, and deep beneath the earth, in a place few dared to imagine, three figures stirred. They were not ordinary beings. They were the Centimanes, the hundred-handed ones, creatures born with powers so terrifying that even the gods hesitated to speak their names. Each of them had 50 heads that could roar in unison and 100 arms that moved like a storm, capable of hurling mountains and leveling armies in seconds. These were beings of chaos, strength, and destruction, feared by all who knew of their existence. Briareus, Cottus, and Gaius were the names of these monstrous brothers, each one more fearsome than the last. From the moment of their birth, the earth itself seemed to reject their overwhelming power. Their father, Uranus, recoiled in horror at the sight of his sons, unable to comprehend the sheer force that pulsed through their veins. He feared them, not because they were evil, but because their strength was beyond control, beyond understanding. And so, in a desperate act, Uranus cast them down into Tartarus, the deepest, darkest pit of the underworld, hoping to keep them locked away from the world above. Tartarus was not just a prison, it was a place of torment, a realm where light could not reach, and where the screams of the damned echoed endlessly. The Centimanes, with their countless hands and terrible strength, became the guardians of this infernal prison, ensuring that nothing, no matter how powerful, could ever escape. They stood at the gates of Tartarus, watching over the imprisoned titans and other monsters that had dared defy the gods. Their 100 hands held the chains of the fallen, their 50 heads constantly vigilant, never resting, never wavering. But the story of the hundred-handed ones is not just one of imprisonment and darkness. These beings, so feared and shunned by their own father, would rise to become heroes in their own right. When the Titans waged war against the Olympian gods in a brutal conflict that threatened to tear the heavens apart, it was not the gods alone who secured the victory. Deep in Tartarus, Zeus remembered the terrible strength of the Centimanes. Desperate for an edge in the war, he sought them out, freeing them from their chains and bringing them to his side. At first, the brothers hesitated. They had been betrayed by their own family before, cast into the darkest pit of the underworld by the very gods they were now asked to aid. But Zeus, ever the strategist, promised them freedom, true freedom, if they would fight for him. He knew that the strength of the hundred-handed ones could turn the tide of the war, and without them, even the mighty Olympians might fall. And so, the Centimanes rose. The earth quaked beneath their feet as they emerged from Tartarus, their eyes blazing with fury and power. With their 100 arms, they lifted mountains and hurled them at the Titans. The sky darkened with the sheer force of their assault, as if the heavens themselves were being torn apart by their rage. No one, neither god nor Titan, could stand before them. The battlefield trembled with their presence, and with each strike, the Titans faltered, their once imposing strength crumbling in the face of the hundred-handed ones. Briareus, the most famous of the three, became known for his unmatched fury. His arms moved faster than the eye could follow, his roars shaking the very bones of the earth. In the thick of battle, it was said that he alone could hold back entire legions of Titans, his hands striking down enemies like waves crashing against the shore. Cottus and Gaius were no less fearsome, their combined strength enough to rip apart the very foundations of Olympus if they had so desired. With the Centimanes on their side, the Olympians gained the upper hand, and the war that had seemed hopeless turned in their favor. The Titans, once so certain of their victory, were driven back, their armies shattered by the relentless onslaught of the hundred-handed ones. And when the final blow was struck, it was the Centimanes who stood tall, their chains broken, their names now legends among gods and mortals alike. But despite their newfound freedom, the brothers chose not to ascend to the heights of Olympus. Instead, they returned to Tartarus, not as prisoners, but as its rulers. They took their place as the ultimate guardians of the underworld, ensuring that none who were cast into its depths could ever escape. They watched over the Titans they had once fought, their many eyes always alert, their hands always ready to strike. Tartarus, under their watch, became a place of unbreakable confinement, a prison from which there was no return. The Centimanes were not like other beings of myth. They were not driven by the same desires as gods or men. They did not seek glory or power for its own sake. Instead, they seemed to embody something far older, far more primal, the raw, uncontrollable force of the earth itself. They were not heroes or villains, but forces of nature, born from the chaotic energy that existed before the world was tamed. Their power was neither good nor evil, it simply was, and it existed on a scale that few could ever hope to understand. And yet, for all their might, there was something tragic about the hundred-handed ones. Cast out by their own father, feared by the very gods they helped to save, they found themselves forever bound to the darkness of Tartarus, their strength both a gift and a curse. They were guardians, yes, but they were also prisoners of their own power, unable to escape the role that fate had thrust upon them. In the end, the Centimanes remained where they had always been, at the gates of Tartarus, their 100 hands gripping the chains of the damned, their 50 heads ever watchful. They stood as silent sentinels, their immense power a reminder of the forces that lurked beneath the surface of the world. And though they were rarely seen, their presence was always felt, a lingering threat to those who dared defy the gods. The hundred-handed ones were more than just myth. They were the embodiment of the unimaginable strength that exists in the deepest, darkest corners of the world, waiting, watching, and ready to rise again when the time of chaos returns. The sun rose over the island of Rhodes, casting its light on something so immense that it seemed to defy the very laws of nature. Standing at the entrance to the harbor, towering over ships and people alike, was the Colossus of Rhodes, a statue so enormous that it left those who gazed upon it breathless. Made of bronze and iron, its body gleamed in the morning light, each ray reflecting off its metal surface, painting the sea with golden sparks. The figure, a representation of the sun god Helios, stood with one arm raised to the sky, as if welcoming the sun it embodied. It was said that the statue's feet stood apart, allowing ships to pass beneath its legs as they entered the harbor, though in truth, the statue stood on a solid base, its sheer size enough to awe all who saw it. For the people of Rhodes, the Colossus was more than just a monument. It was a symbol of their strength and resilience. Built to celebrate their victory over a long and brutal siege, the Colossus was their defiance made tangible. They had stood against forces far greater than themselves and had emerged victorious, and now, this towering giant would forever remind the world of their triumph. It wasn't just stone and metal, it was a guardian, a protector, watching over the island and its people. But the Colossus, as grand as it was, didn't stand alone in the world of myths and legends. Across ancient Greece, the idea of enormous constructs, giant figures made not of flesh but of metal and stone, was a recurring theme. They weren't just statues. They were beings, creations brought to life by the gods or by the hands of master craftsmen, imbued with power beyond understanding. One such construct was Talos, a giant bronze automaton that guarded the island of Crete. Unlike the Colossus of Rhodes, Talos was no mere symbol. He was a living sentinel, given the task of protecting the island from invaders. His bronze body shimmered in the sun, and when he walked, the ground trembled beneath his feet. Talos would patrol the shores of Crete, his eyes ever watchful for those who dared to approach the island with ill intentions. When an enemy ship appeared on the horizon, Talos would hurl massive stones at the intruders, sinking their vessels before they could even reach the shore. But it wasn't just brute strength that made Talos fearsome. Running through his veins was a magical ichor, a divine substance that gave him life. This ichor flowed through a single vein that stretched from his head to his foot, sealed with a bronze nail. As long as the ichor remained within him, Talos was unstoppable. But his life was fragile, dependent on that single thread of divine magic. It was this vulnerability that would one day lead to his downfall. When the Argonauts, led by Jason, arrived in Crete, Talos stood ready to defend his island. But Medea, the sorceress and companion of Jason, saw through the giant's invincibility. With her knowledge of magic, she found Talos' weakness and, using her spells, tricked him into removing the nail that sealed his vein. As the ichor spilled from his body, Talos, the mighty guardian of Crete, fell to the ground with a thunderous crash, his bronze form lifeless and cold. The island was left unprotected, and the legend of the giant automaton came to a tragic end. These colossal constructs, whether lifeless statues like the Colossus of Rhodes or living machines like Talos, represented more than just the mastery of craftsmanship. They were reflections of the gods themselves, embodiments of the divine power that shaped the world. Each one, in its own way, was a testament to the belief that the gods could create beings as massive and powerful as the forces of nature. In the city of Olympia, another colossal figure stood, this time not made of bronze, but of ivory and gold. The statue of Zeus, one of the seven wonders of the ancient world, sat in his grand temple, a figure so large that his head nearly touched the ceiling. Zeus was seated on a magnificent throne, holding a scepter in one hand and a statue of Nike, the goddess of victory, in the other. His robes were of the finest gold, and his expression was one of serene, godly authority. The statue wasn't just a representation of Zeus, it was believed to contain some part of the god's essence. To look upon it was to come face to face with the divine, and those who did were often left speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer grandeur of what they saw. The Greeks believed that these massive statues and constructs were not just works of art, they were bridges between the mortal and the divine. The gods themselves had a hand in their creation, guiding the craftsmen and giving life, in some cases, to these towering beings. They were more than just physical representations, they were the gods made visible, standing watch over the people and their lands. But with such grandeur came vulnerability. Just as Talos had fallen, so too did the Colossus of Rhodes meet its end. After standing for only 56 years, the mighty statue was brought down by a devastating earthquake. Its enormous frame crumbled, and its pieces fell into the harbor, where they would lie for centuries, a reminder of the impermanence of even the grandest creations. Though the people of Rhodes wanted to rebuild their beloved guardian, they were warned by an oracle that it would bring them misfortune. And so, the Colossus remained in ruins, its once proud figure scattered across the shore, its legacy living on only in memory and legend. The fall of these giants, both real and mythical, carried a lesson. No matter how grand, how powerful, or how invincible something might seem, time and fate have a way of humbling even the mightiest. But while they stood, they inspired awe, hope, and sometimes fear. They were symbols of the greatness humanity could achieve when guided by the hands of the gods, or by their own. As time passed, these enormous constructs became more than just tales of the past. They were woven into the very fabric of mythology, standing as eternal symbols of strength, protection, and the divine connection between gods and mortals. Whether it was the towering Colossus welcoming ships into the harbor, or the relentless Talos guarding the shores of Crete, these giants left an indelible mark on the world, a reminder that, for a time, the gods walked among men, and their creations stood as testaments to their might. In the shadows of the mountains, something monstrous stirred. It was a creature unlike any other, a beast so terrifying that even the bravest warriors hesitated to speak its name. It was the Chimera, a creature born of chaos, its very existence a nightmare brought to life. Its body was a twisted fusion of animals, each more deadly than the last. The front half of its body was that of a lion, powerful and majestic, but with eyes that burned with a wild, uncontrollable rage. Its hindquarters were that of a goat, but from the center of its back sprouted the head of a serpent, coiling and hissing with venomous fury. To make matters worse, the Chimera breathed fire, great torrents of flames that scorched the earth wherever it went. The Chimera wasn't born in the usual way. It was the child of two of the most fearsome creatures in all of Greek mythology, Typhon, the father of monsters, and Echidna, the mother of horrors. From such terrible parents, only a creature as fearsome as the Chimera could have emerged. It roamed the mountains of Lycia, leaving destruction in its wake. Crops withered, towns were abandoned, and anyone foolish enough to cross its path met a fiery, brutal end. The people lived in constant fear, praying to the gods for deliverance, for nothing could stand against the beast's fury. But hope arrived in the form of a young hero named Bellerophon. He was not born of the gods, nor was he a demigod like Hercules or Perseus. He was a man, flesh and blood, but one who had been given a divine task. Bellerophon had once been a favored prince, but after being falsely accused of a crime, he found himself exiled and alone. His life had become a series of trials, each one more difficult than the last. But through every test, he had grown stronger, and now his greatest challenge awaited him. The king of Lycia, desperate to rid his land of the Chimera's terror, saw in Bellerophon the last hope for his people. But he knew that no ordinary man could defeat such a beast. He had heard of the hero's skill, but against the Chimera, no blade, no spear, no ordinary weapon could prevail. Still, Bellerophon accepted the challenge. He could not turn his back on those in need, even if it meant facing certain death. There was one advantage Bellerophon possessed, something that might just tip the balance in his favor. He had been gifted a remarkable companion, a creature of legend, much like the Chimera itself. His companion was Pegasus, the winged horse, a gift from the gods. With Pegasus, Bellerophon could soar above the beast, avoiding its deadly flames and venomous fangs. Together, they were a team of man and myth, and perhaps they could accomplish what no one else had. As Bellerophon mounted Pegasus and took to the skies, the people of Lycia watched in awe. He soared above the mountains, the wind rushing past him as they climbed higher and higher. Below him, the Chimera stirred, sensing a new presence in its domain. It raised its lion's head, fire flickering at the edges of its mouth, and let out a roar that shook the mountains. The serpent's head lashed out, hissing in fury, while the goat's eyes glowed with a malevolent hunger. Bellerophon's heart raced as he descended towards the Chimera. He could feel the heat of its flames even from a distance, and the stench of sulfur filled the air. But he did not falter. Gripping his spear tightly, he circled above the creature, searching for a weakness. But the Chimera was relentless, its fiery breath scorching the rocks and setting the sky alight with embers. It lunged and roared, its three heads snapping and biting, but Pegasus was swift, always one step ahead. For hours, the battle raged on. Bellerophon knew he could not fight the Chimera head-on, its flames would incinerate him in an instant. But then he remembered something he had learned long ago. The Chimera, for all its ferocity, had a vulnerability. The flames it breathed were deadly, yes, but they came from within, and if he could find a way to strike at the source, he could extinguish its fire for good. With Pegasus diving low, Bellerophon made his move. He held his spear tightly, not aiming for the creature's heads, but for its throat, the place where the fire came from. Pegasus flew in closer, and Bellerophon thrust his spear with all his might. The spear struck true, piercing deep into the Chimera's throat, cutting through flesh and bone. For a moment, the creature reared back, roaring in agony. The fire sputtered and died, its flames reduced to smoke. But the battle wasn't over. The Chimera, even weakened, was still a formidable opponent. Its serpent's head lashed out, striking at Pegasus, trying to drag the winged horse from the sky. But Bellerophon was ready. With a swift stroke of his sword, he severed the serpent's head, sending it crashing to the ground. The goat's head, wild with fury, tried to charge, but it too fell beneath Bellerophon's blade. And finally, with a final roar that echoed through the mountains, the Chimera fell. Its massive body crashed to the ground, shaking the earth, and its terrible reign of terror was ended. Bellerophon, though bloodied and exhausted, stood victorious, Pegasus by his side. The people of Lycia rejoiced, their hero had saved them from the unspeakable horror that had plagued their land. But for Bellerophon, the victory was bittersweet. He had faced the Chimera, not just with his strength, but with his mind, using his knowledge to find the creature's weakness. And though the Chimera was no more, Bellerophon knew that monsters, both real and imagined, would always exist. He had won this battle, but the world was full of creatures born from chaos, and there would always be more to face. As the sun set over the mountains, casting long shadows over the land, Bellerophon and Pegasus flew into the horizon, their bond forged in the fires of battle. The Chimera, once a creature of terror, was now just a legend, a story to be told around the fires for generations to come. But for those who had seen it, who had felt the heat of its flames and heard its terrible roar, the Chimera would never be forgotten. A city gripped by fear, its streets eerily silent as dusk falls. No one dares venture out, for a monster watches from the hills above, one who is not just fearsome in strength, but terrifying in its cunning. It is the Sphinx, a creature with the body of a lion, wings of a great bird, and the face of a woman. perched on a rock, her gaze sweeps over the land, waiting for her next victim. But she doesn't attack with claws or fangs. No, her weapon is something far more dangerous, her mind. Every traveler who attempts to pass her is met with the same challenge. She asks a question, a riddle. To answer correctly is to be granted passage. To answer incorrectly is to face certain death. The bones of those who failed litter the ground below her. For so long, the Sphinx's riddle has remained unsolved, and Thebes suffers for it. Trade has come to a standstill, families mourn their lost ones, and the people whisper of a curse that will never be lifted. In this dark hour, a young prince named Oedipus approaches the city. He has heard the tales of the Sphinx and the horrors she has wrought. Oedipus has already endured his own trials, having left behind the home he knew to escape a fate he couldn't accept. Yet here, in the shadow of the Sphinx, he faces his most terrifying challenge. He has nothing but his wits, and he knows that in a battle of minds, a single mistake could mean his end. The Sphinx watches him approach, her cold eyes narrowing. Another fool, she thinks. Another victim to test and destroy. As Oedipus comes near, her voice, smooth and unsettling, breaks the silence. Answer me this, she says, her words lingering in the air like a curse. What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening? Oedipus pauses, the weight of her question hanging over him. He knows the tales of those who came before him, those who hesitated too long or gave the wrong answer and were torn apart. His heart pounds in his chest, but he forces himself to think clearly. The Sphinx's riddle is not about beasts or battles. It is about life, about time itself. And in that instant, the answer comes to him. Man, Oedipus says, his voice steady. As a child, he crawls on all 4s. As an adult, he walks on 2 legs. And in old age, he uses a cane, a 3rd leg. There is a tense silence. The Sphinx's expression changes, the triumph in her eyes flickering for the first time. No one has ever answered her riddle before. She opens her mouth to speak, but no sound comes. Oedipus' answer is correct. For the first time, the Sphinx has been defeated, not by strength, but by knowledge. With a final cry, she throws herself from her perch, her body crashing into the rocks below. The terror she had cast over the land dies with her, and Thebes is freed from her curse. But the story of the Sphinx is not just about riddles or a hero's cleverness. It is a reminder of the power of knowledge and the dangers of its misuse. The Sphinx embodies both wisdom and destruction. She represents the idea that intelligence, when twisted, can become as dangerous as any weapon. Her riddle, deceptively simple, is a test of understanding life stages, but more than that, it asks those who answer to confront their own mortality. The Sphinx does not kill because she is hungry for flesh, she kills because she demands a truth that most are not ready to face. Oedipus, by solving her riddle, does not just defeat a monster. He steps into a world where knowledge, for better or worse, rules. The victory over the Sphinx comes with a cost, for Oedipus' life, as he soon discovers, is a riddle of its own, one that he is doomed to solve in the most tragic of ways. The Sphinx's question was only the beginning. For the rest of his days, Oedipus will wrestle with the terrible knowledge of who he is, what he has done, and what fate has in store for him. The Sphinx's presence in the story of Oedipus is more than just a test of wits. She is a guardian of the unknown, standing between Oedipus and the truth of his life. The riddle she offers is symbolic of the greater mysteries that haunt him, the questions he will one day answer, only to wish that he had never asked them in the first place. And yet, the truth is unavoidable, just as Oedipus cannot avoid his destiny. The Sphinx's role as a figure of riddles and knowledge extends beyond her encounter with Oedipus. She serves as a symbol of the paradoxes that define human existence, the balance between life and death, wisdom and ignorance, power and vulnerability. Her riddles are not meant to be solved by brute force or blind determination, but by careful thought and reflection. Those who face her must look inward, confronting their own understanding of the world and themselves. For the people of Thebes, the defeat of the Sphinx brings immediate relief. Their city is free from her grasp, and they welcome Oedipus as a hero, a savior. But beneath the surface, the victory is bittersweet. The knowledge that the Sphinx demanded, an awareness of the fragility of life, lingers in the air, even after her death. The city may be safe, but the deeper riddles of fate and destiny remain unanswered. As Oedipus continues his journey, the shadow of the Sphinx follows him. Her riddle was not just a test of his intellect, it was a warning of what was to come. The knowledge he sought, the answers he fought to uncover, will ultimately lead him to a darker truth than he could have ever imagined. The Sphinx, in her way, was a messenger of that truth, and though she is gone, the impact of her words lingers. The story of the Sphinx and Oedipus is not just a tale of a hero overcoming a monster. It is a story of the struggle between ignorance and understanding, and the price one must pay for seeking the truth. The Sphinx may be silent now, her riddles answered, but the questions she represents, the mysteries of life, death, and fate, continue to haunt those who, like Oedipus, dare to seek the answers. In the heart of Crete, deep beneath the grand palace of King Minos, there was a labyrinth so vast, so complex, that once you entered, you would never find your way out. No light pierced its darkness, and the air inside was thick with dread. Within its twisting corridors lived a creature of nightmare, a beast that was neither fully man nor fully bull, but a terrifying blend of both. His name was the Minotaur, and his story begins not in the depths of the labyrinth, but in a terrible betrayal of the gods. The Minotaur was born from the wrath of Poseidon, the god of the sea. King Minos had once asked Poseidon to send him a great white bull as a sign of the god's favor, promising to sacrifice it in return. But when Minos saw the bull, its beauty and power so overwhelming, he could not bring himself to kill it. Instead, he kept it for himself, believing Poseidon's anger would never reach him. But gods do not forget broken promises. In punishment, Poseidon cursed Minos' wife, Pasiphae, with an unnatural desire for the bull. The result of this cursed union was the Minotaur, a creature born of divine rage, a beast trapped between the worlds of man and monster. The Minotaur's presence was a stain on King Minos' honor, a dark secret that could not be revealed to the world. To hide his shame, Minos ordered the construction of a labyrinth so intricate that even the cleverest mind could never escape it. Designed by the genius craftsman Daedalus, the labyrinth became the Minotaur's prison, a place where the beast could roam, where its terrifying hunger could be contained. But this prison was not empty for long. Every 9 years, as part of a tribute to Crete, 7 young men and 7 young women from Athens were sent into the labyrinth, never to return. The Minotaur fed on their fear, their helplessness, and eventually, their flesh. It was a punishment that seemed unending, a cycle of terror that left Athens in despair. Yet in the midst of this darkness, a glimmer of hope emerged. A young prince from Athens, Theseus, refused to accept the fate of his people. He volunteered to be one of the 14 tributes, determined to kill the Minotaur and end the nightmare once and for all. As Theseus set sail for Crete, his heart was filled with courage, but also with uncertainty. He had never faced a creature like the Minotaur, nor entered a place as treacherous as the labyrinth. But deep within him burned a fierce determination, a fire that no darkness could extinguish. When Theseus arrived in Crete, fate intervened in the form of Ariadne, the daughter of King Minos. She had heard of Theseus' bravery, and though she was bound by loyalty to her father, her heart yearned for a different future. In secret, she approached Theseus and gave him a gift that would change everything, a simple ball of thread. "Tie this to the entrance of the labyrinth," she told him, "and as you move forward, let it unravel. This will be your guide back." It was a slender hope, but Theseus held onto it with all his strength. With the thread in one hand and his sword in the other, he entered the labyrinth, knowing that death could be waiting for him around any corner. Inside, the air was thick and stifling. Each step echoed in the silence, and the walls seemed to close in on him, narrowing with every twist and turn. Theseus knew the Minotaur was somewhere in the darkness, waiting, watching, a predator in its own kingdom. The deeper he ventured, the more oppressive the labyrinth became, a living, breathing entity designed to confuse and trap anyone foolish enough to enter. And then, in the stillness, Theseus heard it, the deep, heavy breathing of the Minotaur. His heart pounded in his chest as he turned a corner and came face to face with the creature. The Minotaur stood before him, its massive form towering over the prince, its eyes burning with primal rage. Its horns gleamed in the dim light, and its breath came in ragged, thunderous bursts. Theseus had never seen anything so monstrous, so utterly terrifying. The beast charged, and in that moment, time seemed to slow. Theseus dodged the first blow, his body moving on instinct, his mind racing. The Minotaur's strength was unimaginable, each of its strikes powerful enough to shatter stone. But Theseus was quick, agile, and he knew that if he was to survive, he would need to outthink the creature, not outmatch it. With every swing of his sword, he danced just beyond the Minotaur's reach, testing its movements, learning its weaknesses. Finally, in a moment of pure desperation, the Minotaur lunged at him, its horns aiming for Theseus' heart. But Theseus was ready. He sidestepped the attack and drove his sword deep into the Minotaur's side. The beast let out a deafening roar, its body convulsing as it fell to the ground. Theseus stood over it, his breath ragged, his body trembling with the weight of what he had just done. The Minotaur's reign of terror was over. But the labyrinth was still very much alive, and Theseus knew he could easily be lost within its endless corridors. Clutching the thread Ariadne had given him, he followed it back, step by step, until the light of the entrance finally appeared in the distance. When he emerged, the people of Crete stared in disbelief. The beast that had haunted their land for so long was no more, and Theseus stood victorious. But victory came at a cost. In the aftermath, Theseus would face betrayal, heartbreak, and loss, his return to Athens marked not by celebration, but by tragedy. Yet the legend of Theseus and the Minotaur would live on, a story not only of bravery and sacrifice, but of a young man who dared to face the darkness and emerged victorious. The Minotaur was a creature born from the flaws of men and gods, trapped in a labyrinth that mirrored the complexities of human fate. Its defeat was not just the slaying of a beast, but the triumph of hope over despair, of cleverness over brute force. Theseus' courage illuminated the darkest corners of the labyrinth, and though the Minotaur was a fearsome foe, it was Theseus' unwavering spirit that truly conquered the beast. In the forests and mountains of Thessaly, wild and untamed, there roamed creatures that struck fear into the hearts of men, creatures that were neither fully horse nor fully human, but something in between. Their bodies were powerful, their instincts primal, and their ways often brutal. These were the centaurs, a race caught between two worlds, the wild freedom of the beasts and the reason of mankind. For many, they were symbols of the battle between chaos and civilization, a struggle that defined not just their nature, but the very nature of humankind. The traditional centaurs were creatures of passion and violence. Their horse-like halves represented the wild, the untamable, the raw strength of nature that could not be harnessed. They were known for their love of drink and revelry, their tempers quick to flare, and their actions often driven by impulse rather than thought. One of the most infamous tales of centaur brutality occurred at the wedding of Pirithous, the king of the Lapiths. Invited to the feast, the centaurs drank deeply, their senses dulled by the wine. Soon, the wildness within them erupted. They attacked the guests, attempting to carry off the women, sparking a battle between the Lapiths and the centaurs that would become legendary. The centaurs fought fiercely, but they were ultimately driven back, their lack of discipline and reason leading to their downfall. In moments like these, the centaurs seemed to embody everything mankind feared about losing control, the fear that beneath the veneer of civilization, there lurked a beast. It's the same fear that echoes in so many tales of transformation, from Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde to the werewolves of myth. The centaurs, in their raw form, were a reminder that no matter how refined society became, the wildness of nature, and of man, was always just beneath the surface. But amidst the chaos, there was one centaur who stood apart, who embodied the very opposite of this wildness. His name was Chiron. Unlike his kin, Chiron was wise, thoughtful, and gentle. While the traditional centaurs embraced their animalistic instincts, Chiron sought knowledge and understanding. He became a healer, a teacher, and a guide to many of the greatest heroes of Greek mythology, including Achilles and Jason. He was, in every way, the antithesis of the wild centaur, a symbol of what could be achieved when the mind overcame the body, when reason triumphed over impulse. Chiron's story is not just one of contrast, but of hope. He was born under the same stars as the other centaurs, with the same instincts and the same form. Yet he chose a different path. His wisdom was not born of circumstance, but of choice. In this, he became a beacon for those who believed that civilization, knowledge, and reason could rise above the chaos of nature. Chiron's name is still invoked today, a symbol of learning and mentorship, and his legacy lives on in every teacher who guides their students toward understanding and wisdom. Perhaps the most poignant moment in Chiron's story came at the end of his life. Though immortal, Chiron suffered a wound from a poisoned arrow, a wound that even his immense healing knowledge could not cure. In agony, he chose to give up his immortality, trading it for the release of Prometheus, the titan who had gifted fire and knowledge to mankind. In doing so, Chiron not only chose to end his suffering but made the ultimate sacrifice for the good of humanity. He gave up eternity so that knowledge, symbolized by Prometheus, could continue to thrive. In many ways, the story of Chiron and the wild centaurs is the story of humanity itself. There is a constant tension between the wild and the civilized, between passion and reason, between instinct and intellect. The traditional centaurs remind us of the dangers of giving in to our basest instincts, of what can happen when we let the wildness within us take over. Yet Chiron reminds us that even in the midst of chaos, there is the possibility of wisdom, of choosing a different path. There is something deeply moving in the contrast between Chiron and his kin. It's the contrast between the darkest parts of our nature and the highest aspirations of our souls. The wild centaurs live moment to moment, driven by desire, by anger, by the untamable force of nature. But Chiron shows that we can rise above that we can use our minds, our reason, to guide us through life's challenges. His story is a testament to the power of choice and the belief that we are not bound by the circumstances of our birth. Even today, the centaurs resonate with us because they reflect the duality of the human condition. As Carl Jung once said, the beast within us must be acknowledged, but it must also be tamed. The traditional centaurs remind us that the wildness within us can never be fully extinguished, but Chiron shows us that it can be controlled, that through wisdom and learning, we can master it. The story of the centaurs is not just a myth, it is a reflection of the human soul, of the battle between the wild and the civilized, the instinctual and the rational. It is a reminder that within each of us, there is both a beast and a scholar, and that the path we choose defines who we are. The centaurs gallop through the myths of ancient Greece, but they also gallop through our minds, a symbol of the eternal struggle to balance passion and reason, chaos and order. In every way, Chiron and his wild brethren represent two sides of the same coin, one that will forever shape the way we see ourselves and the world around us. In the dappled light of the ancient forests, where the leaves rustled with secrets and the air shimmered with unseen magic, there were creatures who lived outside the rules of men. They were neither gods nor mortals, but something in between, spirits of the wild, playful and untamed. Satyrs and fauns, with their goat-like legs, pointed ears, and mischievous grins, danced through the woods, their laughter echoing through the trees. To encounter them was to step into a world of reckless abandon, where the boundaries of propriety dissolved and nature itself seemed to breathe with a life of its own. These creatures were more than mere tricksters. Their existence was a celebration of freedom, a wild joy that bubbled up from the earth and spilled over into the lives of all who crossed their paths. They were born of the forest and the hills, connected deeply to the rhythms of nature, to the rise and fall of the seasons, and to the intoxicating power of Dionysus, the god of wine, ecstasy, and chaos. Their eyes gleamed with a knowing spark, as if they held the answers to life's mysteries, answers that could only be understood through laughter, dance, and the warm embrace of revelry. In the presence of Dionysus, the satyrs and fauns found their highest calling. They were his companions, his followers, and his most loyal devotees. Where the god went, they followed, bringing with them the spirit of the wild. Their festivals were no ordinary celebrations. They were frenzies of wine and song, of dancing under the moon until the stars blurred together in a haze of joy. Mortals who stumbled upon these gatherings would find themselves swept up in the madness, their hearts pounding in time with the drums, their worries dissolving in the swirling chaos. It was a glimpse into another world, a world where pleasure was the only law and the only sin was restraint. Yet for all their joy, there was something dangerous about the satyrs and fauns. They were not bound by the moral codes that governed human life. They lived according to their own rules, and those rules were often harsh and unyielding. If a mortal displeased them, they could be cruel, their laughter turning sharp and mocking. They could trick, tease, and torment with the same ease with which they spread joy. There was no predicting their moods, and that unpredictability made them both thrilling and terrifying. His words were riddled with layers of meaning, his laughter often masking profound truths. When caught by mortals, he would reveal ancient secrets, but only after much coaxing and many cups of wine. His presence, like that of the satyrs as a whole, was a reminder that wisdom and folly are often intertwined, that the path to knowledge is not always a straight line. The fauns, though similar to the satyrs, were gentler in spirit. They were creatures of the woods, protectors of nature, and guardians of the wild places. Where the satyrs reveled in the chaos of Dionysus, the fauns seemed more at peace with the earth itself. They were the soft rustle of the wind through the trees, the quiet murmur of a stream as it wound its way through the forest. They did not seek out humans to torment, though they were just as capable of trickery if provoked. But their tricks were often less cruel, more like the playful teasing of a child than the sharp jests of the satyrs. Together, satyrs and fauns danced at the edges of human understanding, blurring the line between the sacred and the profane. They were embodiments of life's duality, the joy and the pain, the wisdom and the foolishness, the freedom and the consequences that come with it. They lived without fear, without shame, and without regret, and in doing so, they challenged those who encountered them to look within themselves. To meet a satyr or a faun in the woods was to be confronted with your own desires, your own hidden impulses, and your own capacity for both joy and destruction. The bond between these creatures and Dionysus was more than just a simple connection. It was a reflection of the god's very nature. Dionysus, born of the union between a mortal woman and the mighty Zeus, was a god who straddled the line between two worlds. He was the bringer of both joy and madness, the one who could uplift the spirit and break the mind. His festivals, the Dionysian mysteries, were not just celebrations of wine and pleasure, they were rites that sought to break down the barriers between the human and the divine. In Dionysus's presence, the satyrs and fauns became more than just creatures of the woods. They became conduits for his power, spreading his influence across the land. In their wild dances and their raucous laughter, the satyrs and fauns reminded mortals of the importance of letting go. Life was too short, too fragile to be spent in constant control. There was a time for order, for rules, and for restraint, but there was also a time for chaos, for surrender, for giving oneself over to the forces of nature and the divine. To dance with a satyr was to feel the weight of the world fall away, if only for a moment, to lose oneself in the music and the laughter, and to find, in that loss, a deeper understanding of life itself. But the freedom that the satyrs and fauns represented came at a cost. To embrace that freedom fully was to risk losing oneself entirely. Many mortals who fell under their spell found themselves unable to return to the lives they had once known. The boundaries between reality and the wild, between the human and the animal, blurred, and they were never the same again. It was a warning, whispered on the wind, that to stray too far into the woods, to spend too long in the company of the satyrs and fauns, was to risk losing one's soul. Still, for all the danger, there was something irresistibly alluring about these woodland spirits. They were the embodiment of life's wild, untamed beauty, the beauty that lies in the laughter of a child, the freedom of a bird in flight, the rush of the wind through the trees. They were the heartbeat of the forest, the pulse of the earth itself, and to see them, even for a moment, was to glimpse something eternal, something that no amount of civilization could ever fully tame. In the distant corners of the world, where the air was thick with enchantment and the horizon stretched into the unknown, there existed a garden unlike any other. Bathed in a golden light, this was no ordinary place. This was the Garden of the Hesperides, a sanctuary so beautiful and serene that it seemed as though time itself stood still. Yet, amidst the serenity, there was a guardian, one whose presence made the garden as dangerous as it was alluring. Ladon, the serpent-like dragon, coiled endlessly around the sacred tree, his eyes watching every rustle of the wind, every flicker of light. He was the keeper of the golden apples, the fruit of the gods. Ladon wasn't just any dragon. He had been chosen for this sacred task, not because he was violent or destructive, but because he was relentless, unyielding, and eternal. His long, scaly body wrapped around the tree, the shimmering golden apples nestled within his coils, protected by the sheer magnitude of his presence. Legend spoke of Ladon's countless heads, each one never sleeping, never tiring, each watching in every direction. It was said that to even approach the tree was to feel the weight of Ladon's ancient gaze upon you, as if the very earth beneath him could sense your intent. Heracles knew this when he approached. He had heard the stories of Ladon, the great dragon who had thwarted countless thieves and would-be heroes from stealing the golden apples. But Heracles was no ordinary mortal. He was the son of Zeus, a hero renowned for his strength and courage, and yet, even for him, this task was unlike any other. He had been sent to retrieve one of those golden apples, a task seemingly impossible, not because of the distance or the treacherous path that led to the garden, but because of Ladon. The air was still when Heracles arrived at the garden. The Hesperides, the nymphs who tended the sacred grove, had long vanished into the depths of the forest, leaving only the dragon and his charge behind. As Heracles stepped into the garden, he could feel the pull of the apples, their golden glow mesmerizing in the dim light. But it wasn't the apples that held his attention, it was the dragon, its massive, coiling body silently waiting, watching. Heracles knew that brute strength alone would not win this battle. Ladon had fought many before him, each one falling victim to the dragon's cunning and persistence. To challenge Ladon meant facing not just the physical strength of a beast, but the timeless patience of a guardian who had never failed in his duty. Yet Heracles was no stranger to impossible odds. His heart pounded, not out of fear, but out of anticipation. This was the moment he had trained for, the moment he had been destined for. With each step Heracles took, he could feel the ground beneath him tremble, as if the very roots of the tree were intertwined with Ladon's body. The dragons' heads, each with gleaming, jewel-like eyes, turned to face him, one by one. There was no roar, no outward sign of aggression, only a silence more chilling than any battle cry. It was as though Ladon knew that his mere presence was enough to drive most men to their knees. But Heracles was not most men. His hand tightened around his club, a familiar weight that had seen him through countless trials. Yet, as he gazed at Ladon, he hesitated. There was something almost tragic in the dragon's eyes, a creature bound to an eternal task, never knowing rest, never knowing freedom. For a moment, Heracles wondered if this battle was necessary. Was Ladon not merely doing what he had been born to do? Protect, guard, watch, forever. But the golden apples were not just any fruit. They were the gifts of immortality, the treasures of the gods, and Heracles knew his task was not to question but to act. Still, there was no savagery in his heart as he approached Ladon, only resolve. The battle was swift, a clash of titanic force. Heracles, with the strength of the gods coursing through his veins, brought down his club with all his might. The sound of impact reverberated through the garden, a deep, earth-shaking blow that would have felled any lesser creature. But Ladon was not just any creature. His head snapped forward, each one striking with precision, fangs glistening like blades. Heracles dodged and parried, his movements a blur of power and grace. For all his might, Ladon fought not with fury, but with an unyielding determination, as though he was not defending the apples, but something far deeper, his purpose, his very reason for existence. And yet, Heracles was relentless. With each swing of his club, he chipped away at the dragon's defenses, each blow landing with a force that would shatter stone. Ladon, for all his strength, could not outlast the hero. When the final blow came, it was not with a roar of triumph, but a quiet, almost sorrowful end. Ladon's great body fell, coiling one last time around the tree before sinking to the ground. The apples, still glowing in the dim light, remained untouched, their guardian finally at rest. Heracles, battered but victorious, reached out to pluck one of the golden apples from the tree. As his fingers brushed the fruit's smooth surface, he couldn't help but glance at Ladon's still form. There was no joy in this victory, only the somber realization that even the greatest of guardians could fall. As he left the garden, the golden apple in hand, Heracles knew that the story of Ladon would live on. The dragon may have been defeated, but his legacy as the protector of the Hesperides would never fade. The garden, once alive with the sound of the dragon's ever-watchful presence, now stood silent, a silence that would linger for centuries, long after Heracles himself was gone. Ladon's story was not one of failure, but of devotion, an undying commitment to his duty, one that even the mightiest hero had to respect. In the end, Ladon had guarded the golden apples with every ounce of his being, and in doing so, he had become something more than a mere dragon. He had become a symbol, a reminder that even the most daunting tasks could be met with unwavering resolve, even if the end was inevitable. The marshes of Lerna were thick with mist, a place where even the bravest dared not tread. There was something ancient, something unspeakably dark that lingered in the air, a weight that clung to the skin like cold sweat. The villagers knew better than to venture too close, for within those mists lay a creature so feared, so dreaded, that even mentioning its name sent shivers through their bones. The Lernaean Hydra. It wasn't just the Hydra's enormous size that struck terror in the hearts of men. It was the sheer impossibility of defeating it. For every head that was severed, two more would grow in its place, its serpentine body regenerating endlessly, mocking those who dared challenge it. Its poisonous breath filled the air, and its venomous blood could kill with the slightest touch. The Hydra was not just a beast, it was a force of nature, unyielding, unstoppable, and eternal. Heracles knew this when he was tasked with slaying the Hydra. His 12 labors had already brought him face to face with monsters, but this one felt different. There was something about the Hydra, something unnatural, as if it wasn't just a creature, but a curse made flesh. But Heracles was no ordinary man, and even as the shadow of the Hydra loomed over him, he tightened his grip on his sword, his resolve as sharp as the blade in his hand. As he stepped into the marshes, the air grew thick, the fog curling around his feet like ghostly fingers. And then, through the haze, he saw it. The Hydra. Coiled and waiting, its massive body almost blending into the shadows of the swamp. Its head swayed rhythmically, like a deadly dance, each one watching Heracles with cold, predatory eyes. Without warning, the Hydra struck. Its heads darted forward, fangs glistening, jaws snapping with a sound that echoed through the marsh. Heracles moved swiftly, dodging and parrying, his muscles taut, his instincts sharp. He swung his sword, the blade slicing through the air with precision, severing one of the Hydra's heads. For a brief moment, it seemed as though the battle had turned in his favor. But then, just as quickly, two new heads sprouted from the stump, hissing with renewed fury. Heracles gritted his teeth. He had known about the Hydra's ability to regenerate, but seeing it up close was something else entirely. It wasn't just a matter of skill or strength, this was a battle against something that defied the very nature of life and death. Time and time again, Heracles struck, his sword a blur of motion, cutting down head after head, only for more to take their place. Sweat poured down his brow, his arms aching from the relentless assault. It felt as though he was fighting the marsh itself, an endless, suffocating force that would never yield. The Hydra was not just testing his strength, it was testing his spirit, his will to continue in the face of overwhelming odds. As the battle raged on, the swamp seemed to close in around him, the fog growing thicker, the air colder. Heracles could feel the venom in the air, each breath burning in his lungs, the weight of the Hydra pressing down on him. His heart pounded in his chest, the sound of it almost drowning out the hiss of the Hydra's heads. He knew he couldn't keep fighting like this, he needed to change his approach, or he would never leave the marsh alive. In the midst of the chaos, an idea struck him. The Hydra's heads could regenerate, yes, but perhaps there was a way to stop it from growing new ones. He needed fire. He needed to cauterize the wounds, to burn the stumps before they had a chance to heal. With newfound determination, Heracles called out to his nephew, Iolaus, who had accompanied him to the marsh. Iolaus, understanding his uncle's plan, quickly grabbed a torch and set it alight. As Heracles severed another head, Iolaus rushed forward, pressing the burning torch to the wound. The flesh sizzled and smoked, and for the first time, the Hydra did not grow another head. A flicker of hope ignited in Heracles' chest. Together, they continued the assault. Heracles, with his sword, cutting down head after head, and Iolaus, with the torch, sealing the wounds with fire. The Hydra screeched in rage, its remaining heads thrashing wildly, the swamp itself seeming to tremble under the weight of its fury. But Heracles and Iolaus pressed on, their movements precise, their focus unwavering. The battle stretched on, the air filled with the stench of burning flesh and the sound of the Hydra's anguished cries. Heracles could feel the strain in his muscles, the weight of his exhaustion bearing down on him. But he couldn't stop. Not now. Not when victory was so close. Finally, with one last swing of his sword, Heracles severed the final head. Iolaus rushed forward with the torch, pressing it to the wound, sealing it shut. The Hydra's body convulsed, its massive form writhing in the marsh, and then, with a final, shuddering breath, it collapsed. The marsh fell silent. Heracles stood over the fallen beast, his chest heaving, his sword heavy in his hand. The Hydra was dead. But it wasn't triumph that filled him in that moment. It was something else, something darker, more somber. The Hydra had been a creature of chaos, a force that defied the natural order. Killing it had not been a victory of strength, but of will. And in doing so, Heracles had faced not just the Hydra, but his own limitations, his own mortality. The marshes of Lerna would never be the same. The Hydra's presence had been more than physical, it had seeped into the land itself, a darkness that could never truly be erased. And even as Heracles left the swamp, the memory of the battle clung to him, a weight that he would carry for the rest of his life. But in the end, Heracles had done what no one else could. He had slain the Hydra, not through sheer force, but through perseverance, through the strength of his spirit. And in doing so, he had proven that even the most insurmountable obstacles could be overcome, if one had the courage to face them. The legend of Heracles and the Hydra would live on, not just as a tale of heroism, but as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. For the Hydra, with all its heads, its venom, and its endless regeneration, had been defeated by a man who refused to give up, no matter how impossible the task. The sun was setting, casting long shadows over the rugged mountains of Delphi, but the air was thick with dread. Deep in the heart of those sacred hills lay a creature that made the ground tremble beneath its weight, a serpent so vast, so ancient, that it had long claimed dominion over the land. Its name was Python, a creature born of the earth itself, a monstrous dragon that guarded the oracle, keeping mortals and gods alike from its prophetic wisdom. But now, the time had come for Python to face a challenger unlike any it had ever known. Apollo, the young god of the sun, music, and prophecy, stood at the foot of the mountain, his heart burning with a purpose that could not be swayed. He had heard the whispers of Python's tyranny, how it coiled around the sacred cave, poisoning the very air with its presence. This was no simple task, no minor feat of heroism, this was a battle to decide the future of Delphi itself. As Apollo ascended the mountainside, the air grew colder, heavier, as though the earth itself was holding its breath. The cave where Python lay was hidden in the shadows, a place where light could not easily penetrate, and the stench of decay lingered like a curse. Python's scales glistened in the dim light, its massive body coiled tightly, its eyes glowing with ancient malice. The serpent had ruled these lands for centuries, untouchable, feared by all. But Apollo was not afraid. He stood tall, his bow in hand, his quiver filled with arrows of light, each one tipped with the deadly precision of a god. His golden hair caught the last rays of the setting sun, and his eyes shone with the power of Olympus itself. He knew that this battle was not just about defeating a creature, it was about reclaiming Delphi, turning it into a place where mortals could seek the wisdom of the gods without fear. Without warning, Python lunged, its massive jaws snapping at Apollo, the ground shaking beneath its weight. The air was filled with the sound of its hissing, a sound that seemed to carry the weight of centuries of anger and defiance. But Apollo was quick, moving with the grace of a god, his feet barely touching the ground as he dodged Python's vicious attacks. With a swift movement, Apollo nocked an arrow, pulling back the string of his bow until it hummed with tension. The arrow flew through the air, a streak of light against the darkness, and found its mark in Python's thick, scaled hide. The serpent roared in pain, thrashing wildly, its tail slamming against the mountainside, causing rocks to tumble down in a cascade of dust and debris. But Python was not so easily defeated. It reared back, coiling its enormous body, preparing for another strike. Its eyes locked onto Apollo, and in that moment, the god could feel the full weight of the creature's hatred. This was not just a battle of strength, it was a battle of wills, a clash between the old and the new. Python represented the ancient, untamed forces of the earth, a time before the gods had claimed their thrones on Olympus. Apollo, young and radiant, stood for the future, for order, for the light of reason. With each strike, Apollo grew more determined, his arrows flying with deadly accuracy. Python's massive body writhed, blood staining the ground, but still it fought, its fury unrelenting. The sky darkened, as though the sun itself was being swallowed by the weight of the battle. And yet, Apollo did not falter. He could feel the power of the oracle, the sacred energy that lay buried beneath Python's coiled form, calling out to him, urging him on. At last, with a final, mighty roar, Python lunged again, its jaws wide, aiming to crush Apollo in its deadly embrace. But Apollo was ready. He drew his last arrow, its tip gleaming with divine light, and fired. The arrow pierced through the air, striking Python directly in the heart. The serpent let out a deafening cry, its body convulsing as it collapsed, its immense form crashing to the ground. For a moment, there was silence. The mountain, the earth itself, seemed to hold its breath. And then, slowly, Python's body began to dissolve, its once mighty form crumbling into dust, carried away by the wind. The ancient dragon was no more. Apollo stood over the fallen creature, his chest heaving, his heart pounding in his chest. The battle was over, but the weight of what he had done settled over him like a heavy mantle. Delphi, the sacred site of the oracle, was free. The oppressive darkness that had hung over the land for so long had lifted, and in its place, there was light, Apollo's light. As the sun began to rise once more, casting its golden glow over the mountains, Apollo made his way to the cave. Inside, the oracle awaited, her voice carrying the whispers of the gods, her sight clear and unclouded now that Python's shadow no longer blocked her visions. From that day on, Delphi would be known as the center of prophecy, a place where mortals could seek the wisdom of Apollo himself. But the memory of Python would never fade. The dragon had been more than just a creature of terror, it had been a guardian of the old ways, a force of nature that had existed since time immemorial. In defeating Python, Apollo had not just claimed a victory for himself, but for all of humanity, opening the door to a future where the gods and mortals could coexist, where knowledge and light could flourish. And yet, there was a part of Apollo that understood the weight of what had been lost. Python had been ancient, older than the gods themselves, a creature born of the earth's primal forces. In slaying it, Apollo had brought about a new age, but he had also closed the chapter on something far older, something that could never be reclaimed. As Apollo stood in the light of the dawn, the wind carried the last remnants of Python's dust away, scattering it across the land. The sun rose higher in the sky, and with it, a new era began. The Oracle of Delphi would become the voice of the gods, a beacon of light and wisdom in a world that had once been cloaked in darkness. And at the heart of it all, Apollo stood victorious, the slayer of Python, the bringer of light. In a land shrouded in myth and mystery, there were three sisters who dwelled in a world twisted by sorrow and vengeance. They were the Gorgons, fearsome beings with hair made of living snakes and gazes that could turn the bravest warrior to stone. Among them, Medusa was the most tragic figure, her story one of beauty turned to horror, of innocence lost beneath layers of darkness. Once upon a time, Medusa was a stunning maiden, celebrated for her beauty throughout the land. Many sought her hand, but the gods were not pleased with such admiration. They watched as her life blossomed, but the goddess Athena, known for her wisdom and justice, saw Medusa's growing vanity as a threat to her own glory. In a moment of jealousy, the goddess cursed Medusa, transforming her flowing hair into a writhing mass of serpents and granting her a gaze that turned anyone who dared to look into her eyes into stone. This curse was more than just a punishment, it was a prison. Medusa, once radiant and adored, became a figure of fear, driven to hide away in a dark, desolate cave. The sound of her sisters, Stheno and Euryale, became distant echoes in her heart, their bonds fraying as they embraced their monstrous forms. Medusa's heart ached with loneliness, yearning for the life she once knew. She could no longer feel the warmth of the sun on her skin or hear the laughter of children playing in the meadows. Instead, she was trapped in shadows, surrounded by the statues of those who had come to seek her out, those who had thought themselves brave enough to gaze upon her. As time passed, the legend of Medusa grew. Tales spread through villages, warning travelers of the cursed Gorgon who lived in the cave, a monster whose mere glance could petrify even the strongest hero. With each retelling, her story twisted further, transforming her from a victim into a villain in the eyes of the world. No one stopped to remember the girl who had once danced under the stars, who had dreams and hopes just like anyone else. Instead, she became a cautionary tale, an embodiment of fear, her very existence a testament to the wrath of the gods. But fate had other plans. A young hero named Perseus heard the stories of the Gorgons, and though he trembled at the thought of facing them, he felt a pull toward the challenge. Determined to prove himself and to obtain the head of Medusa, which he could use as a powerful weapon against his enemies, he set forth on his perilous journey. Perseus was brave, but even bravery is often rooted in the desire to conquer, to prove one's worth. Armed with gifts from the gods, a reflective shield from Athena, a sharp sword from Hermes, and winged sandals to help him soar through the sky, Perseus approached the lair of the Gorgons. As he neared the entrance to the cave, his heart raced, not only with fear but also with an unexpected sense of pity for Medusa. He could feel the weight of her tragic story in the air, a tale of lost hope and relentless suffering. With each step into the darkness, the shadows loomed larger, and Perseus could hear the faint hissing of snakes, the whisper of despair echoing off the walls. He knew he was close. Medusa and her sisters lay just ahead, their fates entwined in a tragic dance of destruction and pain. Perseus gripped his shield tightly, determined to face whatever horrors lay before him. As he entered the cave, he saw Medusa. The sight of her was striking, her serpent hair writhed and twisted, but there was a haunting beauty still lingering in her features. Her eyes, once filled with laughter and life, were now clouded with sadness and rage. Perseus felt a pang of sorrow as he saw the pain etched on her face. This was not a monster but a woman trapped in an endless nightmare. Medusa turned toward him, sensing his presence. In that moment, their eyes locked, and he instinctively raised his shield, glancing at her reflection. He could see the conflict within her. She was both terrified and fierce. Perseus didn't want to be another hero seeking glory at her expense, but he knew what he had come to do. He had to be quick, he had to strike before the horror of her gaze ensnared him. With a swift motion, he lunged forward, his sword gleaming as it cut through the air. The world seemed to slow as he approached, the weight of her curse pressing down on them both. In a final moment of desperation, Medusa screamed, a sound that echoed through the cave, a mix of fury and sorrow. But it was too late. Perseus's sword found its mark, severing her head from her body. In that tragic moment, a transformation occurred. As Medusa's life ebbed away, a part of her seemed to shimmer, almost ethereal. The anger and despair that had consumed her faded into the air, and for a brief instant, she was not just a monster, she was the beautiful woman she once was, free from the curse that had defined her existence. Perseus fell to his knees, the weight of what he had done crashing over him like a tidal wave. The head, which would become a tool of power, hung heavy in his hands, a reminder of the price of glory. As he left the cave, the world outside felt different. The sun shone brighter, the birds sang sweeter, but in his heart, Perseus carried the burden of Medusa's story, a story that was far more complicated than mere heroics. He had slain a monster, yes, but in doing so, he had extinguished a flicker of humanity. Medusa's fate was sealed in his actions, a cycle of pain that would echo through the ages. Later, when Perseus used Medusa's head to triumph over his enemies, he couldn't help but remember the sorrow in her eyes. Her tragedy haunted him, and he realized that the world had lost a beautiful soul, forever trapped in a cruel twist of fate. Medusa was not merely a villain, she was a victim of circumstances beyond her control, a reminder of how easily beauty can be twisted into monstrosity. In the stories that would be told for generations, her legacy would live on, not just as a monster, but as a woman who had suffered greatly, a symbol of the pain that often accompanies the search for power. In a world where shadows stretched across mountains and valleys, the tales of dragons, fearsome dragons of Greek mythology, were whispered among villagers by flickering firelight. These dragons were more than mere beasts, they were guardians of ancient treasures, powerful creatures woven into the very fabric of myth and history. Their stories were laced with bravery, tragedy, and a touch of the divine, capturing hearts and imaginations for generations. Dragons were not just mindless creatures, they were often depicted as wise and cunning, bound to protect what they held dear. They guarded sacred places and legendary treasures, standing as a living barrier between the mundane and the extraordinary. One of the most famous of these guardians was Ladon, the serpent-like dragon who watched over the golden apples of the Hesperides. These apples were not just fruit, they symbolized immortality and divine favor. To possess one was to wield great power, and thus, Ladon had been tasked with an impossible job, guarding them from those who sought to claim their glory. With every shimmer of emerald scales, Ladon embodied the very essence of the earth's mysteries. His many coils wrapped around the tree, each scale gleaming like polished jewels in the sunlight. Many had tried to steal a glimpse of the apples, but they had only met their doom at the hands of the vigilant dragon. Each would-be thief was struck down by a fiery breath or ensnared in the dragon's powerful grasp, their cries echoing into the night. Yet, beneath the fearsome exterior, there lay a sadness. Ladon was trapped in a cycle of violence and duty, never knowing the freedom of flight or the warmth of companionship. Not all dragons were simply guardians, though. Some were monstrous adversaries, like the fearsome Python, who had once coiled around the sacred site of Delphi. Python was no mere dragon, he was a creature of chaos, a symbol of darkness that threatened to overshadow the light of prophecy and wisdom. He instilled fear in the hearts of those who approached the oracle, suffocating their hopes and dreams with his sinister presence. But even the mightiest can fall. Apollo, the radiant god of light and knowledge, faced Python in a battle that shook the heavens. With arrows blessed by the gods, Apollo struck, reclaiming Delphi and establishing himself as a beacon of hope and truth. In this clash, the dragon was not just a beast, he became a testament to the struggle between light and darkness, good and evil. Each dragon story was a reflection of the complex relationship between humanity and nature. The heroes who sought to defeat these creatures often found themselves entangled in moral dilemmas. Were they really the heroes of their tales, or were they just as monstrous as the beasts they sought to destroy? Many had faced these questions when confronting the dragons. For instance, in the story of Cadmus, who slayed the dragon guarding the sacred spring, he faced a chilling truth. In defeating the dragon, he disrupted the balance of nature, setting off a series of events that led to tragedy and loss in his life. These stories serve as reminders of the power of nature and the consequences of human ambition. The dragons embodied both the fearsome and the beautiful aspects of the world, standing as guardians of what was sacred while also representing the chaos that lurked in the shadows. They evoked awe, terror, and a sense of wonder that still resonates in the hearts of those who hear their tales. As time passed, the dragons faded into the annals of myth, becoming legends that inspired countless stories of bravery and adventure. Yet, in their stories, echoes of truth lingered. They reminded those who dared to listen of the importance of respect for nature and the power of choices made in moments of fear or desire. Every clash between a hero and a dragon held deeper meanings, woven into the fabric of humanity's struggle for understanding and harmony with the world around them. In the quiet moments, when the stars twinkled overhead and the moon cast its silver glow, one could almost hear the whispers of these ancient creatures in the rustling leaves. Their stories are not merely tales of monsters to be vanquished, but lessons of balance, respect, and the fragility of existence. The Drakens remain, eternal guardians of the mysteries they protect, forever etched in the hearts of those who dare to dream and imagine a world where magic still exists. In the heart of the tempestuous sea, where the waves crashed with ferocity and the winds howled like lost souls, there lay a fearsome creature named Scylla. She was not just a monster, she was a tragic figure, a symbol of both fear and sorrow. With her many heads peeking out from her monstrous form, she struck terror into the hearts of sailors who dared to navigate her waters. Each head was a ravenous beast, ready to snatch away anything that ventured too close. Scylla's home was a rocky strait, a narrow passage between her and another infamous monster, Charybdis. While Charybdis swallowed the sea, creating whirlpools that could drown the bravest of men, Scylla waited patiently, lurking in the shadows of the cliffs. When ships sailed too close, her heads would strike, devouring sailors in a frenzy of hunger. Yet, beneath this terrifying facade lay a deeper story, one that was woven with the threads of loss and loneliness. In her early days, Scylla was not always a monster. She had been a beautiful nymph, admired by many for her grace and charm. But jealousy is a powerful poison. The goddess Circe, feeling threatened by Scylla's beauty, cast a spell that transformed her into the horrific creature she became. As the spell took hold, Scylla's beauty faded, replaced by the monstrous heads and ferocious nature that would haunt the straits forever. In that moment of transformation, Scylla lost everything she once cherished, her beauty, her love, and her humanity. When Odysseus and his men sailed through the treacherous waters on their journey home, they were met with the fateful choice of facing Scylla or Charybdis. The air was thick with tension as they approached the strait. Odysseus, knowing the legends of Scylla, prepared himself for the inevitable clash. He spoke to his crew, urging them to row swiftly, to keep their spirits high, for they were about to encounter one of the fiercest monsters of the sea. As they drew nearer, the sight of the rocky cliffs loomed before them, and the sailors felt the dread settle in their chests. Suddenly, Scylla emerged, her multiple heads thrashing against the sea, her eyes filled with a hunger that seemed insatiable. The sailors screamed as she lunged at the ship, snatching men from the deck, her jaws clamping down with terrifying precision. Each head was a reminder of her lost love, each roar a cry of anguish for what she had become. But Odysseus, in that moment of chaos, felt a pang of empathy for the creature before him. He saw not just a monster but a being trapped in her own tragic fate. He realized that she was a prisoner of her own sorrow, transformed by the cruelty of a goddess. As his men fought to escape her wrath, he understood that Scylla's rage was born from loss and betrayal. The ship sped through the strait, and though they lost several men to Scylla's insatiable hunger, Odysseus knew that their encounter was not merely a battle against a monster but a confrontation with a tragic past. In her eyes, he saw the glimmer of despair, the longing for a life that had been taken away. Scylla was not just a fearsome beast, she was a reflection of what it meant to be betrayed and cast aside, a being forged in suffering. As they sailed past, the cries of the lost echoed behind them, a haunting melody carried on the wind. The sea, once a realm of adventure, had become a place of sorrow, where dreams were devoured and destinies altered forever. Scylla, with her many heads, was a reminder of the fragility of existence, of how quickly one's life could change from beauty to monstrosity. The story of Scylla is a tale steeped in tragedy. She is a creature of the sea, yet she is also a figure of lost potential, a being shaped by the very forces that should have uplifted her. The ocean's depths, where she resides, reflect her turmoil, and the waves crashing against the rocks whisper her name, carrying her story through time. In the hearts of those who heard her tale, Scylla became more than a monster to fear. She became a symbol of the pain that lurks beneath the surface of anger, a reminder that even the fiercest of creatures have their own stories of heartache. As Odysseus sailed away, he took with him the weight of her sorrow, a memory of a creature who had lost everything, leaving behind a legacy of tragedy that would echo in the stories of the sea for generations to come. Even as the sea raged on, Scylla continued her watch over the strait, a guardian of lost souls and shattered dreams. Each passing ship reminded her of what she once was and what she could never be again. And though her heads roared and her jaws snapped, deep within her, a flicker of hope remained that one day, someone might remember her not just as a monster, but as a being who had suffered, a lost nymph trapped in a nightmare of her own making. In the heart of the stormy sea, where the waves danced violently against the jagged cliffs, a powerful force lurked beneath the surface. Charybdis, the dreaded whirlpool monster, waited patiently, her monstrous appetite ready to swallow ships whole. Her presence was a constant reminder of the perilous waters that separated her from Scylla, the many-headed beast that struck fear into the hearts of sailors. Together, they created a nightmare for anyone foolish enough to navigate this treacherous strait. Charybdis was not just a creature of chaos, she was a force of nature, embodying the wild and untamed spirit of the ocean. The whirlpool she created was like a gaping mouth, capable of consuming everything in its path. When the tide was right, and the sea grew calm, she would draw in the water around her, creating a vortex that could pull even the strongest ships down into the depths of her watery grave. The roar of her hunger echoed through the strait, a haunting sound that sent shivers down the spine of every sailor who heard it. Many spoke of her with terror, but few understood the sorrow that lay beneath her fearsome exterior. Charybdis, like Scylla, had her own story, one woven with threads of pain and transformation. Once a beautiful nymph, she was punished by Zeus for her insatiable greed. The tale told how she would drink the ocean's waters, growing more and more selfish with each sip until the seas themselves began to dwindle. As punishment, she was transformed into a monster, condemned to become the very embodiment of her greed, forever trapped in a cycle of destruction. Her punishment did not end there. Charybdis was forced to swallow everything that came too close, caught in a relentless cycle of destruction and hunger. The whirlpool was both her prison and her weapon, a cruel twist of fate that transformed her from a guardian of the seas into a monstrous adversary. In those swirling depths, lost ships became part of her haunting legacy, their souls trapped in the watery abyss, forever echoing the cries of those who had perished. When Odysseus and his crew approached the perilous waters of the strait, they faced a daunting choice, to risk the wrath of Scylla or the deadly pull of Charybdis. As they sailed closer, a heavy silence enveloped the ship. The men could feel the tension in the air, a heavy weight that pressed down on their hearts. They were torn between two horrors, each offering a different kind of death. As the ship drew near, the water began to churn ominously, and the fear in the crew's hearts grew palpable. Suddenly, Charybdis revealed herself, her whirlpool opening like a giant mouth ready to swallow them whole. The roar of her power echoed around them, drowning out the sound of the wind and the crashing waves. Odysseus felt a chill run down his spine as he grasped the fate that awaited them. The ship lurched, pulled toward the whirlpool by an unseen force, and the men scrambled to hold on, their hearts racing with fear. In that moment, Odysseus realized that Charybdis was more than just a monster, she was a reflection of the chaos and despair that often plagued the human heart. Her fury echoed the fears and regrets that lay within, and as he fought to keep his crew alive, he saw the pain behind her monstrous facade. She was not merely a force to be defeated but a tragic figure trapped in a cycle of destruction. As the ship neared the edge of the whirlpool, Odysseus made a desperate decision. He ordered his men to row with all their strength, hoping to escape Charybdis' grasp. The whirlpool roared in response, pulling them closer to the brink. In the chaos, the cries of the crew mingled with the howl of the wind, a symphony of desperation and determination. Odysseus' heart raced as he steered the ship, praying that they could avoid the fate that awaited them in the depths. With one final surge of effort, the crew fought against the pull of the water. They pulled their oars with every ounce of strength they had left, their muscles straining as they battled the monstrous force before them. Charybdis' roar grew louder, drowning out their screams, as the ship fought against the whirlpool's relentless hunger. For a moment, it felt as if time stood still, the world narrowing down to the struggle between man and monster. Just as it seemed they would be pulled into the abyss, the ship lurched forward, breaking free from the edge of the whirlpool. Relief washed over them as they sailed away, but not without a heavy price. They had narrowly escaped Charybdis, yet the journey had taken its toll. The memories of their encounter would haunt them, a reminder of the thin line between survival and destruction. As they sailed into the distance, Odysseus couldn't shake the image of Charybdis from his mind. He felt a deep sense of empathy for the creature, understanding the torment that lay behind her monstrous form. In her whirlpool, he saw the reflection of his own struggles and fears, the dark corners of the human heart that could consume anyone if left unchecked. Charybdis was a monster, yes, but she was also a tragic figure, shaped by loss and despair. Though she remained a guardian of the strait, a force to be reckoned with, Odysseus carried her story with him. The ocean was a vast and unpredictable expanse, filled with both beauty and danger. As he continued his journey, he understood that both Charybdis and Scylla were reflections of the battles that raged within every soul. The world could be cruel and unforgiving, but within the depths of every monster, there was a story waiting to be told, a tale of transformation, of loss, and of the enduring human spirit. In the heart of a kingdom long forgotten, a dark cloud loomed over the land. The villagers whispered of a fearsome creature that emerged from the depths of the sea, a monstrous being known as Cetus. This terrifying sea monster had become a symbol of dread, and its presence sent shivers down the spines of those who heard the tales. With a body like a giant serpent and scales that glimmered like the darkest ocean waves, Cetus was not just a creature of myth, he was a nightmare made flesh, a beast that demanded sacrifice. The cause of Cetus's wrath lay in a cruel twist of fate. The beautiful Andromeda, daughter of King Cepheus and Queen Cassiopeia, was said to be the source of the kingdom's misfortune. Her mother, Queen Cassiopeia, had boasted that Andromeda was more beautiful than the sea nymphs, the Nereids. This act of vanity angered Poseidon, the god of the sea. To punish the queen for her pride, Poseidon unleashed Cetus upon the kingdom, a punishment that would fall heavily upon the innocent. As the monster rose from the depths, the waves crashed furiously against the cliffs, shaking the very ground beneath the feet of the terrified townsfolk. The air was thick with fear as they realized the price they must pay to appease the creature. To save their land, Andromeda was to be sacrificed, left bound to a rock as an offering to the beast. The decision shattered her parents' hearts. They knew they had to protect their people, but the thought of losing their daughter was unbearable. On the day of the sacrifice, the sun shone brightly, a stark contrast to the somber mood that hung over the kingdom. Andromeda was dressed in a flowing white gown, her beauty radiant even in despair. As she stood upon the rocky ledge, her heart raced, not with fear for herself, but for the pain her parents would feel when she was gone. The townsfolk gathered below, their faces twisted in sorrow, their eyes reflecting the weight of what was about to happen. Andromeda felt their despair like a heavy cloak around her shoulders, but she held her head high, a symbol of courage in the face of overwhelming odds. Just as the waves began to rise around her, a figure emerged on the horizon. Perseus, a hero with a heart as fierce as his sword, had heard of Andromeda's plight. He had recently slayed the Gorgon Medusa, claiming her head as his most prized trophy. Now, with the power of Medusa's gaze behind him, he rode across the sea on the back of a magnificent winged horse, Pegasus. The sight of him filled Andromeda's heart with a glimmer of hope, a flicker of light in her dark hour. As Perseus approached, he quickly realized the gravity of the situation. The air crackled with tension, and the sea roared in response to Cetus's imminent arrival. He could feel the weight of Andromeda's sacrifice hanging over them both. With a fierce determination, he promised her that he would save her, no matter the cost. His voice rang clear and strong, cutting through the chaos, and in that moment, Andromeda found solace in his courage. The moment Cetus appeared, the ground trembled. The monster's enormous form rose from the depths, water cascading from its scales like a waterfall. Its eyes glowed with an otherworldly hunger, fixated on Andromeda. Perseus felt his heart race as he saw the sheer power of the creature before him. It was a fearsome sight, but he knew that he could not back down. The lives of so many depended on this battle, and the fate of Andromeda rested in his hands. With a swift movement, Perseus drew his sword, its blade shining with the light of the sun. He called upon the power of Medusa's head, holding it high as he faced the beast. The monster charged forward, the very ocean seeming to roar in protest. With a roar of his own, Perseus took a leap of faith, launching himself into the air, dodging the snapping jaws of Cetus. He soared above the water, adrenaline pumping through his veins as he prepared to confront the nightmare that loomed below. The clash between man and monster was fierce. Cetus twisted and turned in the water, thrashing violently as it tried to shake off the brave hero. Perseus's heart raced as he dodged the creature's massive tail, knowing that one wrong move could spell disaster. With a deft swing of his sword, he aimed for the creature's neck, hoping to find a way to bring it down. The battle raged on, with the sea churning around them, waves crashing and frothing as the two forces collided. Andromeda watched in a mixture of horror and awe as Perseus fought with incredible skill and determination. Her heart pounded in her chest, tears streaming down her face as she prayed for his safety. Each swing of his sword felt like a heartbeat, each moment stretching into eternity as she hoped for a miracle. Perseus was fighting not just for her life, but for the love that blossomed between them even in the face of danger. Finally, with a powerful cry, Perseus struck a decisive blow. The tip of his sword found its mark, piercing through the scales of Cetus and into the very heart of the beast. The monster let out a deafening roar, a sound that echoed across the waves, and for a moment, time stood still. Andromeda held her breath, knowing that this was the moment that would change everything. With one last flicker of life, Cetus thrashed violently before sinking back into the depths, defeated. The waves calmed as the monster disappeared, leaving silence in its wake. Perseus landed gracefully on the rocky ledge, where Andromeda stood. They locked eyes, and in that instant, the world around them faded away. Perseus had rescued her, and the bond they shared was forged in the fire of battle. Tears of relief streamed down Andromeda's face as she rushed into his arms, feeling the warmth of his embrace and the promise of a new beginning. The kingdom erupted in cheers, celebrating the bravery of Perseus and the return of their beloved princess. No longer would they live in fear of the sea monster that had haunted them for so long. Andromeda's sacrifice had been spared, and in its place, a love story had blossomed, one that would be told for generations to come. The tale of Perseus and Andromeda would remind all who heard it of the power of courage, love, and the triumph of light over darkness. The ocean stretched out endlessly, its surface calm and inviting under the warm rays of the sun. But beneath that serene beauty, a danger lurked, unseen but deadly. Sailors who ventured too close to certain shores whispered of creatures with voices so hauntingly beautiful that no man could resist. These were the Sirens, beings whose enchanting songs could draw even the most steadfast sailors into the depths of despair and death. Their song, sweet and sorrowful, drifted on the wind, weaving through the air like a delicate thread. It called out with a promise, a voice that spoke of long-lost dreams and the deepest desires of the heart. To the weary sailor who had spent weeks at sea, it was irresistible. The sound of their voices was a balm, offering comfort and hope to those who had none. And yet, the sweetness of their melody hid something far darker. For those who followed the song would soon find themselves crashing into jagged rocks or drowning in the unforgiving sea. The Sirens were more than just beautiful voices, they were masters of manipulation, using their songs to prey on the vulnerable. Their appearance was as alluring as their music. From a distance, they seemed like beautiful maidens, their hair flowing like the waves, their eyes gleaming with the promise of love and safety. But as sailors drew closer, they would see the truth. Their lower bodies were not human but the twisted forms of birds or serpents, creatures of the sea with sharp talons and scales that shimmered like the ocean's depths. Many ships had met their end at the hands of the Sirens. The bones of men littered the shores of their islands, hidden beneath the clear waters or scattered across the jagged rocks where ships had shattered. The sailors who had once been filled with dreams of adventure and discovery were now nothing more than ghostly remnants, their souls lost to the allure of the Sirens' call. These creatures, with their deadly beauty, had turned the sea into a graveyard for the unwary. One of the most well-known encounters with the Sirens came when Odysseus, the clever king of Ithaca, set sail on his long journey home after the Trojan War. Odysseus had heard the stories of the Sirens and their deadly songs, and he knew that he and his crew would not be able to resist their call. But Odysseus was not one to give in to fate so easily. He devised a plan that would allow him to hear their song without succumbing to its deadly allure. As his ship neared the Sirens' island, Odysseus ordered his men to fill their ears with beeswax, blocking out the sound of the Sirens' voices. But Odysseus, ever curious and determined, wanted to hear the song for himself. So, he commanded his crew to tie him tightly to the mast of the ship and to ignore his pleas, no matter how desperately he begged to be released. The men obeyed, and as they sailed past the island, the Sirens' song filled the air. The music was everything Odysseus had heard it would be: sweet, haunting, and full of promise. The Sirens called out to him, their voices wrapping around his heart and pulling at his very soul. They sang of knowledge, of power, of things that only they could offer. And Odysseus, for all his strength and wisdom, was overcome with desire. He begged his men to untie him, to let him go to the Sirens, but his crew, loyal and true, rowed on, deaf to his pleas. The Sirens grew desperate, their song becoming more frantic, but the ship sailed past, and soon their voices faded into the distance. Odysseus had survived the Sirens, but the memory of their song stayed with him, a reminder of how easily even the strongest man could be tempted by desire. The Sirens' power lay not in brute strength or violence, but in their ability to reach into the hearts of men and find their deepest vulnerabilities. They were creatures born from the sea, but their song echoed the yearnings of all humanity, the desire for love, for understanding, for something greater than oneself. Yet for all their beauty, the Sirens were also tragic figures. They were cursed to sing forever, to call out to men who would never truly love them. Their songs, though beautiful, were filled with loneliness and despair. They lured sailors not out of malice, but because they themselves were trapped, bound to their fate as creatures of the sea. Every sailor who perished was a reflection of their own eternal sorrow, a reminder of the love and freedom they could never have. The Siren story is one of duality, beauty and danger, love and death, hope and despair. Their songs were a mirror of the human condition, offering everything and nothing all at once. To hear the Sirens was to be reminded of the fragility of life, of how easily one could be led astray by false promises and fleeting desires. It was a warning that even the most enchanting things in life could have deadly consequences. Even today, the legend of the Sirens continues to captivate, their songs echoing through time as a reminder of the power of temptation. They are not merely monsters of the sea, but symbols of the dangers that lie in the heart of every person, the desires that can lead one astray, the choices that can lead to ruin. And though their island may be lost to the mists of time, the Sirens still sing, their voices a haunting melody that lingers in the minds of those who hear their tale. Sailors, now as then, know the dangers of the open sea. But the Siren song is not just for those who brave the waters. It is a call to all who have ever longed for something more, for those who have felt the pull of dreams and desires that seem just out of reach. It is a song that reminds us all of the power of the heart, and the need to be ever vigilant, lest we too be drawn into the depths by its deadly allure. The sky darkened suddenly, clouds swirling and thickening as if the heavens themselves were closing in. A cold wind tore through the air, sharp as a blade, and with it came a sound, a shriek, piercing and terrifying. It wasn't just the wind howling. It was something far more ancient, something far more vengeful. The Harpies, winged spirits of storm and wrath, had arrived. Their presence was always heralded by chaos, by the sudden turn of peaceful skies into raging tempests. These creatures were more than just monsters. They embodied nature's fury, their wings beating with the power of the wind and their cries carrying the force of thunder. As they descended upon their prey, the very air around them seemed to tremble, filled with an otherworldly energy. In appearance, the Harpies were a horrifying blend of woman and bird. Their faces, once perhaps beautiful, had twisted over time into something grotesque. Their eyes gleamed with a cold, unforgiving light, their mouths curled into sneers that spoke of unrelenting rage. Their bodies were those of giant birds, with sharp talons ready to tear through flesh. Feathers, dark and matted from the storms they carried, clung to their limbs, and their wings, vast and powerful, stirred up whirlwinds as they flew. These spirits were more than just messengers of death, they were instruments of divine punishment. They were sent to carry out vengeance, to torment those who had crossed the gods or committed unforgivable sins. When the Harpies came, there was no escape, no hiding from their wrath. They moved with a speed that was almost impossible to comprehend, swooping down from the skies in a flurry of feathers and claws, ripping away any sense of peace or safety. There are tales of the Harpies' most infamous acts of vengeance, of how they would descend upon their victims, leaving nothing but fear and destruction in their wake. Perhaps the most chilling of these stories is the tale of King Phineus. Cursed by the gods for his misdeeds, Phineus was tormented day and night by the Harpies. Whenever he sat down to eat, they would appear, their wings blotting out the sun, their shrieks filling the air. They would swoop down and snatch the food from his hands, leaving behind only scraps and foul odors. It wasn't just his hunger that tormented him, it was the fear, the knowing that they would always return, that their torment would never end. His life became a living nightmare, trapped between hunger and the terror of the Harpies' next attack. Phineus was a broken man, not just from the physical torment, but from the emotional toll of never knowing peace. The Harpies had taken more than just his food, they had taken his will, his hope, his very spirit. Their power wasn't just in their ability to destroy, but in their capacity to instill fear so deep that it consumed everything. Even when they weren't present, the mere thought of them was enough to fill Phineus with dread. But the Harpies didn't act out of personal malice, they were bound by their duty. Their fury wasn't wild or uncontrollable, it was calculated, directed by the will of the gods. They were the avengers, the hands of divine justice, sent to ensure that no one escaped their fate. They didn't choose their victims, they were sent for them. And when the gods commanded, the Harpies obeyed. Yet for all their wrath and power, there was something tragic about the Harpies. They were beings trapped by their own nature, bound to the role they had been given. They were not free to act on their own desires or to forge their own destinies. They were instruments of punishment, and that was all they would ever be. Their beauty had long since withered away, their purpose reduced to bringing pain and suffering to those who deserved it. They had no chance at redemption, no hope of breaking free from the chains of their existence. They were as much victims of the gods as those they tormented. As terrifying as they were, the Harpies also carried a sense of inevitability. Their arrival was a reminder that no one could escape the consequences of their actions. They were a force of nature, as unstoppable as the wind or the storm, and once they set their sights on a target, there was nothing that could be done. The Harpies embodied the harsh truth that justice, though often delayed, would always come. They served as a warning, a reminder that the gods watched over the world, and those who thought themselves beyond retribution would eventually face their wrath. But for all the fear and destruction they wrought, the Harpies also carried with them a strange kind of beauty. There was something awe-inspiring in their power, in the way they could command the very elements, turning calm skies into storms with a single beat of their wings. They were creatures of both chaos and order, representing the balance between justice and vengeance. Their presence, while terrifying, was also a reminder of the forces that shaped the world, the gods, fate, and the unrelenting march of time. The Harpies, in their fury, showed that there was no escaping the consequences of one's actions. They were relentless, merciless, and yet somehow, in their terrifying pursuit of justice, they also represented a kind of balance. The gods had not forgotten the world, and through the Harpies, they ensured that their will was carried out. To the people who lived in fear of them, the Harpies were monsters, terrifying creatures of the storm, whose shrieks echoed through the skies and whose talons brought only death. But to the gods, they were necessary. They were the enforcers of a world in which justice, though harsh, was always served. They were the storm that followed the calm, the darkness that chased away the light. And though their presence struck fear into the hearts of men, it was a fear that reminded them of their place in the world, of the power of the gods, and of the price that would always be paid for crossing them. In the end, the Harpies were more than just creatures of destruction. They were a force of nature, an embodiment of the gods' will, and a reminder that no one, no matter how powerful, could escape the storms that would eventually come for them. In the stillness of a forgotten cave, deep in the shadowed corners of the earth, three figures huddled together, ancient and frail. The Gree. Known as the Grey Sisters, they were bound to one another by a curse as much as by blood. Withered by time, their skin was as pale as ash, their hair long and gray, flowing like cobwebs in the dark. They were old, so old that they had forgotten the warmth of youth, the taste of joy. They had lived for so long that they no longer even had the energy to fear death. But their age was not what made them terrifying. It was the fact that they shared something far more precious and far more haunting than mere blood, a single eye and a single tooth. The Gree had once been beautiful, some said. But now, they were creatures of darkness, bent and crippled by the weight of their own existence. The eye they shared, passing it from one gnarled hand to another, was all they had to see the world. When one sister held it, the others were blind. And when the tooth was passed, only one could speak clearly, her voice crackling like the whisper of wind through dead leaves. Their lives, their very essence, were intertwined in this strange ritual, each one depended on the other for even the simplest of sensations. Imagine the agony of that existence. Imagine living in the shadows, waiting for the brief moments when you could see the world or speak to it. And imagine the bitterness that must have grown in their hearts over the centuries. They were no longer just three sisters, they had become one, a single entity, yet constantly divided. Their minds were sharp, though. Sharper than many would think. They had learned to rely on each other in a way that few could ever understand. When one was blind, she trusted the eyes of her sister. When one was mute, she knew her thoughts would still be spoken. They were together, but always separate. It was a life no one would wish for. And so they waited, in the shadows, their eye and tooth always in motion, always passed from hand to hand. They knew secrets. Dark secrets that even the gods feared. Their knowledge, hoarded through the ages, was a treasure, but it came with a terrible cost. Those who sought them out did so in desperation, knowing that the price of their wisdom might be more than they could bear. Then came Perseus, bold and determined. He sought them, not for their companionship or counsel, but for the key to something far greater, the location of Medusa. The thought of facing the son of Zeus filled the Gree with both dread and rage. They had lived for so long, and they had seen so much, but even they feared the gods. Perseus, with his divine lineage and his courage, represented everything they had lost: youth, vitality, purpose. But Perseus was clever, and he knew their weakness. He did not beg or plead for their help. He simply waited. When one sister handed the eye to another, he struck. In a flash, the eye was gone, snatched from their grasp. For the first time in centuries, the Gree were completely blind. Panic swept over them like a wave. They clawed at the air, reaching out for one another, their bony hands trembling as they tried to find the one thing that connected them to the world. Without the eye, they were lost in an eternal darkness, trapped in their own isolation. "Give it back," they shrieked, their voices filled with desperation. "Please, give it back." But Perseus, standing tall and unyielding, held the eye just out of their reach. His heart might have been moved by their plight, but he knew what he needed. In exchange for the return of their eye, they would tell him the way to Medusa. The sisters had no choice. Defeated, they whispered the secret he sought, their voices thick with bitterness and fear. And only then, when they had fulfilled their end of the bargain, did Perseus toss the eye back to them. The moment it landed in their hands, the Gree's world lit up once more, but something had changed. Their humiliation, their fear, it clung to them like a shadow. They had been tricked, outwitted by a mortal, and their rage was all-consuming. Yet there was nothing they could do. They were too old, too broken, to fight back. So they retreated into their cave, into the darkness that had become their home. The Gree were not monsters in the traditional sense. They did not hunt or kill. They did not seek to harm anyone. But they were trapped, caught in a web of fate that they could never escape. Their existence, while not one of evil, was one of misery and pain, and they carried that burden with them wherever they went. What made them truly tragic was the fact that they had once had a purpose. Long ago, before time had worn them down, they had served the gods, guiding heroes, offering wisdom. But over the centuries, that purpose had faded, leaving only the emptiness behind. Now, they were little more than relics, their lives stretched out endlessly before them, without meaning, without joy. The eye and the tooth, those simple, ordinary objects, had come to define their existence. They were the last remnants of their power, the last things that connected them to the world. And yet, they were also the source of their torment, for they reminded the Greedy of everything they had lost. Every time the eye was passed from hand to hand, it was a reminder that they were no longer whole, that they were no longer who they had once been. And so, the Greedy remained, hidden away from the world, their wisdom locked inside them, their bitterness festering. They were not dead, but they were not truly alive either. They existed in a kind of limbo, a state of perpetual waiting, waiting for the eye, waiting for the tooth, waiting for something, anything, to bring them peace. But peace never came. At the edge of the underworld, where the world of the living meets the shadowy domain of the dead, there stands a creature both feared and revered. Cerberus, the three-headed guardian, the loyal protector of the gates of Hades. His presence is as ancient as the very stones that make up the entrance to the underworld, and his role is one of unwavering loyalty, a task that no mortal would dare to challenge lightly. Each of Cerberus' three heads watches over the gates, their eyes burning with an unnatural fire, glowing in the dim light of the underworld. The first head, alert and vigilant, scanning the horizon, ready to spot any soul foolish enough to try and escape. The second head, constantly snarling, its lips pulled back to reveal rows of sharp, deadly teeth, waiting to tear apart anyone who might think they could enter uninvited. And the third head, always growling low, a rumbling sound that seems to echo off the walls of the underworld itself, a warning to all who approach. Cerberus is not just a monster, he is a protector, bound by loyalty to Hades, his master. He does not question his duty, nor does he falter. He was born for this purpose, created to be the unyielding guardian of the dead. His very existence is tied to the gates of Hades, and his three heads work in perfect harmony, a terrifying reminder of what awaits any who dare to defy the laws of life and death. But Cerberus is more than just a mindless beast. Behind each head's fierce expression lies a being of immense intelligence and strength. He knows the difference between those who belong in the underworld and those who do not. He senses the fear in the souls that cross his path, and he revels in it, for fear keeps them obedient. Those who try to flee the underworld will find themselves hunted by all three of Cerberus' heads, each more relentless than the last. In this dark, silent world, Cerberus is a presence that cannot be ignored. His massive paws pound the earth as he patrols the gates, and the very ground trembles beneath his weight. His fur, dark as midnight, ripples with every movement, and in the silence of the underworld, the only sound more terrifying than his growls is the quiet rustling of his fur as he moves in the shadows, always watching, always waiting. Those who have dared to face Cerberus speak of his eyes, eyes that burn with an intensity that is not of this world. The leftmost head's eyes glow with the light of rage, red as the fires that burn in the depths of Tartarus. The middle head's eyes gleam with cold calculation, always planning, always waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And the rightmost head's eyes, filled with a strange sorrow, seem to reflect the pain of all the souls that pass through the gates. No one can pass Cerberus without Hades' command. His loyalty is absolute, and his senses are unmatched. Even the faintest sound, the softest whisper of a soul trying to slip by, does not escape him. His ears twitch, his muscles tense, and with a sudden burst of speed, he is there, blocking the path, his head lowering, his eyes narrowing as a low growl rumbles from deep within his chest. It is said that Cerberus was once challenged by the hero Heracles, who was tasked with capturing the beast as one of his 12 labors. When Heracles approached the gates, there was no fear in his eyes, but Cerberus could sense the strength in him. For the first time, the great guardian faced someone who did not tremble before him. A battle of wills began, Heracles' brute strength against Cerberus' ferocity. The two fought, each blow from Heracles met with a snapping jaw from one of Cerberus' heads. Blood was spilled, but neither would back down. And yet, despite his terrifying power, Cerberus was bound not by savagery, but by loyalty. Heracles, with all his might, did not defeat the guardian by strength alone. It was Hades' command, grudgingly given, that allowed Heracles to lead Cerberus out of the underworld. But even then, Cerberus did not see it as a defeat. He was merely following the will of his master, as he always had, as he always would. Once Heracles had completed his labor, Cerberus returned to his rightful place, more resolute than ever in his duty. And so, Cerberus remains, the silent sentinel at the gates of the underworld. His growls echo through the land of the dead, a warning to all who might dare to challenge the natural order. His eyes, always watching, pierce through the darkness, and his head, constantly moving, ensure that nothing escapes his gaze. But there is something deeply tragic about Cerberus as well. Though he is fearsome, though he is the very embodiment of death's finality, he is also trapped. Trapped by duty, trapped by his role, forever bound to the gates, never to experience the world beyond. He is not a creature of the living, nor is he truly one of the dead. He exists in between, in a place where time does not matter, and where every day is the same as the last. And perhaps, in the depths of those burning eyes, there is a flicker of understanding. A flicker of longing for something more than this eternal task. But Cerberus is too loyal, too bound by his purpose, to ever stray from his path. The gates of Hades must remain protected, and as long as Cerberus stands guard, no soul will ever leave the underworld without Hades' permission. The great three-headed guardian of the underworld stands as a symbol of loyalty, of unwavering duty. His presence is a reminder that even in death, there are forces that cannot be escaped. And though his three heads may snarl and growl, though his eyes may burn with fury, there is something more to Cerberus than just his monstrous form. He is, at his core, a protector. Not of life, but of the delicate balance between life and death. And for that, even in his terrifying power, there is a strange kind of nobility in Cerberus. A nobility that will last as long as the underworld itself. In the shadows of the underworld, where the air is thick with whispers of torment and the ground is soaked with the weight of unforgotten sins, there are those who never sleep, never rest, and never forgive. The Erinyes, those relentless, avenging spirits of the underworld, are more than mere shadows. They are fury given form, an eternal reminder that no sin goes unanswered, no wrong can be hidden from the eyes of vengeance. They are not gods, nor are they mortal. The Erinyes exist somewhere in between, born from the blood of the heavens, brought into the world not for mercy, but for punishment. It is said that they are the very embodiment of wrath, created to chase down those who dare to break the sacred oaths of life. They are drawn to the scent of guilt, like predators hunting their prey, and once they lock their gaze on a sinner, there is no escaping their grasp. With eyes that burn with the heat of unspeakable rage, and wings that cut through the darkened skies like knives, they hunt. Their hair, writhing with venomous serpents, hisses with the promise of retribution, while their voices scream out the names of those they seek, echoing through the halls of the underworld and into the hearts of men. To hear their call is to know that your time has come, and there is no place to hide. For the Erinyes do not forget, and they do not forgive. They are known as the Furies, and rightly so, for their presence brings only chaos and destruction to those who have wronged the natural order of the world. They are the ones who chase down murderers, betrayers, and those who break oaths sworn on the gods. Once a soul has been marked by the Erinyes, there is no escape. They will follow, they will torment, they will drive the sinner to madness, until the weight of their guilt consumes them entirely. Their appearance is enough to make the bravest of men tremble. Their eyes are pits of darkness, their faces twisted in rage, with mouths that seem to snarl and scream all at once. They wear tattered robes stained with the blood of those they have claimed, and their fingers, long and clawed, are always reaching, always grasping for the next soul to tear apart. But it is not just their physical form that makes them terrifying. It is the power they hold over the very essence of guilt. They do not need to strike down their victims with force, for the Erinyes are far more cruel than that. They attack the mind, the heart, the soul. They feed on the guilt of their victims, magnifying it, twisting it, until it becomes unbearable. They torment their prey from within, making them relive their sins over and over again, until there is no escape but madness. The Erinyes are not indiscriminate in their rage. They are agents of justice, bound by a higher law than any mortal can comprehend. Their fury is not blind, it is righteous. They do not come for the innocent, nor do they punish without cause. But to those who have wronged, who have betrayed the sacred laws of the gods, they are merciless. Among their victims are those who commit the most heinous of crimes, patricide, matricide, the spilling of kin's blood. For these unforgivable acts, the Erinnyes will pursue their prey to the ends of the earth and beyond, their fury never lessening, their resolve never weakening. Their purpose is clear, and they will not stop until justice has been served. But there is something tragic in their existence as well. The Erinnyes are not born out of joy, nor do they take pleasure in their task. They are bound by their duty, their very existence tied to the act of vengeance. They do not choose to be what they are, they were created for it, shaped by the very blood of the heavens to carry out a role that no one else could bear. And in that duty, there is no rest, no peace, only an eternal chase for those who deserve their wrath. Some say that they once were goddesses, revered and worshipped in temples of their own. Others say they were born from the blood of Uranus, the sky god, when he was struck down by his son, Cronus. Whatever their origins, their purpose has never changed. They are justice, they are punishment, they are the living embodiment of wrath. Even the gods fear the Erinnyes, for their power is not something that can be controlled. Zeus himself respects their role, for even he knows that the laws they enforce are greater than any one god. When a soul has been marked by the Erinnyes, not even the most powerful of gods can intervene. Their names are whispered in fear: Alecto, the unceasing; Tisiphone, the avenger of murder; Megaera, the one who grieves. Each of them carries a specific wrath, each of them seeks out those who have committed crimes too great to be overlooked. Together, they form a triad of terror, a force of nature that cannot be reasoned with or swayed. And yet, there are moments when the Erinnyes show a different side. Though their rage is unrelenting, there are stories of those who have managed to seek redemption, to make amends for their sins, and in doing so, earned the mercy of the Furies. For as much as they are the agents of vengeance, they are also the keepers of balance. When justice has been served, their wrath subsides, and they retreat back into the shadows, waiting for the next sinner to step out of line. But such moments are rare, for guilt is a heavy burden, and most who fall into the Erinnyes' grasp are too broken to ever seek redemption. They are dragged down into the depths of their own minds, where the Furies torment them endlessly, feeding on their pain, their fear, their guilt, until nothing remains but a shell of the person they once were. To be pursued by the Erinnyes is to know true terror. They are not simply spirits of vengeance, they are the living embodiment of guilt and justice, relentless in their pursuit, unyielding in their wrath. And once they have found their target, there is no escape. In the heart of the battlefield, where the clash of swords rings in the air and the ground is soaked in the blood of the fallen, there are beings that lurk just beyond the sight of men. The Caris, dark and terrifying, hover above the chaos, their eyes fixed on the wounded and dying. These spirits of violent death are not mere phantoms. They are the embodiment of the brutality and fear that war brings. Each time a warrior falls, gasping his last breath, a cur is there, waiting. She hovers like a shadow over the dying, her form barely visible through the thick, suffocating smoke of battle. Her eyes, cold and unfeeling, reflect the carnage below. Her presence sends a shiver through even the fiercest of soldiers, for they know that her arrival signals their end. The Caris are not compassionate creatures. They take no pity on those whose lives are slipping away. Their fingers are like claws, sharp and cold, reaching out to claim the souls of the dying. They feast on the suffering, their hunger insatiable. Every scream, every drop of blood fuels them. They thrive in the chaos, drawn to the violence as if it were the very essence of their being. To encounter a cur is to know that death is near. There is no escape, no reprieve. Once she has set her gaze upon a warrior, his fate is sealed. The battlefield is her domain, where she reigns as a queen over death, unchallenged and relentless. She moves through the ranks of the fallen, stepping lightly over the bodies as if she were dancing to the rhythm of the war drums, her mouth twisting into a grotesque smile as she claims each soul. In the myths, the Caris were born from Nyx, the primordial goddess of the night. They are her daughters, as dark and merciless as the night itself. They do not take part in battle, but they are always present. Like vultures circling over a dying animal, they wait. They are the shadow that lurks just beyond the edge of a warrior's vision, the cold chill that creeps up his spine as he fights for his life. But the Caris do not seek out every death. They are drawn specifically to violent ends, to those who fall in battle or meet their fate in acts of bloodshed. The quiet deaths of old age or sickness do not interest them. They hunger for the chaos, the agony, and the final, desperate moments of a life torn away by force. In this, they represent not just death, but the most brutal, fearsome kind of death, the kind that comes swiftly and without warning. Their appearance is enough to strike terror into the hearts of even the most seasoned warriors. They are not beautiful like some spirits of the afterlife. They are grotesque and fearsome, with wings as dark as night and faces twisted into snarls of hunger and rage. Their bodies are draped in ragged, blood-stained robes, and their hair is wild, matted with dirt and the stench of death. Their claws drip with the blood of those they have claimed, and their eyes burn with a hunger that can never be satisfied. As the battle rages on, the Carice grow stronger. With every life they take, their power swells. The more violent the death, the more they thrive. They are drawn to the fiercest fights, to the moments when a warrior's life hangs in the balance. They do not care for honor or bravery. They care only for the blood that is spilled, for the agony of a life ripped away too soon. The battlefield becomes their feast, a banquet of death and despair laid out before them. They swoop down upon the wounded, their claws outstretched, ready to claim what is theirs. Their voices, shrill and piercing, echo through the chaos, sending chills through the hearts of the living. For the soldiers who remain, the sight of the Carice is a reminder that no one is safe. Death is always near, and the Carice are its most faithful servants. Yet, for all their power, the Carice are not invincible. They are spirits, bound to the cycle of life and death, and while they claim the souls of the dying, they do not control fate. They do not decide who will live or die, they simply wait to take what is theirs when the time comes. In this way, they are both terrifying and tragic, caught in the endless cycle of violence, feeding on the suffering of others because they have no choice. But their hunger never wanes. With each battle, each act of violence, the Carice return, always watching, always waiting. They are the constant presence in the background of every war, the unspoken fear that haunts every warrior who steps onto the battlefield. To fight is to know that death is near, and the Carice are never far behind. They are often compared to other spirits of death, but none are quite like the Carice. Where other spirits might offer a peaceful passing, the Carice bring only horror. They do not offer comfort or guidance to the souls they claim. They tear them away, feasting on the fear and pain, leaving nothing but emptiness in their wake. And yet, they are not evil. The Carice are simply a part of the world, as necessary as life itself. They do not kill for sport, nor do they revel in the suffering they cause. They are simply doing what they were born to do, bound to the violence of the world in a way that no mortal can truly understand. But for those who meet them, there is no comfort in this knowledge. To see occur is to know that your time has come, that the end is near, and that no matter how hard you fight, no matter how bravely you stand, death will claim you in the end. And the Carice will be there, waiting in the shadows, their eyes gleaming with the promise of what is to come. In the blood-soaked fields of war, they reign supreme, these spirits of violent death. They do not rest, they do not falter, and they do not forgive. They are the Carice, and they will take what is theirs, no matter how fierce the battle, no matter how strong the warrior. Death is inevitable, and the Carice are always there to claim it. In the dead of night, when the world falls into a heavy silence and shadows stretch across the land, there are whispers of creatures that move unseen. Their beauty is a trap, their charm a deadly lie. Among the most feared are the Medusa and Lamia, vampiric female monsters whose prey is always the same, unsuspecting men lured to their doom by allure and deception. The Medusa is no ordinary being. She is a shapeshifter, a master of disguise. With one leg of bronze and the other of a donkey, she moves between forms with a grace that belies her monstrous nature. To those who see her in her true state, she is a terrifying figure, a grotesque blend of human and beast. But the men she hunts never see this side of her. To them, she is a vision of beauty, a woman whose charm and seduction are impossible to resist. As she approaches, her eyes glint in the darkness, filled with hunger. But it's not just blood she seeks, it's the essence of life itself. She feeds on their vitality, draining them until they are nothing more than hollow shells of the men they once were. And all the while, they are captivated, unable to pull themselves away from the mesmerizing force she exudes. Her steps are silent, her approach unnoticed until it's too late. One moment, a man might be walking alone under the moonlight, his thoughts far from danger. The next, she is there, a stunning figure bathed in the pale glow of the moon, her smile soft and inviting. Her voice, a whisper on the wind, lures him closer, and he follows without hesitation. It is only in his final moments, as his strength slips away, that he sees her for what she truly is, a creature of the night, feeding on his life force, leaving him powerless against her. But the Medusa is not the only one who preys on men in the night. Lamia, too, is a being of unspeakable horror, though her story is soaked in tragedy. Once a beautiful queen, Lamia was cursed by the goddess Hera after she fell in love with Zeus. Her children were taken from her, and in her grief and madness, she became a creature of nightmares. Now, she roams the earth, her once beautiful face twisted by pain and rage. Lamia's curse drives her to hunt the innocent. Unlike the Medusa, who lures her victims with charm and beauty, Lamia's hunt is born of anguish. She is driven by a relentless need to fill the void left by her lost children, and she takes her vengeance on the world by devouring others' children. Men, too, fall prey to her, but it is her sorrow that makes her so dangerous. She has nothing left to lose, and her fury knows no bounds. Her eyes burn with an unnatural fire, and her presence brings with it a chill that sinks into the bones. In the dead of night, Lamia hunts, her heart a mix of sorrow and malice. For those unfortunate enough to cross her path, there is no mercy. Her hands, once gentle and kind, are now twisted, and she uses them to tear her victims apart, feeding on their fear as much as their flesh. But beneath the monster, there remains a trace of the woman Lamia once was. She is haunted by her loss, driven mad by the cruelty of her fate. Her beauty, though twisted now, still clings to her like a shadow, a reminder of what she once was before the curse took hold of her soul. And it is this blend of horror and sorrow that makes her so terrifying, a creature who is both a victim and a predator, consumed by her own despair and rage. For the men who fall into her grasp, there is no escape. Her rage is unquenchable, and her need for revenge is never satisfied. She hunts not for pleasure but for retribution, her every act of violence a reflection of the pain that has been inflicted upon her. The cries of her victims echo in the night, a chilling reminder of the monster that roams in the shadows, waiting to strike. The Medusa and Lamia are creatures born of darkness, but their methods of hunting reveal the depths of their monstrous nature. The Medusa is a temptress, her beauty a weapon that draws men to her like moths to a flame. She offers the illusion of safety, of comfort, but it is all a lie. Behind her smile is hunger, a craving that will not be sated until her prey is drained of all life. And yet, men fall for her time and again, enchanted by the facade she creates. Lamia, on the other hand, is a creature of rage and sorrow. Her hunt is driven by loss, by a desire for revenge against the world that has taken everything from her. She is a tragic figure, but her sorrow does not make her any less deadly. Her grief has turned her into a monster, and she hunts with a fury that leaves no room for pity or mercy. Together, these creatures represent the dual nature of the night. The Medusa, with her charm and beauty, is the darkness that deceives, the danger that comes wrapped in a seductive package. Lamia, with her grief and rage, is the raw, untamed fury of the night, a force that destroys without hesitation. Both are creatures to be feared, for they prey on the most vulnerable aspects of humanity, desire and sorrow. In the stillness of the night, when the world is quiet and the stars shine overhead, the Medusa and Lamia move through the shadows, always searching, always hunting. They are relentless, and their hunger knows no bounds. And for those who encounter them, there is no escape. The night is their domain, and once they have set their sights on a victim, it is only a matter of time before the end comes. The men they hunt are not warriors, not heroes. They are ordinary souls, caught in the web of the night's most fearsome predators. Some are lured by beauty, others caught by tragedy, but in the end, they all meet the same fate. Their lives are drained away, leaving behind only whispers of the terror they faced. The Medusa and Lamia remain, eternal and unchanging, their hunt never-ending. They are the nightmares that linger just out of sight, the horrors that strike when least expected. And as long as the night exists, so too will these vampiric monsters, preying on the unsuspecting, feeding on the life force of those who cross their path, leaving nothing but shadows and fear in their wake. The air was thick with fear in the valley of Nemea. For too long, the people had lived under the oppressive shadow of an unrelenting terror, a creature whose name sent shivers down their spines, the Nemean lion. It was no ordinary lion. Its hide was said to be impervious to any weapon forged by human hands, its strength unmatched, its roar enough to shake the very earth beneath one's feet. No warrior, no hunter, had been able to stand against it. The beast was invincible, and with each passing day, it claimed more lives, leaving behind a trail of blood and despair. Into this scene of hopelessness stepped Heracles. A figure both larger than life and weighed down by the gravity of his own destiny, he was a hero born to shoulder the impossible. The Nemean lion was his first great task, the first of 12 labors that would define him. His muscles, sculpted from countless battles and tests of strength, were ready, but his heart carried the weight of more than just his own fears. This task was not just for glory. It was for redemption, for a chance to rewrite the course of his own troubled fate. The day he arrived in Nemea, there was no fanfare, no celebration of his coming. The people had lost hope in heroes long ago. They had watched too many of their own fall to the lion's insatiable hunger. Heracles understood this silent dread. He didn't need their belief in him to succeed. All he needed was his will, his strength, and the fire that burned within him, a fire that had been lit by the gods themselves. He stood at the mouth of the cave where the lion made its lair. The stench of death clung to the rocks, a chilling reminder of the many lives the beast had claimed. Heracles could feel the tension in the air, the oppressive weight of the creature's presence even before it emerged. He gripped his weapons, a sword and a bow, though deep down, he knew they would be useless. He had heard the stories, the lion's hide was impenetrable. There would be no easy victory here. As he stepped into the cave, the light faded behind him, swallowed by the darkness. Every sense was heightened, his ears strained for the sound of the lion's breath, his eyes searching for any movement in the blackness. And then, without warning, it came. A flash of golden fur, eyes that glowed like embers in the night, and the deafening roar of the beast filled the cave. The lion lunged at him, a blur of raw power and ferocity. Heracles barely had time to react, rolling out of the way as the lion's claws scraped the stone where he had stood just moments before. The ground shook beneath him, and the sound of the lion's snarl echoed through the cavern. Heracles raised his sword and brought it down with all his might, but the blade glanced off the lion's hide, as if striking solid rock. His bow, too, proved useless. Arrows bounced off the creature's fur, powerless against its invincibility. Heracles' heart pounded in his chest. For the first time in a long while, he felt the cold touch of doubt. Could he truly defeat this beast? Every other man who had faced the lion had been torn to pieces, their bones scattered at the entrance of this very cave. He could almost hear their cries, the echoes of their last moments. But Heracles was not just any man. He was born of Zeus, imbued with the strength of a god. He could not allow himself to be consumed by fear. As the lion charged again, Heracles dropped his weapons. This battle would not be won with blades or arrows. He had to face the beast with his own hands, with the strength that coursed through his veins. The lion leapt, jaws wide, ready to tear into Heracles with the same savage force that had ended so many lives before. But this time, Heracles was ready. With a roar of his own, he caught the lion by its throat, his hands gripping the creature's thick neck with a strength that could have moved mountains. The lion thrashed, its claws raking at Heracles, its powerful muscles straining against him. But Heracles did not let go. He wrestled the lion to the ground, every fiber of his being focused on the battle. The beast was relentless, its strength nearly overwhelming, but Heracles held firm. His muscles screamed with the effort, his breath coming in ragged gasps, but he did not relent. Slowly, inch by inch, he tightened his grip on the lion's throat, cutting off its air, forcing the great beast to weaken. The cave was filled with the sounds of struggle, the lion's desperate snarls, the grinding of Heracles' teeth as he fought against the pain and exhaustion threatening to overtake him. And then, with one final surge of power, the lion's body went limp in his arms. For a moment, Heracles did not move, his chest heaving as he stared down at the lifeless form of the creature that had terrorized Nemea for so long. The invincible beast, the terror of the valley, lay defeated at his feet. It was done. Heracles emerged from the cave, dragging the lion's massive body behind him. The people of Nemea, who had feared the lion for so long, gathered in disbelief. Could it be true? Had the monster truly been slain? The sight of Heracles, bloodied but victorious, with the body of the Nemean lion at his side, sent a wave of hope through the crowd. They had witnessed the impossible. A hero had come not just to fight, but to win. Heracles skinned the lion, using its own impenetrable hide as armor. The beast that had once been invincible now served as a symbol of his strength and determination. He wore its pelt across his shoulders, a reminder to the world, and to himself, that no challenge, no matter how great, was beyond his power to overcome. The Nemean lion had been more than just a test of strength. It had been a test of will, a trial that forced Heracles to confront his own doubts and fears. In defeating the beast, Heracles had proven not just his physical prowess, but his ability to rise above even the most impossible of challenges. The people of Nemea rejoiced, their terror replaced with newfound faith in the hero who had saved them. But for Heracles, the victory was not one to be celebrated. It was simply the first of many battles to come. The road ahead was long, and the labors far from over. But as he stood over the body of the fallen lion, Heracles knew that he was ready. Ready to face whatever came next, no matter how insurmountable it might seem. The forest trembled with fear as the Caledonian boar tore through the underbrush, a monstrous beast sent by the gods themselves. Its tusks gleamed like sharpened blades, slicing through anything in its path. Trees toppled, and the earth seemed to quake under its furious hooves. For the people of Caledon, the boar was not just an animal, it was a nightmare given flesh, a punishment from Artemis, goddess of the hunt, for the king's neglect of her offerings. And now, the greatest warriors of Greece had gathered, determined to end the reign of terror the boar had unleashed. Among the hunters was Meleager, Prince of Caledon, a man of unmatched bravery. His eyes were set on the beast that threatened his people. But this hunt was no ordinary contest of man against nature. It was a battle between the pride of warriors and the wrath of a goddess, a fight that would leave its mark on everyone involved. The call went out across Greece, summoning heroes from far and wide. They came with spears and bows, with swords and courage, ready to face the boar whose tusks could tear men apart as easily as it could split trees. Atalanta, the swift-footed huntress, stood among them, her presence a quiet challenge to the men who doubted her. She was fierce, skilled, and beautiful, but in a world dominated by men, her strength was often overlooked. Yet Meleager, from the moment he laid eyes on her, recognized her for what she truly was, a warrior equal to any man. His admiration for her grew, igniting a fire in his heart that would blaze uncontrollably. The morning of the hunt dawned cold and gray, the air thick with tension. The hunters fanned out through the forest, their every sense heightened, their weapons gripped tightly in their hands. The boar was out there, somewhere in the dense, shadowed woods, and every step closer brought them nearer to a beast whose fury was beyond comprehension. Suddenly, a deafening roar split the air. The ground shook as the Caledonian boar charged from the trees, its eyes wild with rage. The hunters scattered, some shouting in terror as the creature tore through their ranks. Spears were thrown, arrows loosed, but the boar seemed unstoppable. One swipe of its tusks sent a man flying, his body crumpling like paper beneath the weight of its blow. It was chaos. Fear rippled through the hunters as they realized the scale of the battle before them. But amid the terror, one figure moved with unshakable calm, Atalanta. Her eyes were locked on the beast, her bow raised, the string pulled taut. In that moment, time seemed to slow. With a grace that could only come from years of hunting, she let the arrow fly. The arrow struck true, piercing the boar's side. It roared in pain, blood dripping from the wound, but it did not fall. Still, it was enough. The great beast was wounded, slowed, and the tide of the battle shifted. Meleager, filled with admiration and love for Atalanta, saw his moment. With a battle cry that echoed through the trees, he charged forward, spear in hand. The boar turned, its eyes burning with hatred, but Meleager was faster. He thrust his spear into the beast's heart, and with one final, furious bellow, the great Caledonian boar collapsed. For a moment, the forest was silent. The hunters stood frozen, their breaths caught in their throats, hardly able to believe that the creature that had terrorized them for so long now lay dead at their feet. Then, slowly, they began to cheer, their voices rising in triumph. The hunt was over. The boar was dead. But even in victory, shadows loomed. Meleager, in his joy and admiration, declared that Atalanta had struck the first blow and deserved the prize, the boar's hide. His heart swelled with pride for her, his affection clear for all to see. Yet this act of generosity would soon sow seeds of bitterness and anger. Meleager's uncles, bitter and jealous that a woman had played such a vital role in the hunt, spoke against his decision. They mocked Atalanta, diminishing her accomplishment, and demanded that the prize be given to a man. Meleager, already fired by his feelings for Atalanta, was not one to stand by and let her be insulted. His temper, which could burn as fiercely as the flame of love in his heart, flared. He defended her honor, but his words were met with scorn. Anger boiled over, and in a fit of rage, Meleager struck down his uncles, killing them both in the heat of the moment. The forest, once filled with the victorious cries of the hunters, now fell silent once more. The blood of family stained the earth, and in that moment, the triumph of the hunt was forgotten. Meleager's own mother, Althea, was torn apart by grief. The news of her brother's deaths at the hands of her son shattered her heart. And in her agony, she remembered the prophecy that had haunted her since Meleager's birth. When Meleager was born, the fates had foretold that his life would last only as long as a certain log remained unburned. Althea had kept the log safe for years, protecting her son from death. But now, blinded by sorrow and anger over the deaths of her brothers, she made a fateful decision. With trembling hands and a heart heavy with grief, she threw the log into the fire. As the flames consumed the wood, Meleager's strength drained from him. Far from the forest, far from the hunters who had shared in his victory, he felt his life slipping away. He collapsed, the weight of the god's curse heavy on his soul. His eyes, which had once gleamed with the fire of battle, now dimmed, his body succumbing to the death his mother had unwittingly brought upon him. The great hunt of the Caledonian boar had ended not in triumph, but in tragedy. The beast was slain, but so too was Meleager, the hero who had fought with such valor. His death, a result of pride, anger, and love, left a scar on the hearts of all who had known him. The forest, once terrorized by the boar, was now haunted by the memory of a man who had given everything, his strength, his honor, and ultimately his life, for the love of a woman and the defense of her name. And as the embers of the fire that had consumed the fateful log flickered and died, so too did the life of one of Greece's greatest heroes, leaving behind a story that would be remembered not just for the hunt, but for the heartbreaking cost of pride and vengeance. The forest stood still, its ancient trees swaying gently in the wind, as if they held their breath in anticipation of something magical. In the heart of these woods roamed a creature so rare, so sacred, that few believed it truly existed. The Lernaean Hydra, an otherworldly deer with golden antlers that shone like the sun, and hooves as swift as the wind. This was no ordinary creature. It belonged to Artemis, goddess of the hunt and wilderness, and to even touch it was a sacrilege. Yet Heracles, the great hero, had been given the impossible task of capturing it alive. Heracles, whose feats of strength were legendary, was a man familiar with battles and beasts, with struggles that tested the body and the spirit. But this task was different. It required not brute force, but patience and respect. The hind wasn't just an animal, it was a symbol of purity and divinity, a creature beloved by the goddess who cherished all wild things. To harm it would incur the wrath of Artemis herself. And so, Heracles knew that for once, his great strength would be of little use. The sun barely pierced the thick canopy of trees as Heracles set out on his quest. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, as he pursued the elusive creature. He moved carefully, silently, never letting his presence disrupt the delicate balance of the forest. At times, he would catch a glimpse of the hind, its golden antlers glinting in the light, only for it to vanish as quickly as it had appeared, leaving behind nothing but a trace of hoof prints in the soft earth. Heracles' heart ached with the beauty of it, the way it seemed to dance through the woods, free and untouchable, a living embodiment of the wild. But Heracles was determined. He knew that his task would only be complete when the hind was in his hands. Slowly, his movements became more attuned to the rhythm of the forest. He learned to move with the wind, to wait with the patience of the trees, and to step as softly as the falling leaves. His respect for the creature grew with every passing day, not just for its beauty, but for the challenge it represented. It was as if the hind itself was testing him, measuring not his strength, but his heart. Finally, after nearly a year of pursuit, Heracles saw his chance. The hind was grazing near a stream, its head lowered as it sipped from the clear water. It seemed at peace, unaware of the hunter who had followed it for so long. Heracles' heart pounded in his chest. He knew he had to act quickly, but gently. His muscles, usually ready to spring into action, tensed with a different kind of energy, one of careful restraint. He waited, barely breathing, until the moment was right. And then, with a speed that belied his great size, Heracles lunged. But instead of striking, he wrapped his arms around the hind, holding it as delicately as one might hold a fragile piece of glass. The hind struggled, its powerful legs kicking, its golden antlers flashing dangerously close to Heracles' face. But the hero held on, his heart pounding with both fear and reverence. In that moment, as he held the sacred creature in his arms, Heracles felt a wave of emotion wash over him. This was not a victory born of conquest, but one of understanding. He had captured the hind not through violence or force, but through respect for its beauty, its divinity. For the first time, Heracles realized that his greatest strength was not his power, but his ability to learn from the challenges he faced. The hind's wild spirit had taught him more than any battle ever could. But as he stood there, the hind still struggling in his grasp, a shadow fell over the forest. Artemis herself appeared, her eyes blazing with anger. She had come to claim what was hers, and her fury was a force unlike any Heracles had ever faced. Her voice was like thunder as she demanded the release of her sacred animal. Heracles, though strong and brave, felt a chill run down his spine. He knew he could not lie to the goddess, nor could he keep what belonged to her. But he also knew that he had not harmed the hind, that his heart had remained true in his task. Kneeling before Artemis, he explained his quest, his voice steady but humble. He spoke not of his struggles, but of the respect he had gained for the hind, for the forest, for the wild things that belonged to the goddess. Artemis listened, her fierce gaze never leaving Heracles. For a moment, the forest seemed to hold its breath once more. The trees, the animals, even the wind waited for her judgment. Heracles remained on his knees, the hind still in his arms, its golden eyes watching the goddess as if waiting for her to decide its fate. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Artemis' expression softened. She saw the truth in Heracles' words, the sincerity in his actions. He had not come to take, but to fulfill his task with honor. Nodding slowly, she allowed him to take the hind, but only under the condition that it would be returned to her, unharmed, once his task was complete. Relief flooded through Heracles, though he did not dare show it. He bowed his head in gratitude, promising the goddess that her sacred creature would be returned as she wished. And with that, Artemis vanished as swiftly as she had appeared, leaving Heracles alone once more with the Lernaean hind. The journey back was long, but Heracles felt a new sense of peace. The hind, though still wild, no longer struggled in his grasp. It seemed to understand that this was not the end of its freedom, that it would soon be returned to the woods it called home. And Heracles, though a hero with many more labors ahead, carried with him the lessons of this sacred creature. When he finally returned the hind to Artemis, he did so with the same reverence that had guided him throughout the hunt. The goddess, true to her word, accepted her sacred animal back without further anger, knowing that Heracles had proven himself not just a hero, but a protector of what was precious and wild. And so, the Lernaean hind disappeared into the forest once more, its golden antlers gleaming in the sunlight, a symbol of the untamed beauty of the world, and of the hero who had captured it, not with strength, but with heart. In a quiet corner of the world, where the air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of the ancients, a shadow loomed. It wasn't the shadow of a tree or a cloud, but the dark wings of a curse that had befallen the land. The Stymphalian birds, fierce and bloodthirsty, had taken roost in the nearby marshes, turning the once peaceful area into a nightmare. These creatures were no ordinary birds. They were monstrous, man-eating beasts, their sharp beaks and deadly feathers causing terror in the hearts of all who encountered them. Villagers spoke in hushed tones about the horror that came with the dawn. Each morning, the cries of the birds would echo through the valley, chilling the bones of even the bravest souls. No one dared venture near the marshes, for many had gone in search of food or comfort and had never returned. Families were torn apart, and the fabric of the community was fraying, one thread at a time, as fear tightened its grip. But in this land, there was hope, a glimmering thread of light in the form of Heracles, the great hero known for his strength and courage. The people turned to him, their eyes filled with a mixture of desperation and faith. They needed a champion, someone who could face the horror that had taken over their lives. Heracles understood their plight. With a heart full of compassion, he took on the challenge, ready to confront the winged terrors. As he approached the marshes, the air felt heavier, thick with dread. The sounds of the birds echoed all around, like a chorus of malevolence. Heracles steeled himself, recalling the stories he had heard of their ferocity. The Stymphalian birds were said to have metallic feathers that could pierce flesh and sharp beaks that could tear through armor. They were relentless, and their appetite for destruction knew no bounds. But Heracles also remembered that within every nightmare lay a glimmer of weakness. Determined, he prepared himself for battle. He needed a plan that would outsmart the cunning birds. He remembered the stories of how they nested in the marshes, safe from hunters but unable to fly far from their home. If he could drive them from their hiding place, he might stand a chance. But how? He needed a way to flush them out, to bring them into the open. Then, inspiration struck. Heracles called upon the help of Athena, the wise goddess known for her strategic mind. With her guidance, he fashioned a set of brazen castanets, a loud clattering device that would echo across the marshes. The noise would disturb the birds, sending them into a frenzy and forcing them out into the open where he could confront them. As he stood at the edge of the marsh, heart racing and hand steady, he struck the castanets together. The sound was sharp and jarring, slicing through the air like a knife. It echoed across the water, bouncing off the trees, and for a moment, silence fell. Then, chaos erupted. The Stymphalian birds, startled by the noise, burst forth from the reeds, their wings flapping wildly as they took to the sky. Heracles watched as the dark forms twisted and turned, shrieking with fury and fear. They were magnificent and terrifying, their eyes gleaming with a mix of anger and confusion. But he had no time to hesitate. He hurled his arrows, each one aimed with precision, striking down the birds that dared to swoop towards him. The air was filled with feathers and the sounds of battle, and with each shot, Heracles felt a wave of determination swell within him. Yet, it was not just a fight against monsters, it was a battle for the souls of the villagers who had suffered so long. As he fought, he thought of the families torn apart, the laughter silenced, and the dreams shattered. Every feather that fell was a small victory for those who had lived in fear. Heracles felt their spirits with him, urging him forward, giving him strength when fatigue began to creep in. But the birds were relentless, diving and swooping, trying to peck at him, to tear him apart. It was a dance of life and death, a battle where every moment counted. Just as he felt his strength waning, he remembered the beauty of the land and the joy that would return if he could rid it of this scourge. With renewed vigor, he fought back harder, using every arrow, every ounce of his strength to push against the tide of darkness. As the sun began to set, casting an orange glow over the marshes, the battle reached its peak. With one final, determined shot, Heracles struck down the last of the monstrous birds. The echo of their cries faded into the stillness of the evening, replaced by the gentle sound of the wind rustling through the trees. The nightmare was finally over. Exhausted but victorious, Heracles stood among the fallen feathers, his heart swelling with pride and relief. The villagers, who had gathered at the edge of the marshes, erupted in cheers. They rushed forward, embracing the hero who had freed them from their torment. Tears of joy filled their eyes, and laughter broke through the silence that had haunted them for so long. Heracles felt the warmth of their gratitude wrap around him like a comforting cloak. He had not just fought for his own glory, but for the lives and happiness of those he had never met. In that moment, he understood that true heroism came not from strength alone, but from the willingness to stand for others, to fight for those who could not fight for themselves. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the marsh, Heracles knew that he would carry this moment in his heart forever. He had faced the darkness, driven away the terror, and restored hope to the land. The Stymphalian birds would haunt the shadows no more, and in their place, the laughter and joy of the villagers would flourish once again. In the quiet aftermath of battle, the air felt lighter, filled with the promise of new beginnings. The bonds of the community grew stronger, woven together by the trials they had faced and the hero who had saved them. And in the heart of Heracles, a flicker of hope ignited, reminding him that no matter how dark the world may seem, the light of courage and compassion can always break through. A thick fog clung to the mountains as dawn broke over the land, casting an eerie stillness that seemed to hold its breath. This was no ordinary morning. It was a day destined for greatness or despair, a day that would test the very limits of courage and strength. Somewhere in the distance, the Erymanthian boar roamed, a monstrous creature known for its size and ferocity. Stories of this beast sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to speak its name. It was not just a boar, it was a titan of the wild, a terrifying force that had terrorized the people living near the Erymanthus Mountains. Heracles, the great hero known for his strength and valor, stood at the base of the mountain, heart pounding with both anticipation and trepidation. This was one of his labors, a challenge he must overcome to prove his worth and reclaim his honor. As he looked up at the towering peaks, shrouded in mist, he felt the weight of the task ahead. The Erymanthian boar had eluded many hunters before him, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. But today, he was determined to face this fearsome creature and bring it back alive. He set off, the cool mountain air filling his lungs with each determined breath. Every step felt like a march into the unknown, where danger lurked in every shadow. He could hear the rustling of leaves and the distant calls of birds, but none of it distracted him from his mission. As he climbed higher, the trees grew sparser, and the ground beneath his feet became rocky and treacherous. Heracles had faced many foes, but the thought of this boar, a creature so massive that it could uproot trees with its tusks, made him feel small. Hours passed as he trekked through the rugged terrain, the sounds of nature enveloping him like a cloak. The further he went, the more he realized that this was not just a battle of brawn, it was also a battle of wits. He needed a plan. He recalled stories of the boar's habits, how it often roamed the slopes of the mountain in search of food. Perhaps if he could outsmart the beast, he could catch it unawares. As he continued his ascent, the wind picked up, whispering secrets of the mountain. Heracles listened intently, his instincts guiding him. Suddenly, he spotted fresh tracks in the mud, a telltale sign that he was getting close. His heart raced, and he felt a surge of adrenaline. He followed the tracks carefully, each step taken with caution. The excitement of the hunt coursed through him, mingling with the fears that clawed at the edges of his mind. Finally, he reached a clearing, and there it was, the Erymanthian boar. It was magnificent and terrifying all at once. The beast was larger than any creature he had ever seen, its bristly fur glistening in the dappled sunlight. Its eyes were wild, reflecting the primal instinct of a true predator. As it grazed, the ground shook beneath its weight, and Heracles felt the power of the beast resonate through the earth. In that moment, doubt crept into his mind. Could he really capture such a creature? Would his strength be enough? But as he looked at the boar, he remembered the villagers, the fear that had gripped them for too long. He thought of their hopes resting on his shoulders. With a deep breath, he steadied himself and formulated a plan. He decided to use the terrain to his advantage. Knowing that the boar would not be able to navigate the rocky cliffs easily, he led it toward a steep slope. With each calculated step, he maneuvered the creature closer to the edge of a natural trap. As the boar began to sense something amiss, Heracles sprang into action. He charged, using all his strength and agility to confront the beast. The boar, startled and enraged, turned to face him, tusks gleaming like daggers in the sunlight. The two clashed in a whirlwind of power. Heracles ducked and dodged, narrowly avoiding the boar's fierce charge. Each moment was a dance of life and death, a battle between man and beast. He could feel the adrenaline surging through his veins, pushing him forward. In a final, desperate move, he leaped onto the boar's back, gripping tightly as it thrashed and roared. The power of the beast was overwhelming, but Heracles held on, channeling all his strength into subduing the creature. After what felt like an eternity of struggle, he managed to tire the boar out, its wild movements slowing. Heracles knew he couldn't give up now. With one final surge of energy, he wrapped his arms around the boar, securing it tightly, finally bringing it to the ground. Heart racing and muscles screaming in protest, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had done it. He had captured the Erymanthian boar alive. As he stood over the subdued beast, a sense of triumph washed over him. But there was more than just victory in this moment. He felt a deep connection to the creature, understanding that it was not just a foe but a living being, a part of the wild that had been forced into conflict. In that quiet clearing, Heracles realized that true strength came not just from defeating one's enemies but also from respecting the bond shared with nature. With great care, he secured the boar and began his descent down the mountain, his heart swelling with pride. The path back felt lighter, the weight of his labor transforming into a sense of fulfillment. The journey had changed him, and he carried with him not just the captured boar, but also the lessons learned through the struggle. He would return to the villagers as a hero, but he would also return with a deeper understanding of courage and compassion. As he neared the village, the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the landscape. The sight of familiar faces awaiting his return filled him with warmth. The villagers cheered, their eyes wide with awe and admiration as he entered the village, leading the mighty boar. Joy and gratitude washed over him, and he felt the connection to his community solidify in a way that only a shared victory could foster. In that moment of triumph, surrounded by the love and appreciation of those he had saved, Heracles understood the true meaning of his labors. Each challenge he faced was not just a test of strength, but also a chance to grow, to learn, and to bond with the world around him. The Erymanthian boar was more than just a beast to be captured, it was a testament to his journey and the spirit of the people he fought for. With the stars beginning to twinkle in the night sky, Heracles looked at the boar and smiled. He had not just conquered a fearsome creature, he had forged a deeper connection with the land and its people, ensuring that their stories would be told for generations to come. In the heart of ancient mountains, where the air itself seemed to hum with mystery, there lived creatures of legend, beasts beyond imagination. Among them was the griffin, a guardian of unparalleled power and grace. Its form was a striking blend of the mightiest animals, body of a lion, symbolizing courage and strength, and the head of an eagle, with piercing eyes that saw far beyond what mere mortals could comprehend. This creature, born of the earth and sky, was entrusted with a sacred duty, to protect treasures so valuable that only the purest or the most daring would dare approach. The griffin was no ordinary beast. Its every movement exuded majesty, each powerful stride of its lion's body resonating with authority, while the wide expanse of its eagle's wings stretched toward the heavens, casting vast shadows over the ground below. The combination of these two regal creatures, the king of beasts and the sovereign of the skies, was awe-inspiring, evoking both wonder and fear in anyone who gazed upon it. Legend spoke of the griffin's piercing shriek that could be heard miles away, a warning to those foolish enough to come near its lair. Guarding treasure was not a task it took lightly. These weren't just piles of gold or shimmering jewels, they were symbols of power, wisdom, and immortality. Buried deep within hidden caves or nestled on high, unreachable cliffs, the treasures the griffin protected were whispered about in stories, treasures that men would risk their lives to claim. But few ever succeeded. For not only was the griffin swift and powerful, but it was also fiercely loyal to its charge, driven by an instinctual bond to the very treasures it guarded. Many brave souls had sought to face the griffin, tempted by the lure of riches or the promise of glory. They came from distant lands, their hearts filled with ambition, hoping to outsmart or outfight the creature that stood between them and unimaginable wealth. But none had ever returned. Some had barely made it to the entrance of the griffin's lair before they were met with the beast's wrath. Its talons, sharp as swords, could tear through armor as if it were nothing but cloth. Its beak, strong enough to crack stone, left no hope for those who dared to draw near. And yet, despite its fearsome nature, there was something more profound about the griffin, something that went beyond mere brute strength. It was not just a mindless beast, but a creature of deep purpose and wisdom. Its golden eyes, sharp and penetrating, held the weight of ages, as if it had seen the rise and fall of empires, witnessed the folly of mankind's greed, and understood the true value of the treasures it protected. The griffin was more than a guardian of riches, it was a keeper of ancient knowledge, a silent protector of secrets lost to time. One story, passed down through generations, told of a young man named Alecton who, unlike the others before him, did not seek treasure for wealth or power. Alecton was driven by a different desire, a thirst for knowledge, for the wisdom that he believed the griffin's treasure held. He had heard the tales of men who had fallen to the griffin's might, but he was undeterred. He believed that if he approached the creature with respect, if his heart was pure, perhaps the griffin would sense his intentions and allow him to pass. For days, Alecton journeyed through the rugged mountains, battling the elements and his own fears. He knew that once he reached the griffin's lair, there would be no turning back. As he neared the peak of the mountain, the air grew thinner, and the winds howled in warning, but Alecton pressed on. When he finally arrived at the entrance of the griffin's cave, his heart pounded in his chest. He could feel the weight of history pressing down on him, the realization that he was standing where countless others had stood before, at the threshold of fate. The cave was vast, its walls glistening with the faint glow of the treasures within. But Alecton's eyes were not drawn to the gold or jewels, they were fixed on the creature before him. The griffin, larger and more magnificent than he had ever imagined, stood at the center of the cavern, its eagle's head turned toward him, eyes glowing like molten amber. It watched him, unmoving, as if waiting to see what he would do. Alecton knew he had to act quickly, but he also knew that any sign of aggression would be met with swift and certain death. So, instead of drawing his sword, he knelt before the griffin, bowing his head in respect. He spoke softly, his voice trembling but steady, explaining that he sought not wealth, but the knowledge that the griffin had guarded for so long. For what felt like an eternity, there was silence. The griffin's gaze remained fixed on him, unblinking, its powerful form as still as stone. And then, something remarkable happened. The griffin, with a slow, deliberate movement, stepped aside, revealing a hidden chamber within the cave. It was a gesture of trust, a recognition of Alecton's sincerity. As Alecton entered the chamber, he found not just gold or jewels, but ancient scrolls and tablets, filled with wisdom from times long past. The treasure of the griffin was not material wealth, but the knowledge of civilizations long forgotten, the secrets of the earth and sky, and the understanding of life itself. In that moment, Alecton realized the true nature of the griffin's guardianship. The creature was not protecting mere riches, but something far more valuable, the legacy of humanity, the knowledge that could shape the future if used wisely. The griffin had seen the corruption of greed in others, but in Alecton, it had seen a purity of purpose, and for that, it had allowed him to pass. With his heart full of gratitude, Alecton left the griffin's lair, vowing to use the knowledge he had gained for the betterment of all. And as he descended the mountain, he glanced back one last time, seeing the griffin perched high above, its eyes still watching, ever vigilant, ever guarding the treasures that truly mattered. In the years that followed, Alecton became a renowned scholar, his wisdom admired by all. Yet, he never forgot the griffin and the lesson it had taught him, that the greatest treasures are not those made of gold or jewels, but the knowledge and wisdom that shape the world. From the very moment Pegasus was born, the world felt a shift in the winds. It wasn't just a birth, but an awakening, a creature of unmatched grace and freedom, rising from the most tragic of beginnings. Pegasus, the magnificent winged horse, came into existence from the blood of Medusa. It was as if beauty and innocence had been snatched from the jaws of a monster's defeat. Where darkness had loomed, suddenly, there was light, a creature so pure and awe-inspiring that it seemed to defy the very nature of its origins. Medusa's story was one of sorrow, and her end, violent and swift. Struck down by Perseus, her life drained away, and from that very blood, as it spilled onto the earth, Pegasus emerged. His wings, vast and shimmering like freshly fallen snow, beat against the air for the first time. His mane, silken and bright, danced with the sunlight as he soared upward. Born from a tragedy, yet Pegasus represented hope, a creature that embodied the possibility of rising above the darkest of moments. The moment his hooves touched the ground for the first time, it was as though the earth itself sighed in relief, blessed by his presence. Where he ran, flowers bloomed, and where his wings brushed the sky, the clouds parted, revealing the heavens in their most glorious form. There was something ethereal about Pegasus. He wasn't just an animal, he was a symbol of freedom, the dream of flight made real, untouchable by the hands of mortals. Though Pegasus was born from Medusa's blood, there was no trace of her sorrow in him. Instead, he carried with him the spirit of resilience. He was a reminder that from the deepest despair, beauty could still be born. Those who were lucky enough to witness him in flight spoke of a creature that seemed more divine than earthly. His wings stretched wide, catching the wind like sails on a vast ocean, his powerful legs propelling him effortlessly across the sky. It was said that the sound of his wings flapping could calm even the most turbulent storms. Pegasus quickly became a creature of legend, whispered about in hushed tones by those who dreamed of the skies. For many, he was the embodiment of what humans could never achieve, true, unbridled freedom. To see Pegasus was to feel that weightlessness, the idea that the Earth's gravity, with all its burdens, could be escaped, if only for a moment. Children would look to the skies, hoping to catch a glimpse of his white wings cutting through the blue, a symbol of dreams that never touched the ground. But Pegasus was not just a thing of beauty, he was also a companion to heroes, most notably Bellerophon, a warrior known for his strength and courage. Yet even Bellerophon, as brave as he was, couldn't capture Pegasus on his own. It was said that only with the help of the goddess Athena was he able to tame the winged horse. With a golden bridle, gifted by the goddess herself, Bellerophon approached Pegasus with humility and care, for it was well understood that such a creature could never be controlled by force. Only with trust and respect would Pegasus allow anyone to ride him. Together, Pegasus and Bellerophon soared through the skies, conquering battles that would have been impossible without the horse's flight. The bond between man and creature became legendary, a partnership built on mutual understanding. But despite their victories and triumphs, it was clear that Pegasus belonged to the skies. His heart was not tied to the ground, to the wars of men or their fleeting concerns. He was a creature of the wind, untamed by the desires of mortals. Even Bellerophon, who had flown with Pegasus, learned this truth the hard way. Fueled by arrogance after many victories, Bellerophon dared to ride Pegasus toward Mount Olympus, the home of the gods. He believed that with Pegasus by his side, he could ascend to the realm of the immortals. But the gods, watching from above, were not so easily swayed. Zeus, in his wisdom, sent a biting gadfly to sting Pegasus, causing the horse to rear back in pain, throwing Bellerophon from his back. The hero plummeted to the earth, his ambition shattered along with his bones. Pegasus, on the other hand, flew free, unburdened by the hubris of man. In time, Pegasus found his rightful place among the stars. Zeus, recognizing the purity and beauty of the winged horse, immortalized him in the night sky, creating the constellation that bears his name. To this day, Pegasus can still be seen, galloping across the heavens, a reminder to all who look up that freedom and grace come not from power or control, but from understanding and harmony with the forces that guide us. Though Pegasus had been born from the blood of Medusa, a creature often associated with fear and destruction, he carried none of that darkness within him. Instead, he was a symbol of what could be, a creature that transcended his origins, rising above the tragedy of his birth to become something extraordinary. His story was not one of loss, but of hope, of beauty emerging from pain, of flight born from the ashes of despair. To think of Pegasus is to think of possibility. His wings, forever outstretched, remind us that no matter where we come from, no matter the burdens we carry, there is always a way to rise above. His flight is a testament to the power of resilience, the idea that we are not defined by our beginnings, but by what we choose to become. In the end, Pegasus is more than just a winged horse. He is the embodiment of the human spirit, the dream to fly, to be free, to touch the sky. The sky darkened, not from the setting sun, but from the beating wings of countless birds, birds unlike any others. These were the Stymphalian birds, creatures of metal feathers and claws sharp enough to tear through flesh. Their screeching cries pierced the air, filling it with dread, as they swooped down with relentless fury. They were no ordinary birds, they were the stuff of nightmares, born from ancient chaos and sent to wreak havoc on anyone who dared cross their path. Once, these terrifying creatures had roamed freely over the marshes of Stymphalos, their very presence a curse to the land. No crops would grow under their shadow, and no peace could be found while their wings filled the sky. Their bronze beaks snapped at anything that moved, and their metallic feathers gleamed like deadly weapons, ready to be launched at their prey. They were hunters, but unlike anything known before. It wasn't enough that they killed, they destroyed, leaving nothing but fear and desolation in their wake. Their significance lay not just in their danger, but in what they represented, the chaos of nature twisted into something unrecognizable. Birds are supposed to symbolize freedom and grace, yet these monstrous creatures defied all that. They were flight turned into menace, the sky becoming a place not of hope but of terror. Each time their wings beat the air, they stirred a wind of panic among those below, as if the very skies were trying to drive humans into hiding. The legend of the Stymphalian birds is tied to the bravery of Heracles, who was tasked with driving them away as one of his 12 labors. Armed with nothing but a bow and arrows, and with the help of Athena, who gifted him a rattle to startle the birds from their hiding place, Heracles faced these flying threats head-on. The task was daunting. Even the greatest of heroes might have hesitated before facing such a swarm of death. But Heracles, known for his strength and resolve, knew that to save the people, these creatures had to be confronted. As the birds rose from the marshes, their numbers seemed endless, blotting out the sun. Each beat of their wings felt like a pulse of doom, and their eyes gleamed with an unnatural intelligence, as though they knew they were the terror of the skies. Heracles, unshaken, raised his bow, his muscles tensing as he aimed. One by one, his arrows flew through the air, striking the birds down, their metal feathers clattering as they hit the ground. But it wasn't just about defeating them physically, the true victory came in driving them away, pushing them back into the unknown from which they came. In that moment, Heracles didn't just rid the world of a dangerous threat, he restored balance. The sky, once dark and filled with the chaos of these birds, slowly returned to its natural state. The people, who had cowered in fear, could finally breathe again, knowing that the threat had been banished. It was more than a heroic feat, it was a reclaiming of the world from the forces of darkness and destruction. But the Stymphalian birds left behind more than just broken feathers and tales of a hero's triumph. They became a symbol of the dangers lurking in places unseen, the threats that could emerge at any time to steal away peace and life. They were a reminder that not all battles are fought on the ground, some wars take place in the skies above, where the stakes are just as high and the danger just as real. In many ways, the Stymphalian birds continue to haunt the imagination. Their ability to turn the sky into a weaponized force of nature speaks to a primal fear, the fear of losing control, of the very elements of the world turning against us. As long as the story of Heracles and his labors endures, so too will the memory of these deadly birds, creatures that remind us of the thin line between peace and chaos. Even today, the image of the Stymphalian birds sends a shiver down the spine. Their sleek, metallic bodies and deadly precision bring to mind a world where the ordinary can become extraordinary, and not in the way we might hope. They were flying threats not just because they could kill, but because they represented a force that couldn't be easily tamed or predicted. And yet, in the midst of their terror, there's something almost tragic about them. Perhaps they didn't choose to be the way they were. Maybe, in some ancient moment, they too were ordinary birds, twisted by a curse or the whims of the gods into something monstrous. But whatever their origins, they became something far beyond what they should have been, fearsome creatures who brought nothing but death and despair in their wake. Heracles' victory over them was monumental, but it didn't erase the fear they spread. Long after they were driven away, the stories of their menace continued to echo. Parents told their children of the birds to keep them close to home, sailors watched the skies with wary eyes, and even the bravest of warriors couldn't help but feel a flicker of fear when they heard the rush of wings overhead. The Stymphalian birds had left their mark, not just on the land they terrorized, but on the hearts of all who knew of them. They were a warning, a tale of the dangers that could rise from the marshes or descend from the skies. And though they were eventually defeated, their legend lives on, a reminder that even the bravest must face the fear that comes from above. To look at the Stymphalian birds is to see a reflection of the fears that lie within all of us, the fear of losing control, of the world turning against us in unexpected and terrifying ways. Their story may have begun in the mythic past, but the power they hold over our imaginations remains as strong as ever. And so, the birds fly on in the minds of those who hear their tale, a dark shadow on an otherwise clear sky, a warning that even the most serene of worlds can hold dangers just waiting to strike. Their wings beat with the memory of terror, their cries echoing the fear of those who once faced them. But perhaps, in some way, they also serve as a testament to the power of courage, the ability to stand firm in the face of overwhelming odds and to drive away the darkness, even when it comes from the skies themselves. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a faint golden light over the earth as Heracles stood at the edge of a dark and menacing swamp. His breath was steady, but his mind knew what lay ahead, a beast so terrifying that even its death brought no peace. The Hydra, with its many heads, each one more ferocious than the last, awaited him. This was not a battle of brute strength alone, it was a test of will, of endurance. Every time he struck down one head, two more would rise in its place. Heracles' hand gripped his sword tightly as he stepped into the marsh. The air was thick, suffocating, filled with the stench of decay and something worse, something ancient. The ground beneath him squelched, as though even the earth itself was afraid of the monster it held. And then he saw it, a writhing mass of scales and venomous heads, each hissing, snarling, waiting to tear him apart. With each swing of his sword, the Hydra's heads fell, but Heracles quickly realized the horror of his task. No matter how many times he cut them down, they grew back, faster and more vicious. His body ached, sweat mingled with blood on his skin, but he refused to surrender. With a final burst of desperate strength, he remembered the torch he had brought with him. He used it to burn the stumps of the severed heads, stopping them from growing back. It was brutal, exhausting work, but finally, the creature lay still, its last head burning into ashes. Heracles stood victorious, yet victory tasted bitter. The Hydra, like so many other monsters he faced, was a creature cursed by the gods, and killing it felt like ripping apart a piece of the world itself. But this was his fate, his curse, to fight and to win, no matter the cost. But this was only one of many battles Heracles had to face. His next challenge led him to the gates of the underworld, where death itself reigned. His task? To capture Cerberus, the three-headed dog who guarded the entrance to Hades. This wasn't just a test of strength, it was a journey into the heart of darkness, where even the gods tread lightly. The underworld was a place of shadows and silence, where souls drifted aimlessly and the air was thick with despair. As Heracles descended deeper into this eerie realm, the light from the world above faded away, leaving him in a suffocating void. His heart pounded in his chest, not from fear, but from the sheer weight of where he was, a place no living man was meant to enter. Then he saw it, Cerberus, a hulking beast with three snarling heads, each with eyes that glowed like embers in the darkness. Its massive paws dug into the ground as it paced in front of the gates, every muscle tensed, ready to strike at any intruder. Heracles knew there would be no escape if he failed. Cerberus was not just a guardian, he was a force of nature, a being born to protect the dead and to ensure that none crossed the boundary between life and death without paying the price. Heracles approached slowly, his heart steady, his mind focused. He had faced many monsters before, but there was something different about Cerberus, something almost noble in the way the beast carried out its duty. Heracles didn't want to kill this creature. His task was to capture it, to bring it back to the world above, if only for a brief moment. With all the strength he could muster, Heracles lunged at Cerberus, wrapping his arms around the creature's necks, wrestling it to the ground. The struggle was immense, the power of the beast overwhelming. But Heracles' will was stronger, and after what felt like hours, the mighty Cerberus was subdued, not defeated, but captured. For a moment, Heracles locked eyes with the middle head of the dog, and in those eyes, he saw something he hadn't expected: understanding. Cerberus was a guardian, a protector, not a mindless killer. In that fleeting exchange, it was as if the beast acknowledged Heracles' purpose, allowing itself to be taken, if only because it understood the weight of the hero's journey. And then there was the Nemean lion, a creature that seemed almost invincible. Its golden fur shimmered in the sunlight, and its roar echoed through the valleys like thunder. No weapon could pierce its hide, no sword could draw blood from this beast. Heracles had faced many dangers before, but none quite like this. The lion was not just strong, it was untouchable, as though the gods themselves had forged it from the very essence of the earth. Heracles tried every weapon he had, but nothing worked. The lion's fur was impenetrable, a shield against even the sharpest of blades. But Heracles wasn't just a warrior, he was a thinker. He realized that no weapon could harm the lion, but perhaps his own strength could. With nothing but his bare hands, Heracles tackled the lion, wrestling it to the ground in a battle of pure might. The struggle was fierce, both man and beast locked in a deadly embrace. Heracles' muscles burned, his lungs screamed for air, but he refused to let go. Slowly, painfully, he tightened his grip around the lion's throat, until finally, the great beast collapsed, its life force draining away. The Nemean lion, once thought to be invincible, had been slain, not by the sharpness of a blade, but by the sheer strength and determination of a man who refused to give up. Heracles skinned the lion and wore its hide as a cloak, a symbol of his victory, but also a reminder of the brutal nature of his task. Each of these monsters, Hydra, Cerberus, and the Nemean lion, represented not just physical challenges, but the struggles of Heracles' soul. He was a man cursed by fate, forced to face horrors that no mortal should ever encounter. And yet, with each battle, each impossible task, Heracles proved that even in the face of overwhelming odds, there was something within him, within all of us, that could rise to the challenge. The monsters he faced were not just creatures of myth, they were the embodiment of fear, of chaos, of the unknown. And Heracles, though just a man, stood as a symbol of hope. With every victory, he showed that even the darkest, most terrifying forces could be overcome, not through divine power, but through human will, strength, and heart. In these battles, Heracles became more than a hero. He became a legend, a figure who, through his courage and resolve, turned the impossible into the possible. And though his labors were born of punishment, each victory was a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. Perseus stood on the edge of the world, the air thick with anticipation and fear. His heart pounded in his chest, but his hand was steady on the hilt of his sword. Before him lay the task that no mortal dared to face. He was to slay Medusa, the creature with the power to turn men to stone with a single gaze. This was no ordinary quest, it was a mission of survival, a test of courage, and a journey into the very heart of darkness. Medusa was a monster unlike any other. Her face, once beautiful, had been cursed, twisted into something so terrible that none who looked upon her lived to tell the tale. Her hair, a writhing mass of snakes, hissed and coiled, always hungry, always moving. Perseus knew that if he made one mistake, if he looked directly into her eyes for even a second, it would be the end of him. The weight of the task ahead pressed on him like a stone, but Perseus was not alone. In his hand, he held a polished shield, a gift from Athena, gleaming with a reflection so perfect that it was like looking into another world. This shield would be his saving grace, his only way to see Medusa without meeting her deadly gaze. And in his other hand, he clutched the sword of Hermes, sharp and deadly, capable of severing even the most cursed flesh. Perseus took a deep breath, steeling himself as he entered the cave where Medusa dwelled. The air inside was thick and damp, the smell of rot and death clinging to every surface. Shadows danced on the walls, and the eerie sound of the snake slithering echoed through the stone chamber. His heart raced, but his steps were sure. Every movement was deliberate, every breath calculated. He had come too far to fail now. As he ventured deeper into the lair, the silence became more suffocating, broken only by the soft hiss of the serpents that crowned Medusa's head. His grip on the shield tightened. He knew she was near, though he dared not look directly. Instead, he relied on the reflection in his shield, a distorted but safe view of the horrors around him. Then he saw her. In the reflection of the shield, Medusa's form came into view. She was terrifying and magnificent, her face locked in eternal rage, her snake snapping at the air. She moved with a slow, deadly grace, her eyes searching for her next victim, oblivious to the silent threat that was Perseus. He felt a chill run through him as he watched her, knowing that one wrong move could end his life. Time seemed to stretch as he crept closer, his every step quiet, his breathing shallow. With each inch he gained, the tension grew. The cave felt alive with danger, the very walls vibrating with the pulse of fear. But Perseus knew there was no room for hesitation. This was the moment he had trained for, the moment that would decide everything. His shield angled perfectly, Perseus lifted his sword high. The sound of the metal slicing through the air was almost too loud in the oppressive silence of the cave. He struck swiftly, and in a heartbeat, it was done. The head of Medusa, with its nest of writhing snakes, fell to the ground with a sickening thud. The body collapsed after it, lifeless and still. For a moment, the world stood still. The weight of what had just happened pressed on Perseus, his breath catching in his throat. He had done the impossible. He had killed the monster that no man dared to face, but as he stared at the severed head, its snake still twitching in death, the gravity of his act settled over him. Medusa had been a curse, yes, but she had once been a woman. Her death was both a victory and a tragedy. Perseus carefully placed Medusa's head into a bag, avoiding her eyes even in death, for the power of her gaze lingered. The severed head was still dangerous, still capable of turning flesh to stone. It was a strange kind of trophy, a grim reminder of the fine line between life and death, between heroism and horror. But Perseus' journey was far from over. His next challenge came as he returned home, soaring through the skies on the winged sandals given to him by Hermes. As he flew, the wind whipping through his hair, Perseus spotted something on the shores below, a woman chained to a rock, her form small and fragile against the crashing waves. Her name was Andromeda, and she was to be sacrificed to a sea monster as punishment for the sins of her mother. Perseus's heart clenched as he saw her, so helpless, her eyes wide with terror. He didn't need to think twice. Without hesitation, he swooped down from the sky, ready to face yet another monster. The sea monster rose from the depths, its enormous form casting a dark shadow over the waters. It was a beast of nightmares, with scales as hard as stone and eyes that glowed with an otherworldly hunger. But Perseus was undeterred. He had faced worse before, and he had the tools to defeat even this creature. With a swift motion, Perseus drew the head of Medusa from his bag. He held it high, and as the monster met Medusa's lifeless gaze, its body stiffened, freezing in place. In an instant, the monster turned to stone, its body locked in a grotesque pose, half submerged in the water. The danger was over, the threat vanquished, and Andromeda was saved. But the weight of Perseus's deeds was not easily cast aside. He had navigated a world of monsters, faced creatures that defied imagination, and come out victorious. Yet, each victory carried a heavy cost. The monsters he defeated were not just beasts, they were beings cursed by the gods, beings with tragic pasts, like Medusa, who had once been a beautiful maiden before being transformed into a monster by Athena's wrath. As Perseus freed Andromeda from her chains, he realized that his journey had not been just about slaying monsters, it had been about confronting the darker forces of the world, forces that twisted beauty into horror, that turned innocence into death. And in doing so, he had become something more than a hero. He had become a man who understood the delicate balance between power and mercy, between destruction and salvation. The world of monsters had tested him, pushed him to the brink, but it had also revealed something deeper within him, a strength not just of body, but of spirit. The air was thick with tension as Theseus stood before the entrance of the labyrinth, his heart pounding against his chest. In the distance, the wind howled, but the world inside the maze was deathly quiet. This was no ordinary labyrinth, it was a twisting prison designed to trap those who dared enter. At its center lurked a creature of nightmares, the Minotaur, a beast with the body of a man and the head of a bull, waiting to devour any who wandered too close. The time had come for Theseus to face this monstrous challenge, but every step forward felt like stepping into the unknown, with no promise of return. The people of Athens had been tormented by the Minotaur for years, forced to send their youth as sacrifices to the beast every 9 years. Each time, the ship returned empty, carrying only the heavy weight of sorrow. This time, however, Theseus volunteered himself, not out of blind courage, but with a deep sense of duty. The pain in the eyes of the families who had lost their sons and daughters fueled his determination. If there was a way to stop this horror, he would find it, or die trying. As Theseus prepared to enter the maze, a glimmer of hope appeared in the form of Ariadne, the daughter of King Minos, ruler of Crete. Her eyes, filled with both fear and love, caught his. Without saying a word, she handed him a ball of thread, a lifeline in the darkest place. "Unravel this as you go," she whispered, "so you may find your way back." There was something fragile in her voice, something that stirred the depths of Theseus' heart. She knew what lay ahead, and yet, she dared to hope. With the thread tied firmly at the entrance, Theseus stepped into the labyrinth. The walls closed in around him, casting long, shadowy fingers across the ground. Every corner he turned seemed to lead only to more confusion. The walls were smooth, cold, and impossibly high, trapping the air in a suffocating stillness. Each sound, no matter how small, echoed and twisted, as if the labyrinth itself were alive, whispering dark secrets into his ears. He felt the weight of time slipping away, every minute bringing him closer to the Minotaur. The beast was near, he could feel it. His senses sharpened, his pulse quickened. The scent of decay hung in the air, and a low, guttural growl rumbled through the maze. Theseus knew he couldn't hesitate. With each step, he unraveled more of the thread, keeping his lifeline close. His breath became shallow as the walls seemed to press in tighter, guiding him to the heart of the labyrinth where his enemy awaited. Then, suddenly, there it was. The Minotaur stood before him, a hulking figure of muscle and rage. Its eyes, burning with a primal fury, locked onto Theseus. The creature's chest heaved with each heavy breath, and the sound of its hooves clattering against the stone sent chills down Theseus' spine. This was no ordinary beast. The Minotaur embodied all the anger, sorrow, and suffering of the innocent lives lost before. For a moment, time froze. Theseus could feel the weight of every Athenian life that had been sacrificed in this terrible place. The beast charged, horns lowered, ready to strike. But Theseus had not come this far to fail. With lightning-fast reflexes, he dodged the first blow, his sword flashing as he circled the creature. The Minotaur's roars echoed through the labyrinth, its rage shaking the very ground. Theseus knew he had to be smarter, not just stronger. He watched the Minotaur's every move, waiting for the perfect moment. Each swing of its powerful arms missed Theseus by inches, but every miss only fueled the creature's rage. The beast's strength was undeniable, but its wild fury was also its weakness. Theseus ducked under another blow and, with a swift motion, drove his sword deep into the creature's side. The Minotaur let out a deafening roar, staggering back, but it wasn't finished. Blood spilled onto the ground, but the beast fought on, driven by a maddening instinct to kill. Theseus held his ground, his muscles burning, his breath ragged, but his resolve unbroken. This was not just a battle of flesh and blood, it was a battle for all those who had fallen to the Minotaur's savage hunger. Finally, with a final, desperate thrust, Theseus plunged his sword into the creature's heart. The Minotaur's body jerked, its roar dying in its throat as it collapsed to the ground, defeated. The sound of its fall was like a thunderclap, reverberating through the walls of the labyrinth. Theseus stood over the fallen beast, chest heaving, his sword slick with blood. It was over. The nightmare that had haunted Athens for so long was finally at an end. But Theseus wasn't finished yet. He took a steadying breath, his heart still racing, and turned back. He tugged gently on the thread, feeling the reassuring tension pull against his hand. Step by step, he followed the path Ariadne had given him, her thread guiding him through the maze's tangled corridors. Every twist and turn seemed less terrifying now, the labyrinth no longer the endless trap it had once been. When he finally emerged from the maze, the sunlight hit his face, warm and comforting. Ariadne stood waiting, her eyes searching his, and when she saw him alive, her face lit with joy and relief. The labyrinth had been defeated, the Minotaur slain, but Theseus had not only survived, he had saved Athens from its darkest curse. The victory was bittersweet, though. As Theseus sailed back home, the weight of his actions hung heavy on him. The Minotaur had been a creature born of tragedy, its life twisted into something monstrous. And Ariadne, who had loved and saved him, was left behind, abandoned on the shores of Naxos, her heart broken by the very hero she had helped. The triumph over the Minotaur was a moment of glory for Theseus, but it also marked a turning point in his life, a reminder that even the greatest victories come with their own scars. The beast may have been slain, but the memories of the labyrinth, the Minotaur's rage, and the pain of those lost would linger, shaping Theseus in ways he had never imagined. The sea stretched endlessly before Odysseus, an unforgiving expanse of blue and gray, where hope flickered faintly on the horizon. Each day seemed longer than the last, and the journey home to Ithaca, the home he longed for with every beat of his heart, seemed farther away than ever. His ship creaked under the weight of weary sailors, their faces lined with exhaustion and fear. Yet, it wasn't just the endless waves that haunted them, it was what lay beneath and beyond the sea, lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike. Odysseus had faced many trials since leaving the shores of Troy, but none as monstrous as those that lay ahead. The memories of these creatures still clung to him like a curse, reminding him of the price he had to pay for his survival. The first of these horrors came in the form of the Cyclopes, Polyphemus. A towering figure with a single, menacing eye in the center of his forehead, Polyphemus was a creature of brute strength and cruelty. When Odysseus and his men sought refuge in the cave of this giant, they did not realize they had walked into a prison. Polyphemus, with hands the size of boulders, blocked the only exit, trapping them inside. His laughter was a low, rumbling sound that sent chills down their spines as he devoured two of Odysseus' men without hesitation, their screams echoing off the cave walls. Odysseus knew they would not survive another night. His mind raced, calculating, searching for a way out. And then, a plan. They offered the Cyclops wine, luring him into a drunken stupor, his eyelid drooping over his long, monstrous eye. Seizing the moment, they drove a sharpened stake into the creature's eye, blinding him in a sickening, grotesque scream of pain. The air reeked of burning flesh, and the cave trembled with Polyphemus' fury. But it was in this moment of blindness that Odysseus found a way to escape, sneaking out beneath the giant's herd of sheep, unseen and unheard. It was a victory, but one marred by loss and the ever-present knowledge that one wrong move could have doomed them all. But the sea held more horrors in store. Further along their journey, Odysseus and his crew encountered the Sirens, their sweet voices carried on the wind, tugging at the hearts and minds of the sailors. Their song was irresistible, promising knowledge and pleasure beyond imagination. Odysseus had been warned of their deadly charm, of how they lured sailors into jagged rocks with their voices, only to watch them drown in the cold, unforgiving waters. To protect his men, he stuffed their ears with wax, blocking out the Sirens' deadly call. But Odysseus himself could not resist. He wanted to hear their song, to understand the pull of such beauty. Bound to the mast of his ship, he listened as the Sirens sang to him, their voices weaving through the air like a delicate web, wrapping around his very soul. He screamed, begged, and thrashed against his bonds, desperate to follow them into the sea, but his men held steady, their ears deaf to his cries. It was only after they had sailed far beyond the Sirens' reach that the spell was broken. Odysseus slumped in exhaustion, shaken by how close he had come to losing himself. Their song still echoed in his mind, a haunting melody that would never truly leave him. But perhaps the most terrifying part of Odysseus' journey came when they had to pass between Scylla and Charybdis, two monstrous forces of nature that guarded either side of a narrow strait. Scylla, with her 6 grotesque heads, each attached to long, snake-like necks, lurked in the shadows of the cliffs, waiting to snatch sailors from their ships. And Charybdis, a monstrous whirlpool, swallowed the sea itself, dragging entire ships down into the depths without mercy. Odysseus knew that to face one meant risking the wrath of the other. There was no escape from this deadly passage. As the ship approached, the waters churned violently, and the sound of crashing waves was drowned out by the monstrous roars of Scylla. The creatures' heads darted out, snatching 6 of Odysseus' men, their screams swallowed by the roar of the sea. The horror of it all was overwhelming, but there was no time to grieve. Charybdis loomed on the other side, a vast, swirling maw that threatened to pull them all into the abyss. Odysseus gripped the helm tightly, steering his ship through the narrow channel with a steady hand, knowing that the loss of 6 men was a mercy compared to what could have been. The ship groaned and tilted, but they made it through, battered but alive. The cost, however, weighed heavily on Odysseus' heart. Every man lost was a reminder of the peril that surrounded them at every turn, of how fragile life had become on this endless journey. Even as they escaped Scylla and Charybdis, the sea refused to offer them peace. Storms raged, and tempests threatened to tear the ship apart. But Odysseus knew that the most dangerous monsters were not always the ones with fangs or claws. His greatest enemy was Poseidon, the god of the sea, whose wrath was relentless. The god's hatred for Odysseus burned brightly, sending wave after wave to destroy him, and each time, Odysseus fought back with all his strength, all his cunning, and all his will to survive. It was a journey of endless trials, where every moment seemed to bring a new threat, a new horror. The monsters that Odysseus faced were not merely obstacles, they were embodiments of the dangers that lurked in the unknown, the fears that came with venturing into uncharted waters. But through it all, Odysseus never faltered. His mind remained sharp, his heart strong, and his determination unbreakable. He faced each monster with courage, not because he was fearless, but because he knew that his survival, and the survival of his men, depended on it. And so, Odysseus' journey through a world filled with monsters was not just a test of strength or cunning, but a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, to the will to overcome even the most insurmountable odds in the pursuit of home. The monsters may have been terrifying, but they were not enough to break the heart of a man who longed for the embrace of his wife, the laughter of his son, and the peace of Ithaca. In the darkened corners of ancient Greece, where the line between reality and myth blurred, monsters roamed not just in the wild landscapes, but within the hearts and minds of the people. These creatures, fierce and untamed, held more than just terrifying shapes. They carried the weight of emotions, fears, and desires that reflected the very essence of the world the Greeks lived in. Each monster, in its own way, was a mirror to the soul, a haunting reminder of chaos, pride, and the vast unknown that both surrounded and lived within them. The Greeks looked at the world and saw a fragile balance between order and disorder. Chaos was not some abstract idea, it was real and terrifying, something that could strike without warning and tear apart everything that was familiar. The monsters that filled their stories were the embodiment of this chaos. They were unpredictable, wild forces that could not be reasoned with. The Hydra, with its many heads growing back each time one was cut off, was a living nightmare that represented this unstoppable, uncontainable chaos. No matter how hard you fought, no matter how sharp your sword, the Hydra reminded the Greeks that some battles could never be won through brute strength alone. Chaos, like the Hydra, was always lurking, waiting for a moment of weakness to strike again. Yet, for all their fearsome qualities, these monsters also spoke to something deeper in the human condition. The Greeks understood that pride, hubris, was often at the root of their own downfall. Hubris wasn't just arrogance, it was a blindness to one's limits, a dangerous belief that one could outwit or overpower the natural order. Monsters like the Chimera, with its lion's head, goat's body, and serpent's tail, were more than just terrifying beasts. They were the manifestation of hubris itself, a warning to those who thought they could play God and bend the world to their will. The Chimera's very existence, a fusion of different creatures, defied nature, just as hubris defied the gods. It was a reminder that pride, unchecked, could create horrors beyond imagination, and those who challenged the natural order would be met with monstrosities they could not control. In these ancient stories, monsters were not just threats from the outside, they were also reflections of the unknown within. The Greeks lived in a world filled with mystery, where the edges of the map faded into darkness, and the future was as uncertain as the next sunrise. The unknown terrified them, and yet it also fascinated them. Monsters like the Cyclopes represented this fear of the unknown. With their solitary, piercing eye, the Cyclopes were creatures of isolation, living far from civilization, representing the places and the parts of the world that humans could not understand or control. They stood for the unknown lands, the distant islands, and the hidden caves that beckoned explorers and yet warned them of danger. To confront a Cyclops was not just to face a giant, it was to face the terrifying prospect of stepping into the unknown, where survival was uncertain, and the familiar rules no longer applied. But perhaps the most heartbreaking aspect of these monsters was that, in many ways, they were not so different from the humans who feared them. They, too, were caught in the web of fate, driven by their own nature, bound to act as they did. The Minotaur, trapped in his labyrinth, was not a creature of pure malice but one of tragedy. Born from a curse, locked away, and fed with human sacrifices, he was a victim of the sins of others. The labyrinth itself, with its twisting paths and dead ends, was a metaphor for the tangled emotions and desires that led to his existence. The Minotaur's monstrosity lay not in his hunger for flesh, but in the circumstances that created him, in the way that human error and divine punishment intertwined to produce something both horrifying and heartbreaking. The Greeks feared the monsters in their myths, but they also recognized them as a part of life, as forces that reflected the fragility of existence. In every hero's journey, the monsters were not just enemies to be slain, but trials to be endured, reminders of the chaos, pride, and mystery that shaped the world. When Heracles faced the Nemean lion, whose skin could not be pierced by any weapon, it was not just a test of strength. It was a confrontation with the indomitable forces of the wild, a reminder that nature, untamed and unyielding, could not always be conquered by human hands. The monsters of ancient Greece were not confined to the stories of heroes, they seeped into everyday life. The Greeks believed that these creatures represented the forces beyond their control, whether it was the unpredictable storm that destroyed a fleet or the inner demons that led men to betray their families and cities. Monsters like the Sirens, whose beautiful songs lured sailors to their deaths, were not just about the dangers of the sea but about the seduction of desires that could lead people astray. Their voices, so sweet and enchanting, were the embodiment of temptation, drawing people toward destruction even as they longed for something more. The Greeks saw in the Sirens the reflection of their own weaknesses, the way that the most dangerous threats often came from within. To face these monsters was to confront the very things that made life uncertain and terrifying. Yet, in doing so, the heroes of these myths taught the Greeks a valuable lesson, that while chaos, hubris, and the unknown could never be fully defeated, they could be faced with courage. Odysseus, chained to the mast of his ship as he sailed past the Sirens, showed that it was possible to resist temptation, even if the cost was great. Perseus, armed with nothing but his wits and a mirrored shield, defeated Medusa not by strength, but by facing her reflection, turning the monstrous power back upon itself. The monsters of Greek mythology were not just creatures of nightmares. They were symbols of the challenges that life presented, the fears and dangers that lurked in the world and within the human heart. Each encounter with a monster was a reminder that life was a constant battle between order and chaos, pride and humility, the known and the unknown. And while the monsters could never truly be defeated, the heroes' bravery in confronting them gave the Greeks hope that no matter how terrifying the world might be, they could still find a way through. In the flickering shadows of ancient myth, where the line between the mortal and the divine blurred, monsters stood sentinel. These creatures, fierce and unyielding, were not just agents of destruction. They were protectors, guardians of sacred spaces, treasure, and the will of the gods. Their terrifying forms were more than a mere warning. They were symbols of a higher order, of forces beyond human understanding, ensuring that what was precious and holy remained untouched by those unworthy. There was something haunting about these creatures. They didn't chase after mortals for glory or hunger, but stood in silent, eternal watchfulness. Take the griffin, for example. With the body of a lion and the head of an eagle, this majestic being was a protector of treasure. Its sharp claws and fierce gaze weren't just there to tear apart anyone who came too close, they were there to keep order in a world where chaos constantly threatened. The treasures the griffin guarded were not just gold and jewels. They were symbols of divine favor, the physical manifestation of something sacred, too valuable to fall into the wrong hands. The griffin wasn't a monster to be feared for its savagery, it was feared because it was the embodiment of divine judgment, standing between the sacred and the profane. In many ways, these guardian monsters carried a heavy burden. They were bound by fate, unable to step away from their duties, their purpose set by powers higher than themselves. The dragon guarding the golden fleece in the story of Jason and the Argonauts was more than a beast, it was a creature of destiny. The fleece represented kingship, power bestowed by the gods, and the dragon's endless vigil was a reminder that not all treasures could be claimed by mere mortals. Jason's quest was not just about bravery or skill, it was a test of whether he was worthy enough to face the dragon's terrifying presence, to prove that he could handle the weight of divine favor without letting pride consume him. In this sense, the dragon was not the villain, it was a necessary part of the hero's journey, an obstacle placed by the gods to separate the worthy from the arrogant. The Nemean lion, defeated by Heracles, stood as another powerful example of a monster bound by duty. Its golden fur, impenetrable by any weapon, was a shield not just for the beast itself, but for the sacred land it prowled. Heracles didn't just fight the lion, he wrestled with the divine order, with the idea that some things in the world were meant to remain untouchable. The lion, with its unbreakable hide, was nature's own guardian, representing a primal force that human ingenuity and strength could barely overcome. The battle wasn't just one of man versus beast, it was a struggle to prove that man could stand up to the forces of the world that were meant to humble him. And yet, even in their roles as guardians, these creatures weren't mindless. They had purpose. The Sphinx, with her riddles, didn't simply block the path to the city of Thebes to cause chaos. She was a test of wisdom, standing guard over the city with her deadly question. Those who sought to pass her had to prove their intelligence, their worthiness, by answering her riddle. The Sphinx wasn't there to terrorize for the sake of it, she was there to sift through those who dared approach, ensuring that only those with insight and cunning could move forward. In her own way, she was the gatekeeper to knowledge, her monstrous form hiding a deeper truth about the nature of understanding and power. Cerberus, the three-headed dog that guarded the gates of the underworld, was another symbol of this protective power. His role wasn't to chase down the living or punish the dead. He was there to maintain the natural order, ensuring that the souls of the deceased stayed within the realm of Hades, and the living did not intrude where they did not belong. Each of his heads represented the vigilance required to guard the boundary between life and death. Cerberus was not just a beast, he was a reminder of the finality of death, of the sacredness of the underworld, a place not meant for the living to disturb. For those who sought to cheat death, his growls were a warning, echoing the will of the gods that some things were not meant to be crossed. The idea of monsters as guardians extended beyond the physical world. They were the protectors of boundaries, both literal and metaphorical. They stood at the gates of forbidden knowledge, divine spaces, and treasures that could corrupt those unworthy of them. The Cyclopes, with his single, unblinking eye, was a creature of solitude, guarding the untamed lands that lay at the edges of the known world. Odysseus, in his encounter with Polyphemus, wasn't just facing a giant, he was facing the unknown, the untouched wilderness where mortals rarely ventured. Polyphemus, in his isolation, represented the raw, untamed force of nature, guarding the edges of the human world, keeping at bay those who would venture too far from what was familiar and safe. Even creatures like the harpies, with their storm-like wings and ravenous hunger, served as more than just agents of chaos. They were often depicted as guardians of sacred places, their presence a reminder of the divine will. When they tormented King Phineus by stealing his food, it wasn't out of cruelty alone, it was a punishment for his defiance of the gods. The harpies, in their shrieking fury, acted as enforcers of divine justice, ensuring that mortals remembered their place in the grand scheme of things. These monsters were not merely to be feared for their strength or savagery. They were the keepers of balance in a world where humans were constantly testing their limits. They guarded the sacred, the untouchable, the divine, reminding mortals that some things were beyond their reach. The treasures they protected weren't always physical. Sometimes, they were the sacred laws of nature, the boundaries between life and death, the separation between the mortal and the divine. And though they were monstrous in form, their purpose was anything but chaotic. They were the silent sentinels, the protectors of what the gods held dear. In the end, these creatures, terrifying as they were, carried a message: not all battles were meant to be fought, and not all treasures were meant to be claimed. Some boundaries, some spaces, were meant to remain sacred, guarded by beings who stood outside the mortal world, their forms a reminder of the forces that humans could never fully control or understand. They were not the villains of the story, but the protectors, standing firm between the sacred and the mortal, ensuring that the divine remained untouchable. As the sun set on ancient Greece, casting long shadows over its rocky hills, monsters didn't just fade into the darkness. They evolved, growing from terrifying tales into enduring symbols that would echo through the ages, influencing not only Roman mythology but also shaping the very essence of storytelling itself. The monsters of Greek mythology, born from a world rich with imagination and fear, became more than just creatures of terror. They morphed into metaphors, reflections of human struggles, and reminders of the eternal battle between good and evil. The Cyclopes, for instance, initially portrayed as brutish giants with a single eye, began to shift in Roman tales. In Homer's Odyssey, Polyphemus, the most famous Cyclops, was a savage being, but as Roman poets began to weave their own narratives, Cyclopes transformed. They became skilled craftsmen, gifted in the art of metalwork, and were often seen as blacksmiths for the gods. This change represented a new understanding of what it meant to be monstrous. No longer just mindless beasts, they were now seen as beings capable of creation and destruction, embodying the duality of human nature. Meanwhile, the Hydra, that many-headed serpent that Heracles faced, became a symbol of resilience and adaptability. In the heart of Roman literature, this creature morphed from a simple monster into a powerful representation of evil and chaos. The Hydra's ability to regenerate its heads was not just a trait of its fearsome nature, it became a metaphor for the challenges that seemed insurmountable. Even the bravest heroes found that cutting one head off would only lead to the growth of two more. This powerful imagery resonated deeply with people, speaking to their fears about the persistent struggles they faced in their own lives, whether in personal battles or larger societal issues. As these monsters continued to evolve, so did the context in which they were placed. The Romans, influenced by Greek myths, began to weave their own stories, combining the terrifying elements of Greek monsters with their own cultural fears and hopes. The Minotaur, that half-man, half-bull creature lurking within the labyrinth, found new life in Roman narratives. No longer just a guardian of a maze, the Minotaur symbolized the darker aspects of humanity, the rage and chaos that lay beneath the surface. The labyrinth became more than just a physical space, it represented the intricate paths of the human mind, the confusion and entrapment people felt in their lives. The Minotaur was both monster and mirror, reflecting the inner demons that haunted people, reminding them of the struggle to maintain control over their instincts. In the transformation of these creatures, there was a profound understanding of fear and desire. The Sirens, once depicted as beautiful, alluring creatures that sang sailors to their doom, became more complex figures in Roman stories. They embodied the dangerous allure of temptation, the seductive pull of desires that could lead one astray. The songs of the Sirens were not just beautiful melodies, they were warnings about the perilous nature of giving in to one's base instincts. In these tales, the Sirens became symbols of the struggle between reason and desire, showing how easily one could fall into the depths of despair when seduced by that which is enchanting yet deadly. The tale of Medusa also transformed dramatically. Originally the monster with snakes for hair, whose gaze could turn men to stone, she became a figure of tragedy and sorrow. Roman interpretations of Medusa often portrayed her as a victim of the gods' wrath rather than a purely evil creature. Her story became one of suffering, a reflection of the pain caused by jealousy and betrayal. This evolution made Medusa a powerful symbol of female rage and empowerment, resonating with many who felt marginalized or oppressed. Through her monstrous form, Medusa represented the strength found in vulnerability, the idea that those who have suffered can become fierce warriors for their own survival. These monsters weren't just isolated tales, they became part of a larger narrative about humanity's journey. As Roman myths unfolded, the influences of Greek monsters were felt in literature, art, and culture, leaving an indelible mark on the collective consciousness. The stories began to resonate on a deeper level, weaving through generations, touching hearts with their themes of struggle, loss, and the quest for identity. Each retelling brought new dimensions to these creatures, deepening their complexity and relevance. The legacy of Greek monsters reached beyond the borders of ancient Rome, influencing countless tales throughout history. They became a bridge connecting cultures and ideas, a source of inspiration for writers, artists, and thinkers across time. These monsters taught us that fear and courage often exist side by side, that the line between hero and villain is often blurred. They showed us that within each monster lies a story of pain, resilience, and the human experience, a reminder that even the most fearsome beings have their own struggles and fears. In modern storytelling, we still find echoes of these ancient creatures. The themes of transformation, the battle against chaos, and the exploration of inner demons continue to resonate with audiences today. Monsters are no longer just things to be feared, they are metaphors for our deepest struggles, our desires, and our darkest fears. They remind us that we are all capable of both good and evil, that within each of us lies a complexity that is beautiful and terrifying. As we look back on the evolution of monsters from Greek to Roman mythology and beyond, we see a rich tapestry woven with threads of fear, hope, and transformation. The monsters of ancient tales, once mere figments of imagination, became symbols of humanity itself, urging us to confront our fears and embrace the complexities of our own stories. In this way, they live on, reminding us that the heart of a monster is often the heart of a hero waiting to emerge from the shadows. In the heart of ancient Greece, monsters roamed not just in the dark corners of the imagination, but also in vibrant art and powerful poetry. The stories of these creatures painted a picture of fear, bravery, and the eternal struggle between good and evil. From intricate pottery to grand sculptures, the monsters of Greek mythology leaped from the pages of epic poems and onto the canvases of history, becoming enduring symbols of both dread and fascination. One cannot help but feel a shiver run down the spine when gazing upon a piece of ancient pottery depicting the terrifying form of the Hydra. With its multiple heads hissing and twisting, this creature represented the chaos that lurked just beyond the safety of home. The imagery captured not just the physicality of the monster, but also the emotions that came with facing it. The colors on the pottery seemed to leap to life, bringing forth the horror of Heracles as he fought valiantly, desperately trying to keep the heads from regenerating. The artist's hand was not just creating a monster, it was capturing the very essence of struggle, a reminder of the battles we face within ourselves. Similarly, the sculptures that adorned temples and public spaces told tales of heroism and dread. The menacing figure of the Minotaur, half man and half bull, loomed large in stone. It was not just a monster trapped in a labyrinth, but a symbol of the human experience, our own labyrinthine struggles against our instincts and desires. As people walked by these sculptures, they were reminded of the challenges they faced, both external and internal. The Minotaur's fierce gaze seemed to follow them, whispering of the rage and chaos that lay beneath the surface of society, waiting to break free. In the world of epic poetry, monsters like the Cyclopes were brought to life with words that evoke both fear and pity. In the Odyssey, Odysseus encounters Polyphemus, the giant with a single eye. As Odysseus cleverly outwits the beast, the reader feels the tension rise. This was not just a battle of strength, but a clash of wits, where courage and cunning came together. The Cyclops, while fearsome, also became a tragic figure, a reminder of isolation and the consequences of hubris. In his single eye, one could see the reflection of a lonely existence, a life marked by rage and revenge. Through poetry, the Cyclops was transformed into a creature of depth and complexity, revealing that monsters are often shaped by their circumstances. The Sirens, those enchanting yet deadly beings, sang songs that captivated sailors and led them to their doom. In art, they were depicted as beautiful women, their alluring forms juxtaposed with the treacherous waters below. Their imagery was both captivating and chilling, reminding viewers of the dangers that lurk beneath the surface of beauty. The paintings captured the essence of seduction, making the audience feel the pull of the siren songs while also warning of the fatal consequences of temptation. In this way, art became a powerful medium for conveying the complexity of desire, an emotional struggle that resonates deeply with the human experience. Moreover, the intricate details of these artworks revealed not only the monsters themselves, but also the values and fears of the society that created them. The stories of Medusa, with snakes for hair and a gaze that turned men to stone, were depicted on vases and murals, her tragic story unfolding in vivid colors. In her monstrous form, there was beauty, sorrow, and rage, a reflection of the pain of betrayal and the struggle for empowerment. As viewers encountered these images, they were drawn into Medusa's world, feeling her anguish and fury. It was a reminder that monsters could also be victims of circumstances beyond their control, evoking empathy in the hearts of those who beheld them. The artworks also served as a mirror to the human condition, illustrating the fears that haunted the ancient Greeks. Each monster depicted carried with it a message, a warning about the chaos that could arise from unchecked desires or the consequences of anger. The Chimera, with its lion's head, goat's body, and serpent's tail, embodied the unpredictable nature of life, reminding viewers that danger could come from unexpected places. The colorful paintings of the Chimera on pottery seemed to vibrate with energy, inviting people to confront their own fears while also instilling a sense of awe. The monster was not just a being to be vanquished, but a part of the tapestry of life, representing the chaos that can arise from within. In the world of Greek literature, the monsters were not merely obstacles for heroes to overcome, they were integral to the narrative of life itself. Each encounter told a story of bravery, loss, and the complexity of existence. The words of poets painted images of monsters that were as vivid as those seen on pottery or in sculptures, drawing readers into a realm where fear and heroism danced hand in hand. In the Iliad, the fierce warrior Achilles faced the horrors of war, a monster in its own right, that left scars on the hearts of those who fought. The power of poetry lay in its ability to capture these emotions, making them resonate with readers through the ages. The evolution of monsters in Greek art and literature revealed the depths of human emotion. They were not merely symbols of chaos, but representations of our own struggles. In their forms, whether carved in stone, painted on pottery, or brought to life through verse, these monsters became a language of their own, speaking to fears, desires, and the quest for identity. The connection between artist and viewer, poet and reader, was profound. These stories and images transcended time, echoing through the ages, reminding us that the monsters we face are not always external, often they are the shadows that linger within. As we look back on the legacy of Greek monsters, we find a rich tapestry woven from fear, bravery, and the complexity of the human experience. In their depictions, we discover a world where monsters are not just to be feared but understood. They serve as a reminder that within every beast lies a story, and within every story, there is the heart of humanity. Through art and literature, these ancient creatures continue to resonate, echoing in the chambers of our hearts and minds, urging us to confront our own monsters with courage and compassion. Monsters in Greek tragedy are not merely creatures of terror, they are symbols of deeper fears and conflicts that resonate within the human soul. The playwrights of ancient Greece, such as Euripides and Aeschylus, masterfully wove these monstrous beings into their stories, using them to convey profound themes that continue to touch our hearts and minds today. Each monster became a reflection of human struggles, embodying the chaos of life and the turmoil within us. Take, for instance, the haunting figure of the Furies and Aeschylus' Orestia. These fearsome spirits of vengeance, with their wild hair and piercing eyes, were not just terrifying figures but representations of guilt and retribution. When Orestes murders his mother, Clytemnestra, the Furies awaken to pursue him relentlessly. Their shrieks and furies symbolize the inescapable weight of guilt that can haunt a person after committing a grave sin. As the audience watches Orestes tormented by these relentless spirits, they feel the weight of his anguish. The Furies are a powerful reminder of how our actions can have monstrous consequences, not just for others but for ourselves. The emotional depth of Orestes' struggle against these supernatural forces creates a chilling atmosphere, making the audience feel the terror of being unable to escape one's own conscience. Euripides' works also showcase monsters that embody the internal battles of the human condition. In the Bacchae, we encounter the god Dionysus, who arrives in Thebes, not just as a deity of wine and revelry but as a force of chaos. When he unleashes his followers, the Maenads, they transform into frenzied women, filled with savage energy. This transformation evokes a primal fear, the fear of losing control over oneself. The Maenads, wild and unstoppable, symbolize the darker side of human nature that can emerge when society's restraints are cast aside. The terror of their rampage reminds us how easily we can slip into chaos if we abandon our moral compass. Through this lens, monsters become not only figures of fright but also manifestations of our own repressed desires and fears. The powerful imagery in Greek tragedies often evokes a visceral reaction. Aeschylus' portrayal of the monstrous Polyphemus in the Odyssey is a prime example. The Cyclopes, with his single eye and brutish strength, stands as a terrifying figure, yet he also embodies the consequences of isolation and hubris. Odysseus' encounter with Polyphemus is a moment of both fear and revelation. As Odysseus blinds the giant and escapes, the audience feels the thrill of triumph, yet they also sense the underlying tragedy of Polyphemus' loneliness. He becomes a victim of his own nature, reminding us of the dangers of unchecked pride and the isolation that can result from it. The complexity of the monster elicits empathy, revealing that even the fiercest beings have stories filled with pain and sorrow. Moreover, Euripides' Hippolytus introduces the monstrous aspect of desire and jealousy through the character of Phaedra. Consumed by an uncontrollable passion for her stepson, Hippolytus, she becomes a victim of her emotions, leading her to a tragic end. While Phaedra herself is not a monster in a literal sense, her desires turn monstrous, showcasing how love can morph into something destructive. The horror lies not in the physicality of a creature but in the emotional turmoil that twists a human being into a tragic figure. The rawness of Phaedra's suffering echoes through the ages, reminding us of the dangers of unacknowledged feelings and the devastation they can cause. The pain of lost love and the fear of rejection become palpable as the audience witnesses her downward spiral. Greek tragedies also often use monstrous figures to explore themes of fate and the divine. In Aeschylus' Prometheus Bound, Prometheus stands defiant against the might of Zeus, having given fire to humanity. His punishment is a gruesome display of power, where an eagle feasts on his liver each day. Here, the monstrous aspect lies not in Prometheus but in the cruelty of the gods. The audience is left with a chilling sense of injustice, feeling the weight of Prometheus' suffering as he endures endless torment. His unwavering spirit in the face of such horror becomes a source of strength, illustrating the power of resilience against oppressive forces. The emotional impact resonates deeply as viewers grapple with the idea of suffering for a greater good, leading them to question the nature of justice itself. The tension between humanity and the monstrous also unfolds in Euripides' Medea. Medea's transformation from a wronged woman into a vengeful figure is both terrifying and heartbreaking. Her actions, driven by betrayal, turn her into a monstrous being who takes the lives of her own children. The horror of her choices sends shivers down the audience's spines, yet there is an undeniable sense of empathy for her plight. She is a victim of her circumstances, pushed beyond her limits. The interplay between her monstrous actions and her very human emotions creates a powerful narrative that resonates with the audience. It forces us to confront our own fears of abandonment, loss, and the extremes to which love can drive a person. Through Medea, we see the monstrous side of passion and the emotional fallout of betrayal that can turn love into destruction. Greek tragedies, through their rich and complex portrayals of monsters, reveal the multifaceted nature of human existence. These stories remind us that the true monsters lie not just in the shadows, but often within ourselves. Each encounter with a monster in these plays forces characters and audiences alike to confront their fears, desires, and moral dilemmas. The emotional depth of these tragedies lies in their ability to evoke feelings of sympathy, horror, and reflection. As we witness the struggles of the characters against their monstrous counterparts, we are left pondering our own battles against the monsters that lurk within us. In the end, the legacy of Greek tragedy endures, capturing the essence of the human experience through the lens of the monstrous. Greek monsters have always had a way of capturing our imagination, and in today's world, their influence is more powerful than ever. These ancient creatures, once feared and revered in mythology, have found new life in films, books, and video games, drawing both young and old into their dark and thrilling stories. Each retelling adds layers to their characters, allowing us to see the complexities behind their monstrous exteriors. Take a moment to think about the first time you saw a movie featuring a Greek monster. Perhaps it was the Colossal Titan, the Kraken, in Clash of the Titans. As it rises from the depths, its massive tentacles writhing, you felt that pulse of fear and awe. That moment isn't just about the monster itself, it evokes a sense of wonder about the power of nature and the unknown. Audiences can't help but feel the thrill of danger that comes with these creatures, reminding us of ancient tales where gods and monsters walked among us. The Kraken isn't just a creature of destruction, it symbolizes humanity's struggle against the vast and unpredictable forces of the world. Movies like Percy Jackson and the Olympians take these ancient stories and breathe new life into them. They reintroduce iconic monsters like Medusa and the Minotaur to a generation that might otherwise overlook these myths. With every battle fought and every curse broken, viewers feel a connection to the past. They experience the thrill of adventure alongside Percy and his friends, understanding that bravery is not just about defeating monsters but also about facing one's fears. The emotional weight of these stories often centers around friendship, loyalty, and the courage to fight for what is right. When Percy faces Medusa, the horror of her gaze transforms into a symbol of the fears we all must confront in our lives. Books have also played a significant role in keeping these monsters alive in our hearts and minds. Rick Riordan's Percy Jackson series captures the essence of Greek mythology, merging it seamlessly with modern life. Readers laugh, cry, and cheer as they watch Percy and his friends navigate both the challenges of adolescence and the dangers posed by ancient monsters. Each monster they encounter is not just a villain, they often have a tragic backstory that elicits sympathy. Medusa, once a beautiful maiden punished for her beauty, becomes a character filled with sorrow rather than just a monster to be slain. This emotional depth allows readers to reflect on themes of redemption and the consequences of one's actions, ultimately making them reconsider what it means to be a monster. In the realm of video games, Greek monsters have also made a significant impact. Games like God of War thrust players into epic battles against figures such as the Hydra and the Minotaur. As you control Kratos, you feel the adrenaline rush of combat, but it's not just about defeating foes. Each encounter brings you face to face with the emotional turmoil of loss and vengeance. The game explores the consequences of anger and grief, portraying how these feelings can transform a hero into a monster in their own right. The story of Kratos resonates deeply, inviting players to reflect on their own struggles and choices. The monsters in these games symbolize more than just obstacles, they represent the darker sides of humanity that we all grapple with at times. Television shows have also embraced these ancient beings, adapting their stories for contemporary audiences. The hit series Hercules, The Legendary Journeys, and Xena, Warrior Princess brought many Greek monsters into homes worldwide. Viewers watched as Hercules battled the Nemean lion or faced off against Cerberus, not just for glory but to protect those he loved. These adaptations often weave in humor and heart, making them relatable. The monsters become challenges that the heroes must face not only for their strength but also for their courage and compassion. They remind us that true heroism lies in the ability to stand up for others, even in the face of terrifying odds. The adaptation of Greek monsters extends beyond traditional media into art, fashion, and even theme parks. These creatures inspire modern designs, blending ancient symbolism with contemporary aesthetics. You can find Medusa's image on everything from jewelry to clothing, transforming a symbol of terror into an emblem of strength and resilience. The rich history and complexity of these monsters resonate with people, making them timeless icons that speak to the human experience. As we engage with these stories across different platforms, the emotional connections grow stronger. The monsters of Greek mythology reflect our own fears, desires, and struggles. They serve as mirrors, forcing us to confront our own inner demons. In Wonder Woman, for instance, the character faces Ares, the god of war, who represents humanity's propensity for conflict. This battle is not just physical, it's a clash of ideologies. As Wonder Woman fights, she embodies the hope for peace and the strength to resist darkness. The emotional weight of her journey reminds us that even in the face of overwhelming odds, we have the power to change our destiny. The modern revival of Greek monsters in pop culture serves as a testament to their enduring legacy. Each retelling brings forth not only thrilling adventures but also profound themes that resonate with audiences. They remind us of our own complexities and the battles we face in our lives. In every film, book, and game, these ancient beings emerge as both terrifying and beautiful, embodying the intricate tapestry of human emotion. As we engage with these stories, we find ourselves captivated by the power of myth, reminded that even the most monstrous figures can have stories that touch our hearts. Greek monsters, through their modern adaptations, continue to inspire and challenge us, inviting us to explore our own fears, hopes, and dreams. Their impact is felt in every corner of culture, proving that while the world may change, the stories we tell about monsters and about ourselves remain timeless. Monsters have always been more than just terrifying figures lurking in the shadows. They are mirrors reflecting our deepest fears and desires. Throughout history, these creatures have emerged as powerful archetypes in fantasy literature, representing themes that resonate deeply within our hearts. They remind us of the darkness we all face and the courage needed to confront it. Think about the classic monsters that populate our stories: the dragon, the vampire, the werewolf. Each of these beings embodies a specific fear or struggle. Dragons, with their immense power and greed, symbolize the insatiable nature of human ambition. They remind us of our own desires and the lengths we might go to satisfy them. When a hero confronts a dragon, it's not just a battle of strength, but a clash between the noble and the corrupt, the brave and the cowardly. It's about facing the parts of ourselves that are often hidden away. Vampires are another potent archetype, representing the fear of death and the unknown. They are both alluring and terrifying, drawing us in while reminding us of our mortality. When a character confronts a vampire, they must confront their own fears about aging, loss, and the inevitable end we all face. The struggle is not just against the vampire's bite, but also against the temptation of immortality, which can come with a heavy price. The emotions that swirl around these encounters often bring forth feelings of sorrow and longing, as characters grapple with what it means to live fully while knowing that life is fleeting. Then there are werewolves, creatures that embody the duality of human nature. They represent the struggle between civilization and primal instincts, a reminder that within us lies both the capacity for good and the potential for destruction. When a character transforms into a werewolf, it's not just a physical change, it's a metaphor for the internal battles we face. The fear of losing control, the shame of our darker impulses, and the quest for redemption are all woven into these stories. Each time a character grapples with their werewolf side, they resonate with readers who have felt the pull between their desires and their moral compass. In modern fantasy literature, these archetypes continue to thrive. Characters like Harry Potter face off against the Dark Lord Voldemort, a figure representing pure evil and the consequences of unchecked ambition. The battle is not just one of spells and wands, it's a clash of values, a fight for the light against the encroaching darkness. As Harry confronts Voldemort, readers feel the weight of his journey, the losses he endures, the friends he must protect, and the sacrifices he makes. This emotional depth transforms the battle into something more than just a fantasy. It becomes a poignant exploration of courage and love in the face of despair. Fantasy worlds filled with monsters also give us a chance to explore our own fears. In stories like The Hobbit, Bilbo Baggins faces Smaug, the dragon who hoards treasure but is also a symbol of fear and greed. Bilbo's journey from a timid hobbit to a courageous hero reflects our own potential for growth. Each time he stands up to Smaug, we feel that spark of bravery within ourselves, reminding us that we, too, can confront the challenges in our lives. In literature, monsters often serve as catalysts for character development. The journey into a dark forest or a treacherous cave where these creatures dwell represents the trials we must face to grow. When characters confront their fears, be it in the form of a monster, a personal demon, or a challenging circumstance, they emerge stronger, more resilient. This growth resonates with readers, who may see parts of their own struggles reflected in these narratives. Fantasy literature thrives on the emotional roller coaster that monsters provide. They evoke feelings of terror, excitement, and ultimately triumph. As readers, we often find ourselves holding our breath as our heroes face their fears. The moment the protagonist confronts the monster becomes a pivotal point in the story, one that can lead to catharsis. The heart races, the stakes feel real, and when the hero prevails, it brings a surge of joy and relief. Moreover, these archetypes continue to evolve. New monsters are created, and old ones are reimagined, reflecting the changing values of society. As our fears shift, so do the creatures that inhabit our stories. A dragon may now symbolize environmental destruction, while a vampire can reflect societal issues like addiction or loss of identity. These transformations allow the archetypes to remain relevant, striking a chord with contemporary audiences. The emotional connection to these monsters is universal. They resonate with the human experience, transcending time and culture. As we read about these creatures, we often find ourselves facing our fears, grappling with our desires, and seeking understanding in our own lives. The struggle between good and evil, light and darkness, is a theme that never grows old, and monsters will always play a vital role in exploring these ideas. In every encounter with a monster, whether in literature or our own lives, there is a lesson to be learned. These creatures remind us that fear is a part of the human experience. The journey of facing a monster is not just about defeating it, it's about understanding ourselves in the process. The triumphs and failures of our heroes allow us to reflect on our own journeys, bringing forth a range of emotions that connect us to the characters on the page. Through the ages, monsters as archetypes have endured, captivating our imagination and shaping our understanding of the world. They challenge us, scare us, and ultimately lead us to moments of profound realization. The monsters we encounter in fantasy literature are not just figments of our imagination, they are powerful symbols of the struggles we all face, making their stories timeless and deeply resonant. Monsters have a strange way of capturing our hearts and minds. They are more than just terrifying figures lurking in the shadows, they embody our fears, desires, and the complexities of being human. From the legendary Hydra with its many heads to the fearsome Minotaur, these creatures have left an indelible mark on our imagination. Their stories resonate across generations, reminding us of the challenges we face and the bravery required to confront them. When we think of Greek monsters, we often imagine their grotesque forms and terrifying powers. Yet, beneath that surface lies a wealth of meaning. Each monster carries a lesson, a warning, or a reflection of human nature. For instance, the Hydra represents the many-headed challenges we encounter in life. Each time we think we've overcome one issue, another seems to sprout in its place. This idea resonates with anyone who has faced adversity, making the Hydra a symbol of resilience and the need for unwavering courage. The Minotaur, trapped in the labyrinth, embodies the struggle with our inner demons. This creature, half man and half bull, illustrates the chaotic nature of existence. We all have parts of ourselves that feel wild and uncontrollable. The labyrinth, a maze of confusion and fear, reflects the journey we must undertake to understand and tame those inner monsters. Every time we face a challenge, we confront our own Minotaur, wrestling with feelings of doubt and uncertainty. Monsters stir emotions that are as diverse as they are profound. When we read about these creatures, we often feel a mix of fear and fascination. It's not just about the thrill of the hunt or the excitement of a battle, it's also about empathy. We find ourselves rooting for the heroes, hoping they can overcome their monstrous foes. Yet, in a strange twist, we may also feel a twinge of sympathy for the monsters themselves. They are often misunderstood, cast out, or driven by instincts we can relate to. This complexity makes them compelling characters, allowing us to explore the darker aspects of humanity while still seeking redemption. The legacy of Greek monsters is evident in modern storytelling. From films to books and video games, these creatures continue to inspire and provoke thought. Just think about the way a movie like Clash of the Titans or Percy Jackson brings the myths to life. They capture the imagination of a new generation, allowing us to see the struggles of heroes and monsters through fresh eyes. In these retellings, the monsters are not just enemies to be defeated, they are catalysts for growth and change. This enduring legacy also reflects our shared human experiences. Monsters represent fears that are universal. They remind us of the chaos in our lives, the battles we fight within ourselves, and the resilience needed to push through. The emotional connection we have to these stories serves as a reminder that we are not alone in our struggles. Just as heroes have faced their monsters, we, too, can confront the challenges that life throws at us. Art has played a crucial role in keeping these stories alive. Ancient pottery, sculptures, and paintings have depicted Greek monsters for centuries, capturing their essence and ensuring their stories are never forgotten. When we see a vase adorned with the image of a fierce Chimera or a fearsome Cerberus, we are reminded of the artistry that has preserved these tales. Each brushstroke and carving tells a story of its own, echoing the fears and hopes of those who created them. Moreover, the themes surrounding these monsters have evolved over time. In recent years, we see new interpretations that challenge the traditional roles of monsters and heroes. Stories may paint monsters in a sympathetic light, exploring their motives and circumstances. This shift allows us to see them as more than just obstacles, they become reflections of our own struggles and fears. In doing so, we connect more deeply with the stories and the characters involved, fostering a greater understanding of the complexities of existence. The fascination with monsters is also tied to the human desire to explore the unknown. Every culture has its own myths and legends, and many of them include terrifying creatures that exist at the edges of understanding. They invite us to confront our fears of the dark, the unseen, and the chaotic forces that we cannot control. In doing so, they provide a safe space to explore our anxieties. Monsters remind us that fear is a natural part of life. When we encounter them in stories, we are not just scared, we also learn how to cope with our emotions. The very act of confronting a monster, whether in a book, film, or our own imagination, empowers us. It teaches us that bravery doesn't mean the absence of fear, it means facing it head-on. As long as humanity continues to create stories, monsters will remain an essential part of our narrative. They resonate with our core values and beliefs, evolving alongside our understanding of the world. With every retelling, they adapt, taking on new meanings and relevance. This timeless quality is what ensures their continued presence in our cultural consciousness. In many ways, monsters serve as a bridge between our past and present. They connect us to our ancestors, who first told these stories around fires, and to our children, who will one day pass them on. Each generation adds its own layers of meaning, transforming these creatures into symbols of hope, fear, resilience, and growth. The legacy of Greek monsters is not just about their fearsome appearances or their legendary battles, it's about the lessons they impart. They speak to our human condition, reminding us of the darkness we face and the light we seek. Their stories resonate with the struggles and triumphs we experience every day, making them eternally relevant. Every time we encounter a monster, we are invited to reflect on our own fears, aspirations, and journeys. As we turn the pages of a book or watch a film, we find ourselves not just spectators but participants in a timeless struggle. This connection to the monsters of our past will ensure that their legacy continues to thrive in the hearts and minds of generations to come.